trail. Bad news and high heels made me go off the rails. But one look at her, she's oh so fine. I know I've got to make her mine. She's just my kind, I can't get her off my mind. She's my kind of woman, I need her so. Yeah, my kind of woman, I can't let her go. 5 feet of dynamite will keep me dancing through the night. You know, a black cat got nothing on a lucky man. Saturday night. New shirt, new shoes, no room for oversight. Well, I'll be cooler than James Dean, and she'll be hotter than Marilyn. When there's electric in the air, you better be prepared. She's my kind of woman, I need her so. Yeah, my kind of woman, I can't let her go. 5 feet of dynamite will keep me dancing through the night. You know, a black cat got nothing on a lucky man. Yeah, a black cat got nothing on a lucky man.
up, everybody? Hello and welcome to consecutive streaming day number 447. I think, if I did the math correctly, it should be, days since March 2nd, 447. It is correct. Today, we got some banger matches. Usually, we were broadcasting DFMC, the Don't Force Me Cup for $28,000. There we have lower bracket round 2 today with 2 mirror matches. It's the better tournament, but it's not the better matches. The better matches are today in B Cup, where we are on the finish line to the finals. And oh my god, that finish line means Lynn versus Happy and 120 versus Starbuck. And it's all freaking awesome. And Mr. Remo Demo as well. Hello.
Hello. Good day, Neo. Good chat day, I want to say. Good day, chat. I hope you're all doing well as we are heading into the weekend. Some of you can't wait for that moment to occur when it's officially the weekend, and we're going to start things off today wonderfully. As Neo pointed out, we have been focusing mainly on the DFMC lately, and it's always a bit weird when there's so much overlapping scheduling going on. There's some interference sometimes. It's a little annoying some of the time, but sometimes, Neo, sometimes it ends up really well. It ends up in our favor, and that day is today, because today we get to pick the best that is imaginable. In the Don't Force Me Cup also, we have some nice matches today, but Undead Mirror, Night of Mirror, just by the nature of how it works, not as exciting. But looking at these matches today, oh boy, oh boy. The B Cup is down to the top 4. Lynn, Happy, 120, and Starbuck indeed. That also means best of 7 all the way moving forward now here in the B Cup. Also best of 7, of course, in the Don't Force Me Cup finals. So lots of Warcraft today indeed. And I think it's going to be a long day, isn't it? Because someone's going to have to wait for somebody else to finish these matches. So we're going to have a lot of Warcraft today.
Yeah, turns out if you run 2 tournaments at the same time and a lot of players are in good shape, it could turn out to be the case that the same people end up in the final stages. So we got 120 and Starbuck here. 120 is still alive and fighting in Don't Force Me Cup. Happy is still alive and fighting in Don't Force Me Cup. And they're facing each other in Don't Force Me Cup, but they're not facing each other in B Cup. So yeah, it is physically impossible to have a clean schedule here for them. I am in a very happy position that we can just lean back and see how they organize this. They thought it's a good idea to have an overlap, but yeah, we're gonna start with Happy versus Lynn. As it seems, I'm looking at the broadcast where our beautiful colleagues from China have arrived. It is BBC and Magic Yang and the wonderful Miss Noisy, who has once again matching cat ears to the dress. I am inspired.
Yeah, they're taking things serious here with the triple cast. Good to see. How many sets of hairband ears does she have, I wonder? Because yesterday was a different one. Was it 2 days ago also a different one? Maybe she has a wardrobe just full of these little ear accessories.
You know, we have like...
Must be a fly fan. For sure.
For sure. We have like a little rack for our ties, right? Maybe she has a similar thing for the, in this case, teddy ears.
Dude, when was the last time you wore a tie? Was it in China? Like 7 years ago?
Must have been a funeral. Yeah, pretty sure it was some sort of funeral that I probably forgot I attended. But yeah, I can't remember.
For me, actually, also, sadly, last time I had a tie was, in fact, a funeral. All right. That's a great way to set the mood for the day, Neo. Thank you.
Well, I could say now that I think funerals are a fabulous thing. Imagine we wouldn't have them.
That's the most emo thing you've ever said.
I mean, imagine we don't have funerals, dude. Imagine the cities. What would you do?
I mean, it's not like you just leave them laying in the street. You're going to do something with the bodies. The question is just, is everyone going to come together and have this? It's not a celebration. It is a, what is it, Neo? What's a funeral?
It is a celebration of the life of the person. I think that is fitting.
Some funerals, but most that I know are pretty somber. It is certainly a ritual to honor that person one last time and put him in the dirt with the worms. Who's going to put who in the dirt today is the question. Lynn did exactly that with Happy a couple of days ago. Of course, this is the big rematch of the day. Lynn was able to beat Happy with a Fortitude in the Don't Force Me Cup. That was the first win he was able to get over the Russian juggernaut since last year. In the DWCC there, he was able to beat him. Question is, can he do it twice, back to back? Not many can do that.
That's right. Lynn has displayed some phenomenal strategies, especially the one on Autumn Leaf stands out with Blade Master TC, Expansion, Tauren, Witch Doctors. Had it all. He also had some ideas that are best to be shelved again. Farseer Panda comes to mind. I don't really know what that was supposed to do, but maybe he has refined it. For Happy, that's gonna be the interesting thing. A, does he have a solution for the orcs? And B, will he display it today when it is kind of likely that he's gonna face Lynn and Don't Force Me again when there's $15,000 for the winner and not $8,000 for the entire tournament?
Good point. Good point. Also here in the B Cup, he's got a lower bracket still. So losing today, not the end of the world. And you know, in the past, I never really gave much credence to this idea of people hiding strats, especially Happy, who normally really seem to be set in his way of what the best strat is, and they would execute it. But my mind was changed a couple of months ago. This was B Cup at some point, and you remember when he played against
Starbuck.
Starbuck, yeah, right. Upper bracket against Pally Rifles, and that he just played nonsense. He just played Ted Fiend build, nothing worked, it was all garbage, and he was hiding the Crypt Lord. Hiding him, and then the rematch busted him out 4-0, complete destruction. So yeah, that's something that Happy will not hesitate to do if it maximizes his win chances.
There is also a more recent example, Dolphin Warcraft Championship Cup, where Lynn was eliminated early, so the big nemesis and rivalry was Happy versus Fortitude. And in the Winnerbracket semifinal they met, and Happy played Crypt Lord all the way. Every single game, basically. It doesn't matter if against Pally Rifle or Archmage. And in the grand final, all of a sudden, there was a Ted Fiend opening. There was a Dreadlord opening. I was just waiting for the Lich to appear. There was a Pit Lord second with Dark Ranger third. A series with no Lich on the undead side. I thought I'm in like some sort of drug-introduced fantasy land. But yeah, Happy has grand final strategies. I think that is fair to say now. And what's Lynn going to do? That's also the question. In B Cup, the matches always start a little later, but it has started already, as I see. Sometimes they don't have float TV delay. Is that the case today?
Nope, there is. 1 minute, and then we're gonna be ready to start our first best of 7.
Okay, who's your money on?
Lynn. It's Lynn. Upper bracket, Lynn. Happy coming back through the lower.
All right. I would agree. I'm still, like, I think about this every day, every night when I can't sleep. How do you beat the Wyvern? I still can't come up with an answer.
Yeah. That's a very relevant question to Happy, because thinking back to that series a couple of days ago, right? It was 2 maps that Happy won. In one of them, he figured out the Taurens and beat him pretty easily with a push. The other one was the Panda nonsense that didn't do anything. And then 3 other maps, he just got kind of owned by the Wyvern.
It is a strong strategy. Who would have thought? The game is live, everybody. It is the best undead in the history of this game against the best orc in the history of this game. Obviously, the last encounter, you saw it here on this very channel, went to, hey, what the hell, overlay? Went to Lynn. The score is wrong. Give it a little schmack, and then the stats should update. Yeah, there it is. 1-on-1 on this patch. Historically, very, very, very even. This is not the only game. We also have Starbuck vs 1-0, where we didn't have any time to talk about. Absolute banger as well. Thinking back to Dubai, I think it was. But yeah, the games are supposed to start. The games are starting. This is the Winnerbracket final. Off we go.
I appreciate the little Sean Connery reference. You know, sometimes they need a little schmack.
Oh,
I wonder who the That wasn't intentional?
No,
too
it
bad.
wasn't. But you know, we're operating on the same level of genius sometimes, so I can't say.
We're gonna find out soon who's gonna be receiving the first schmack on the first map. Springtime, indeed, our map. And Lynn going with the very much trusted Blade Master at the moment. From Focus, for example, we've been seeing much more Farseer play still against Undead. But that ended up not working out against 1-0. Didn't it? They're in the lower bracket in the DFMC. To be honest, though, I feel like he could have won some of those games had he played a bit crisper. Lynn is getting crispy and toasty at exactly the right time. Can he beat Happy today? Moving to the grand final already. Of course, a tough task. Happy had some time to prepare against a specific opponent. That always makes him very dangerous.
Imagine, dude, all this talk about Lin and retirement and that he's not motivated and that he's washed. And then like 3 weeks later, he steps into the tournaments again and wins 2 in 1 week. That would be a Lin
The
thing.
classic Lin thing to do.
That would be a super Lin thing to do for sure.
All right, DK popping out the altar, going for TP cell, gets the ritual dagger. Definitely a bit weaker these days with only 1 charge. It's a bit cheaper at least, but those 2 ways of healing were quite nice. The Blade Master's coming over with 3 sets of healing with the heal salves and a very aggressive opening.
Let's see what the Blade Master is able to do. Coil gets the last hit here, no real chance. So Lin has to switch targets to the ghouls to get them out of the rotation. There should be... Oh, there is no Coil actually. Denies him. That's interesting to see. And the last hit?
Oh, got it.
Got
Blade
it
Master.
as well.
A little bit lucky there, I think, with the damage roll. If that's a lower one, doesn't pick it up. But that's some experience for the Blade Master, forcing a kill on the ghoul. And that's a decent start already. We mentioned this on the previous match. Sometimes Happy looks so bulletproof, you can never kill a ghoul in the early game. Best you can hope for is 1 or 2 skellies. You never get a last hit either. But again, this is... I mean, it's by no means bad that what Happy here has done so far. But again, it's not quite the perfect early game, is it?
Nah, not really. We always talk about these perfect creep contest situations with Happy when he's up against the Farseer, against the Blade Master. A little less predictable because he can't see where the Blade Master is when he's in Windwalk. And Lin, dude, just high octane, going from that sweet creep jack off to the Merchant, gets the Wand of Mana Stealing, super nice. Another Windwalk traded for... Wow, that bear. Traded for a coil that he can remove. Can get some healing now. And Happy, almost as if he wants to dodge Lin.
Oh, Lin looking for a big last hit here. Can he get it?
Looks like we got that coil, and also the item goes to Happy. Sasquatch level 5 towards Mr. Emperor, who is the current reigning and defending B-Cup champion 4 times in a row. As Fortitude was not participating, Starbuck was his nemesis here, and Happy was able to beat Starbuck a lot. Also 1-0, not in that crazy shape anymore the past couple of weeks. But looking at the basis... Oh.
Yeah, B-Cup really wasn't the greatest tournament for Lin, all things considered, right? I remember he made the grand final once against Happy after a crazy series against Sock that was super long, and that then got completely bodied. Did he make the finals twice or only once?
I know that he didn't play for like 3 to 4 months, similar to 40. So hard for me to remember anything that happened beforehand, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, 40 never plays the B-Cup. I've never heard why. Do you happen to know?
No.
That sounds like perhaps you know, but you don't want to tell us.
I would never lie to the people.
Ever. That's good to know. Man of the people, isn't that right?
You never know what's right and wrong when it's about rumors, drama, what in the Chinese scene, whatever. I just shut my ears. I do the monkey thing, you know? Don't see, don't hear, don't talk.
Like, oh god, what was that guy called on Hogan's Heroes? Do you remember that show?
No. What's Hogan's Heroes?
We talked about this before. Hogan's Heroes was this sitcom show. It was quite funny. It was quite good. With a weird setting that doesn't seem so funny. It's about American prisoners of war in a German war prisoner camp in Germany. But they always, they try to mess with the commandant and they try to escape and do their little tricks. Oh, wait. That little trick in Lin's main base failed, by the way. He denied the creep. Sad. No experience for the Shadowhunter. But yeah, there was also this Officer Schultz. And he would always say, I hear nothing, I see nothing.
Yeah, now I know what you're talking about. It has a different name in German. Ein Käfig voller Helden. A cage full of heroes. Now I know.
Dude, that was so good. Oberst Klink. Dude. The best.
I get like no crazy vibes here by Happy. I think an adjustment is a way earlier shade. And we got the Ghoul into Fiend Dovak play.
Yeah. No Gargs anymore. Is that the answer that Happy was looking for? I would say especially against Blade Master play, Gargs can feel kind of awkward because if you want to go Gargs, you also have to go Alchemist, and that guy can get cut down super easily in the late game. So I don't mind this at all. Happy, by the way, notice he's playing passive. He's not trying to contest the center too much. He knows about the danger of Hex and Wyvern, and he doesn't want to spend the money on the Wand of Negation. We talked about plenty of times how good that item can be against Hex, but it's pretty expensive. When you're going tier 3 and trying to get your tech rolling, every little bit of gold matters.
Right on. And you need it probably for a third hero. You need it for Web, ideally Burrow. With that sack pit, you also don't have that many resources, plus another Acolyte on top. This is very, very slowly coming together for Happy Lin, still respecting Coral Nova, and also interesting. Oh, okay, I was about to say, interesting to me that Happy is using the shade defensively. Now he scouts, but yeah, Blade Master is exposed.
Oh my god. He is seen, but Rune Bracer is protecting him. And speaking of Rune Bracers, these items are crazy good on the Blade Master.
Hell yeah! Defensive with the Bracers, as you said, double, triple circlet, as well as Boots of Kel'Thuzad and the Claws of Attack. It is a little lottery when you go for Blade Master. You kinda need good items, and this is the jackpot right there.
Alright, so the levels have been pretty much equalized. I guess the Blade is a bit behind, no level 3 yet, but soon will be. Third hero pickup here by Happy is the Dark Ranger. We talked about that in the days prior. It seems like when you play Fiends against Wyvern, there's no clear great hero against Wyvern. Dark Ranger's alright, Pit Lord's alright, but nothing really takes your breath away.
Yeah, it's not great, that's for sure. It's probably a Dark Ranger in anticipation of the TC, and then
yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, when you're playing Fiends, TC is always a big danger. Yeah, the Dark Ranger would have her highest potential. I wonder if Lin is going to add a TC or not. Normally we see the Maz Wyvern play only on dual hero, but there might be some transitions later. Who knows?
I wonder if a Firelord could be something with Soul Burn against Blade Master and TC, but he's also so squishy against Wyvern, he'll probably fall in a second. Speaking of, Lin aiming for another creep steal. This time the shade is not around. Got the information of a Dark Ranger, and interestingly, Lin is not adding the Wyvern, the TC. Despite the Fiends, maybe it's not enough for him.
Happy backing off. He saw the creep jack coming a mile away thanks to exactly that shade. Silence on the Shadowhunter. No heal wave at the moment, but the first Fiend is dead right away. Not many Fiends left on the field at all. In fact, only one is here. We have one Destroyer in the air as well. Then, of course, targeting that Fiend as fast as he can. We got a double shade, but not many actual units here for Happy. Purge on the Destroyer. That one's also going to be taken out, and it's a lot of losses for the Hapster.
It's so one-sided. Holy moly. There's nothing left except a handful of ghouls. You can easily fly away thanks to, the pathing above trees. Blade Master is safe, Shadowhunter is safe, retreating when the mana is empty and the consumables are over. Happy, 8 supply down, trying to switch into Banshees now. Maybe a little bit late, but then his entire build was very expensive. And Lin, he doesn't have to change a thing. You don't even need bats anymore. A very one-dimensional army, just more of the same.
I wonder if Burrow might not be a good idea. Bora could have saved, I would think, at least one Fiend right there. Of course, Orcs can also get dust against that, but very often, honestly, they don't. Because most Undeads don't go for it. Late Master still harassing a bit over here, trying to slow down the red camp creep as much as he can, while the Shadow is so low leveling, about to get level 4.
That's strong. Blade Master as well with the soon-to-be level 2 crit. I feel like Undeads embraced Burrow in the early days and weeks of the patch extensively, and then everybody brought Dust or whatever other reveal there is. Night Elves have their Wisp at the lab, etc., etc. And then, when it was so obvious that there is Burrow, people refrained from using it. And Happy's build also with the Temple of the Damned now is again very, very resource heavy. And he needs some production as well. So maybe there was no time, but I feel like if there's an option, people do go for Burrow. Just not here, not yet.
Third hero now indeed being added by Lyn. The TC we mentioned has great potential against the Fiends. Puts him into upkeep as well. But still a bit of gold left to spend for Lyn. He is at 400 gold right now with a good army. And I wonder, this is kind of the late game we don't get to see so often. Mass Wyvern against the Dark Ranger Fiend Banshee stuff. On paper, Curse and AMS should work out really well here, but in reality, when most Undeads play, it's really hard for them to perfectly position, and the Banshees can get sniped just so quickly if they're in range. So Banshee positioning plus spell usage is going to be insanely important here for Happy.
That's right. We should appreciate the fact that Happy is going for Anti-Magic Shell. You know, there's been some other Undeads in this week who kind of abandoned the idea that Anti-Magic versus Poison is a good thing to have. Shout out 120. Happy knows better. Has that upgrade done already. First attack upgrades are coming in as well. Lyn has to pay some upkeep now, of course, and did not go for it, or wasn't able to go for an Invo Potion because Happy snagged that before, and now there's an ambush bound to happen.
Oh, there's one web catching the Wyvern right away. Lyn has to decide does he want to fight here or not. We can see the AMS is protecting against the Wyvern Spears, but the Purge also comes through. Alright, Purge works nowadays against AMS. That didn't used to be the thing in the past. The Fiend count is again insanely low. He had 2 Fiends only.
And they're gone. So what do you do against all these Wyvern now? Lich still has a lot of mana, trying to go with Frost Armor, but not too much Nova yet. Here's one, instantly resulting in a kill. We kind of need the Coil Nova combo against them, but you also need the coils later. Nice little snipe here. Heal Wave a tad delayed, and that's another kill for Happy.
The lower the supply gets, the better it is for the Fiends, normally. In comes a new one. There's the web. Happy has to pull those back as quickly as he can. Again, by the way, Burrow would have been so helpful. Lich in trouble there as well for a moment. The coil was still there. DK, though, is beginning to run out of mana.
And that's a problem. Can't reach the shop. Maybe the statue's also blocked by the Dark Ranger. Easy pickings. TC instantly level 2 gets another Wyvern. And given that this fight started with a 17 food lead, for Lyn being almost even now is looking a bit problematic. I thought this would be way more one-sided like the first fight was, but Happy is striking back. That position, that timing looked very good for him.
And the good thing is Happy before, of course, he had lots of ghouls, and they can do okay when there's web targets, but not really the main unit you want to have. Now he's replacing them all with more Banshees and more Fiends, which should be doing better. Also, there's Shades to scout, and he wants to have a very keen eye on whether there might be a tiny Great Hall. There's peons moving over to the gold mine, but no tiny. There's no money for that for Lyn, unless he wants to now bank up a bit.
Well, he is long distance mining already. Everything is pretty expensive for Lyn. Yeah, Wyvern are strong, but they're also not that cheap. Needs clarities, needs potion. Shadowhunter close to 5. And Happy sitting at home. Good old X-Lord Gaming. We also get the Master upgrade. Possession is not working on anything. Doesn't work on flying units. But more mana and more mana regeneration is pretty helpful for Banshees.
And in a moment, we're going to be at 50 versus 50 supply.
Should favor Happy, I would say, given the last fight. Maybe it was just a positional thing. No creeps on the map anymore to get Shadowhunter level 5. Oh.
Yeah, Shadowhunter, speaking of which, he's got that level 2 Hex for a while. I feel like he didn't use too much Hex, right? He was focusing perhaps more on the heal wave side of things. Very strong spell as well. Happy in the last fight didn't have a Destroyer, didn't morph a Destroyer. I wonder if he's just playing without until perhaps he desperately needs one against a Hex and then morphs it and then Dispel it. That all requires great micro and great reaction time, which is of course something that Happy has.
Yeah, could also go for the Wand if he doesn't want to morph. I get that decision. Like, destroyers are relatively easy to snipe. You can go for a big destroyer bust with lots of AoE and then you might have a chance, but timings for that are way off now. It is Banshees, it is Fiends. That's the ultimate late game army oftentimes. Lin now 760 gold at the 16.5-minute mark. And Wyvern Lame is about to begin. Happy is in position though.
He smells that one coming. Happy doesn't have any air vision, as we mentioned. No destroyers. There's a little bit of extra gold trickling in for Lin across the map, thanks to the peons. Up to 1,000 already. Now he could afford a tiny Great Hall. However, it would not come as a surprise, because there's double shades. Happy always has an eye. And those damn shades are hard to catch.
That's right. Happy maybe has to catch a fly or a bee now as he's pausing the game. Maybe spikes as well. Happens, you know, when you have to connect across basically the entire world. That's not that easy to do. Maybe need some new Oreos. Maybe get another orange juice. You never know what's happening. Unfortunately, no player camps in any tournament. But what we got is a gift sub by Skimmy, one of the absolute MVPs of the channel. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Flodu.
Skimmy the legend. Thank you very much for sub of the day. A long day it should be, with lots of awesome Warcraft. We have Happy versus Lin for the first series today. Starbuck versus 1-0 coming up after. And there might be some other matches in between for the Don't Force Me Cup. The schedule for today is still a bit of a question mark, but we're gonna find out how it all works together. Some unclear questions perhaps, but we have a clear answer for today, and that is highest level Warcraft competition in the world.
True that. Love that that Lin put the Runed Braces on the TC in absence of a ring. Dark Ranger still a bit underwhelming as it seems. Otherwise, yeah, 50-50 situation. Both are getting rich. Happy is unpausing. We're working on upgrades with 2-1 on Happy's side, but we can't work on upgrades for Lin, actually. We didn't mention this yet. No War Mill.
True.
No reinforced defenses, attack upgrades, anything.
Players' forces are under attack.
That's one big reason why Lin got so far ahead economy-wise, gold-wise. Oh, tiny Great Hall, spotted. Happy sees it right away. He has to pump and move now. This is the late game Orc win condition you can just slap down. But only if there's no shade in the way.
Yeah, we've seen this yesterday or the day before. Okay, now, of course, Lin knows that there is a shade. Easy to spot when you can't build that tiny. There was a couple of seconds. Happy will not be in a position to break that before it finishes, as it is so fast. But yeah, production started, as you suggested, immediately. With more Fiends, he didn't have the time or desire to go for Burrow, so that will be missing. But the army is looking strong. Lin also going for more Wyvern. He has a Raider in the mix for a little bit more control. So that's changing compared to the next fight. And he's pre-splitting Wyvern.
Waiting for Happy to run in. He's hoping for Happy to clump up, get in the big money stomp. But it's only level 1 stomp. It's not that crazy yet. Also could get silenced right away. What's Happy gonna silence? TC or Shadow? We shall see. Happy at the shop, going for the invuln for the safety. And that's it. Happy's army is not gonna get stronger than this. Can he break Lin at the expo?
Supply is still in favor of the War Chief. Blade Master instantly for the Banshees. Hex, and yep, we sniped the Banshees, so there's not too much curse applied. Fiends falling immediately. The Nova hits hard. Still interesting situation here. Neck and neck fight between the two.
Quite a few Wyvern are going down quickly. The web focus fire is working out well. Lin is indeed trying to snipe these Banshees in the back line. But they used the AMS already. They used the curse already. Happy's pulling ahead in supply right here.
That's crazy! How is he doing that, man? I have no clue. The Fiend is still alive for the time being. Gets the coil out. Still so much mana on the DK. Statue regenerating. Misses the crit, though. How unfortunate. Aiming for the DK now. A little bit of Hail Mary for Lin.
The upgrades for Happy are looking really good. Going for the Death Knight now, by the way, with the Invo Potion chasing after him. But there's Frost Armor that could be used. Also Dark Ritual now. Undead Hero so strong. TC in big trouble. Barely getting away. The last Banshee is gone. The blade is no longer cursed. But Banshees can be remade pretty quickly. That's what Happy is doing right now.
What a sick fight, dude. How are these fiends still there? How are the statues still there? He's still got double Invo Potion. He wasn't threatened at all. And Lin has to tap out Happy. Not the craziest innovation strategically, tactically, timing-wise. Just an insane level of execution in that last fight.
Yeah, really good. Also, I would say, not just there, of course, there he had a masterclass showing. The upgrades kicked in. You mentioned Lin never had any upgrades to work with that makes the army fall off in the late game. Interestingly as well, by the way, almost every time we've seen in these last couple of days, the orcs go for the greedy Great Hall. When they don't have a big lead, they seem to get punished and killed. But I also think Happy played the early game great. He lost one ghoul. Okay, we can chalk that up. It's not the end of the world. It's not even a bad early game, just not insane Happy level perfect. But then I really loved on tier 2 how he was contesting the middle, threatening some Novas for steals, but importantly, never overextending, never losing that DK, never losing a fiend, and going for the shades early so he always knew when danger was heading his way.
Right on. There was also that fight on the left-hand side where it was kind of a car crash. Happy by accident drove into him and got rid of like a 16 food lead. It was pretty damn well done. Nice timings there. The Banshees are working out. The anti-magic shell is so much damage mitigation against the Wyvern. And then having so many fiends on the ground for the last fight, even the TC wasn't able to stop them. The hero focuses didn't work. And Lin has to go back to the drawing board.
Are we going to try something else now again? Lin did look quite experimental with those Tauren builds, but Happy seemed to find the answer quite quickly against that. Taurens and Headhunter and Witch Doctors looked really cool, but takes forever. It takes so long to get to. Happy didn't allow him that on the other map that we saw coming up. But what about Farseer? What about Headhunter? Focus is not saying no to those. What about Lin? Is there still some trust in the FSHH?
Well, I mean, is it really a good case that you can make for Farseer Headhunter when you get eliminated yesterday by 1-2-0?
I don't think that was the fault of the Farseer, though. I think that was Focus's fault, mainly. Dying with invulns, dying with heal scrolls. Could have gone another way.
He was off racing a little bit with Night Elf. That shows.
I was trying to hit that staff button, but couldn't find it. Too bad. Yo, thank you very much. James Lewin coming in with the resub says, thanks for all you guys do in general, as well as all the game coverage. Glad to see Remo back. Hope everything continues to be good and improving in real life stuff. And Riggedy with the resub as well says, yo, best duo on Twitch reunited. Love to see it less than 3. Love to be back here, guys. Thank you very much for the many kind words over the last couple of days. And thank you guys so much for the support.
Love to see it, Riggedy. Amazing performance in the Inferno Division 2. Hope you sign up for the open qualifiers and relegation and stuff. Or you might be in the relegation anyway. I'm an idiot. But yeah, is Wyvern maybe two-dimensional? If you see so many Banshees, is it time for Walkers, who also would be amazing for Wyvern to add more survivability? Or can't you just not afford it? But then you should be able to afford it, because on the other side, Undead is also able to afford it.
Yeah, I feel like we're coming full circle here with from the time of about 1 year ago when the Mass Wyvern really were starting to take over this matchup. It does seem, to me at least, that when the Undead is playing extremely clean, super crisp, and allows no mistakes for the Orc to punish, at some point the Wyvern can be overtaken. We saw that before with Alchemist and Lich. Maybe now Happy feels, okay, Wyvern don't give us as much experience anymore. I can't trust in my heroes only to carry me through. Maybe I need some better units. And that's the reason why he's going Fiend and Banshee. Fiend Banshee, unlike Gargoyles, is a lot less mobile, so you can try to base lay more with that. That's something that Lin, I guess, didn't try so much with the Wyvern. There was one attempt moving across the map, but Happy saw it again thanks to the Shade. It was in position, took no damage economically. And then we've seen before when, was it 1-2-0? Yeah, I think it was 1-2-0, trying to make the Wyvern trying to take out the Wyvern with a Fiend Banshee. It's not that easy, man. Your positioning, your kiting has to be stellar. But Happy is the one who's able to pull it off.
Who else? In 2 minutes, we'll see if he can do that again or if it was just a little fluke here on Springtime. Next map is Turtle Rock. Interesting, as there can be lots and lots of items for Blade Master. Creeping with Farseer is also good, though. And then there's 4 consumables in the middle, and everybody knows that Happy likes a little blue potion every now and then. I really don't like this map, but an Orc vs Undead, there's a special taste to it.
Yeah, it seems to be a really good map once again for the Wyvern. The back of the base, very often we will see get harassed, especially if Happy's playing a less mobile Fiend style. Perhaps something Lin can look towards more. Expansions in the corner, maybe you can lame, run around the map, set up towers. Also something we've seen Orcs do many times before. And I would say, most importantly, very hard for Undead here to get a fast level 3 if we have effective Orc harass in the early game.
And we saw in the last game how effective that can be in the hands of Lin. Got a Ghoul, got a Steel, got a fast level 2. That was well done. 40 seconds till game, everybody. Here the recent results. Happy had a long win streak against Lin. That all changed at the beginning of the week in Don't Force Me Cup. Now Emperor's Revenge, maybe before another match between them this weekend. And they can clash again in the Don't Force Me Cup. And they could actually clash again in B Cup as well. 1 week with 4 Happy vs Lin games are possible.
That's kind of crazy, actually. That is peak viewing experience, if you ask me. Little update, by the way, from the other series that's going on. Life versus Kaho in the DFMC. Kaho is leading 1-0 right now. And has a huge lead on map 2 as well, by the way. So 2-0 there for Kaho, looking likely at the moment.
Okay, game starting. Turtle Rock. It's a long series, of course. Just because we saw 1 game with Blade Master Wyvern doesn't mean that has to be the case all the way. We're looking for the innovations. We're looking for adjustments, especially. Happy, no real reason to change anything. This is Lin's first map pick. So Lin is maybe the favorite here, poised to strike back. And of course, the more even the series is, the more games we get, and the happier we all are.
Happy finds himself in the playoffs here in both tournaments with a deep run. I wonder if you're aware of this, Neo. Also, another Team Aurora competitor is in a deep run in a Counter-Strike tournament this weekend. Neo.
Oh,
They also have a Counter-Strike team.
I was not aware. I knew that they had a Dota team, but not a Counter-Strike team. Are they participating in Esports World Cup?
Is that this weekend?
No, not this weekend, but everybody is signing players like crazy for all different esports. Like Team Liquid signed Magnus Carlsen for chess, and StarCraft.
Oh, yeah.
StarCraft people are being picked off, and
Hell yeah, bro, gotta get that Saudi money. Let's go.
of course. Well, not in GeoGuessr though.
Oh yeah, right. They declined. I saw that as well.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna see what Lin has to offer here. Is he gonna try something else, or does he still trust in the previous strategy? Maybe he just feels like he could have played that better. Maybe there will be more opportunities for a punish against Happy on map 2. Map 1, indeed, Happy played close to a perfect game that was expertly done. But looking at Lin's build so far in the main base, it is looking quite a lot like Wyvern again.
I agree. In this, or on this map, you can pretty much do the same as on Springtime. You harass in the beginning, or creep a little bit for an item, then go for harass, and then these shops with the Ogre Magi's are easy to creep with the Blade Master alone for that item. No constant watch awards anymore on this map though, so that little extra benefit is gone. But we have no creeping, we just rush across. Happy on the left-hand side. Oh no, he is going to the shop, right? He doesn't know the spawn position at the moment, so shop creep it is, and Happy pretty close. Oh, I probably forgot to fast forward, Mr. Remo Demo. I
Whoopsie!
will, yeah, whoopsie. Hey, let's take a look what happens with this ogre, and then I'm gonna fast forward for the people. Blade Master. Oh, someone said it's gonna be close, and Happy got it. Level 2 OMG claws +8. Little remedy here, but of course in the early game it's all about XP. And that all went to Happy, who gets the rest of the camp with 1 ghoul loss. That is totally acceptable. And now I'm live.
Yeah, he ended up, I think, losing 2 ghouls. 1 to the blade, 1 to the creeps. Blade Master got a fantastic item, claws +8. That's amazing. Of course, he bought the circlet, but also he used a lot of mana. So Windwalk shenanigans right now out of the question.
Okay. Thankfully on Turtle Rock there's a lot to creep. This time, ooh, we got it changed by Lin. It is a Warmill. Something that he neglected the entire map 1. Happy does have no foil at the moment. Waiting for 5 more seconds with that. And the ghouls present and so many skeletons present. It should be an easy camp for Happy, who is so close to level 3 already.
Yeah, this game's so far going really well for Happy, except for the 2 ghoul losses. Those hurt a bit, but then again against Wyvern, not that critical. Just timing-wise, when he shows up at the shop, when he shows up at the other camp, the Blade Master is getting way less than he was hoping for. Experience-wise, still a bit underwhelming.
Hi. Thank you, Kefa Lucas, for the 22 month, and thank you, Quad, for the 3 euros. We all know Neo is a Happy fan, but what about Remo? Did he ever feel like he was losing control and willing to kiss Happy?
Losing control and willing to kiss Happy. Well, when we were in China, I was a little tipsy a couple of times. However, I never felt the urge to kiss Happy. I doubt that would have been appreciated on the other side.
Yeah, good. Consent is a thing, mate. Consent is a thing. Oh, wait a minute. Happy is lurking in the forest with a skeleton vision. If the Blade Master was attacking the turtle, he could have thrown the coil through the trees. Oh man, this big brain player.
Denies the Skelly as well. Big experience lead over here on Happy, but he's not level 3 yet.
Shadow Hunter out. Going for the Magi on the right hand side. We got tier 3, we got Wyvern, so normal. On Happy side, Slaughterhouse, Lich, also very much standard. No early sacrificial pit just yet. Ghouls can creep these turtles easily, and Happy steals another one that is level 3. Can I remind everybody that this is Lin's loses map, and so far Lin's getting trashed?
Dude, his timings are insane on this map. Gets the steal at the shop, gets the steal right there, gets the steal basically at his own claws camp where Lin was trying to get it. If the Acolyte now was to steal something as well, that would have been completely insane, but that did not quite work out. Shadowhunter gets the experience and item there at least. Periapt is okay. Oh, but the DK is here as well.
2 coils and Shadowhunter is dead. Is Turtle Rock in the Battle.net map pool? Can one BNet pleb in the chat answer me this? It's obviously not on War 3 Champions, but neither is Happy. So maybe Battle.net practice is finally paying off.
Happy's looking absolutely red hot here on map number 2. The Wyvern though can be a good comeback unit. If you catch the undead off guard once, you kill 2 fiends, you kill a hero, you get ahead, all of a sudden the game is wide open again.
Okay, and chat is saying to my question, yes. And then the next chatter says no. So we still got no clue. Lich creeping. Should be relatively easy now with Coil Nova to creep up the storm to get that Lich level up. We got good damage, but we also got good damage on the Blade Master with the double claw. Hex timings, kinda... I don't know, man. He can't really do too much. Creeping seems to be the better option. With Wyvern, you have that insane creep speed. It's also easy to do with Hex. Envenomed Spears online. What's Lin's solution to get out of this situation?
Of items being sold by Happy, trying to get more gold in the bank. Refusing so far today to get the Wand of Negation, as we mentioned before. It is kind of expensive. Lin, though, making the first clear strategy adjustment way earlier TC this time.
True, that was very much delayed last game. That means probably no level 2 Windwalk, right? Should be crit on level 3 and heal wave as well. And then he got everything he needs, kind of. And more Wyvern is the play. Plus, oh, I like that. Reinforced defenses. That was a vulnerability in game 1 that I thought Happy might exploit if that was scouted. For a heavy destroyer push, which Happy might still be lining up with the level advantage he got. But Lin prepared.
Happy gonna try to get the Dark Ranger soon then as well. Blade Master gets the level 3 and the Shadow Hunter, oh, so close. Needs just one more little creep. Happy creeping in the middle. Gonna get the next consumable after the big heal potion. His Lich still far away from 3, but not as badly needed as on the Orc side, I would say. Well, the DK is well leveled. The Fiend count is again low. This is the main thing that was difficult for Happy, moving beyond the mid-game. Low Fiend count, they get sniped with Hex, with Focus Fire, with Purge, and he almost ended up running out of anti-air, but the heroes were able to keep him in it, so that's something he's going to have in the forefront of his mind again.
On the right-hand side, Lin creeping red spot, Warsong Battle Drums, +8 now on the Wyvern. Also, double wand of mana stealing, nice to have. Blade Master lurking in the shadows. Has insane damage already. Happy with the Unholy Aura. Little unlucky. Will be going to the shop. We'll trade it in for an Invo Potion most likely. And a little bit of extra money, which is never bad for an expensive build as the one Happy is going for. Again, we got Web Frenzy and Destros. Again, we don't have Burrow. At the moment, there would be the time to research it. But no.
We also don't have Shades yet. I think that's the big difference from Happy's side compared to before. We had the Shades very early. Just struggling a bit more with Lumber this time around. He's gonna go for Banshee Tech now, so Shades will still have to wait.
Alright, yeah. I think Curse too strong to not go for it against Blade Master and against Wyvern. Lion Horn of Stormwind. Pretty sweet against the incoming Fiend damage, especially. Happy not willing to move too far away from his main base. Little orange spot right there. Red spots are mostly done. Levels are ready. I think, like, if it's down to me, we can fight now.
And I think Lin is going to be eager to fight as well soon. Levels are looking good. Just the Blade, I guess, would love to have that level 4. First, though, I suppose it's time to get mana. Shadowhunter needs to get some clarities in, and then he's going to feel more ready. Lin with lots of gold. Does he dare to go for a greedy Tiny again? Happy punished him before for it.
Yeah, I think he needs army first and foremost. Going for upgrades. Defend upgrade prior to attack upgrade. That is now 3.5. That will help a lot against Fools and Fiend shots. Not so much against Coil Nova, of course. But anything that keeps Wyvern alive is a good thing. Or a little longer, at least. Happy also going for upgrades. Calm before a big storm.
Map is being crept up. Only one item, I think, is even left here. That's at the green camp. Lin nicely equipped. One ring on each melee hero. I like that. Blade Master is quite durable with that. Orcs, when playing this strat, have the benefit that normally the heroes don't get focused right away. Rather, it's the Wyvern, because the Wyvern, they threaten so much damage. Normally, the other has to take them out quickly. So Happy's going to have a difficult choice of what to focus. Is he going to go for Wyvern? Is he going to take out the Raiders, which normally also you want to do because of Ensnare? There's also a Kodo to consider. So I feel like this army already is harder for him to face than the previous one.
Yeah, if you ask me, Wyvern are kind of flying heroes that give less XP, but I'm kind of alone with that opinion. Lin is using his Blade Master as a shade to see what's happening. Are you producing? Can I bank a little more on 50? Both are getting filthy rich. More upgrades. So far, no reason to rush. And now the shade is on the way.
There's the Tiny. And Happy didn't see it. Happy didn't track with the shade for once. And there's so many gold mines on this map. It's hard to have the right assessment. Oh, Lin with a smart, tricky play. Places the Tiny there on the back of the turtle. Happy might still be fortunate enough to find it, though. He will.
Get his second crypt now for Mass Fiends, as he doesn't need the slaughterhouse too much anymore, except if the Fiends all die. Okay, Shade sees it now. He also sees that the peons weren't mining yet, and that the gold mine is at 1500. So he has actually the perfect scout down. And now what's the reaction?
Happy's still not producing. He's taking his sweet time here. Now he is. Wow, that's pretty late. Okay. Happy should be able to get up to 65 supply at least with that, but Lin is now benefiting from 2 base income already. Lin is going to have the bigger army here for sure.
And he's trying to force a fight. Oh, he missed the dust for a second. Lin is trying to position himself around the tavern, where positioning is a bit odd. Posturing forward. So no fight at the expo, where peons can be turned into skeletons rather quickly. Second crypt, not in use just yet. So for now, that's kind of useless. I think Happy was just waiting for max efficiency until the altar was mostly unsummoned, so he gets max resources from that.
The Fiend count here, I think, is the concerning thing for Happy right now. Excuse me, not the Fiends for once, but rather the Banshees. Doesn't have many of them. You want to have enough, at least, to apply MS to all those Fiends, and ideally also the heroes. And Lin, he is enjoying every second right now where he's not being attacked. Getting richer and richer.
Love that shop at the Orc expansion. Would also love to see maybe one tower, but it's hard when you need so much items and army as well. Second attack upgrade is coming in. Wyvern Focus Fire will be crazy.
Happy will be able to bring all the ghouls. He certainly has enough lumber for that. The TC stomps, I imagine, are gonna be sweet. Whether it be ghouls or fiends, I feel like he can't miss in these fights.
Nah, not really. This will all be clumped up. Good to see the Kodo as well. Will be very tanky. A second one even for a little bit of piercing damage. Simon B, thank you for the 48 month. That is 4 entire years and a new sub badge indeed. Thank you for your outstanding and long-standing support.
Happy even unsummoning 2 of the ziggurats. He's going ultra all in. He knows he's never going to be able to build this big of an army again. He wants to get as much gold as possible, getting up to 78 supply. He did manage it somehow, building those units while the buildings were unsummoning. And going for master training even on the Banshees. Takes quite a long time. Doesn't really have much use here, likely. But I guess it's an upgrade.
Well, a Kodo would be sweet if you can get it, but there's not much mana. He is investing all the Banshee mana for anti-magic that lasts for a while. Statues are regenerating, so a couple of curses should be up as well. Absolutely necessary for damage mitigation, as Lin is queuing the 3rd attack upgrade. Will it finish? He's also preparing a burrow for 90 food. When do you ever see an orc with 90 food?
Oh my god, this wyvern damage is going to be insane. But of course, the Invasion Spears are going to be blocked by the AMS. That was the whole plan of this build. Happy. Can he break through this still? Lin with a supply lead. The shop is right here, and in we go. Hex on the Lich, trying to go for the target right away. There's a silence against the TC. Could break it if he wants. Not doing it yet. Nova on the Wyvern didn't hit that well. Here's the Invul Potion, now breaks that silence. The Stomp is wonderful. How quick will the Fiends fall is the question. Another one goes down, the Coil missed. And that's a crucial spell to miss right there. Stomp is in as well. TC has so much mana. One of Mana Stealing can use more of those Stomps still. Happy, still behind in supply.
4-4 heroes now. Blade Master's missing. Now we got Critical Strike level 2, 130 immediately. Going for the Dark Ranger. Least important hero, but he wants her down. And Snare focus. And the coil arrives in time this time. Lin, of course, with the advantage to get Wyvern pretty much instantly. Miss. The Banshees are doing a phenomenal job. Happy has Burrow, by the way. It's still relatively close, with Lin stabilizing a little bit, and mana is getting low.
Big difference maker here, though, is exactly that. The mana and the shop for the Orc at the expansion can go for mana potions all the time. The one of Mana Stealing there on the TC was also really good, and Lin prevails. Happy's forced to TP away. Lin can heal up right away from that shop. Lin lost a lot, but he can also rebuild quickly.
And yeah, it's not that reflective in the XP, isn't it? Happy is not level 5, 4, 4 as he usually would be. Once again, courtesy of that XP buff nerf that Wyvern received. Instantly going to the shop once again, instantly curing the clarities on the Shadow Hunter. Checklist done as you should. Fiends regenerate in the ground for some extra efficiency. But yeah, Happy is on a timer. 1 base versus 2 base. Maybe one last fight with 50.
Happy banking up quite a bit, up to 1,000 almost. Gonna start remaking ziggurats. Ooh. Do you really have time for that, Happy? Isn't your best hope to fight at 60 with like some mana potions? This is so much gold streaming in for Lyn every second.
Is also in upkeep though, while Happy is not. Sold a bunch of items, I feel. Also didn't have that many items. Hopefully Happy doesn't forget his fiends in the base, but no, that would be heresy. It almost feels like heresy to even say that. But yeah, Lyn in a wonderful position to tie this up, going back to 80 immediately. Still the 3-1 upgrades, which are absurd. Potion stacking up with the double invuln with mana potion as well. He is super prepared for the late game.
Yeah, this is basically the dream late game, the max cap for the orc. Triple level 4 heroes, tier 3 expansion, shop is there, lots of items everywhere. This is where Orc is extremely, extremely hard to beat. Normally, when undeads can do it, it's with insane hero levels, which we don't really have. 433, the most that Happy has. By the way, 2 Kodos were also devouring the fiends, so that's what 6 supply was being held up by. Now they're gone, and Happy is building army again. Going for Gargs, trying to surprise the opponent.
There is web on his side. There's no bats on Lyn's side. Did he see that? I don't know. There's no gargoyle yet. So Lyn has no idea. That can be nice. It will at the very least eat a Nova. Maybe Coil Nova. That will not end up on other units. And Lyn going for second Tiny.
Yeah, makes sense. Got lots of gold. Secure the end game. Even if the 1 expansion falls, you're going to have another one. Happy this time with a really fast scout. Unlike before where he was a little bit late to see the Endeavor. And the Gargs really save Happy here. Normally, a high-level blade with good items will cut those Gargs down one by one. Happy's trying to hide them still. I'm not sure if Lyn has seen them.
It's nighttime, but with air vision, he should have. Maybe it's time for 2-3 bats now, going for the shop. No additional items there. And now we play a little hit and run. We got speed scrolls. Nothing to fear for Lyn. And big distraction for that second base, bottom left.
Lyn almost maxed out at 80. Funnily enough, he only has 2 peons on lumber, so he's got almost no lumber income, mostly gold. That means he can afford lots of items if he might struggle at some point with the unit production. But then again, 200 lumber still is decent, I guess. Alright, this is it. Happy at 67. I thought the previous push would be his only chance, but he found a way to have another attempt.
That is a little desperate, but we only have 1 Bat Rider. 9 Wyvern instead. TC level 4 is crazy. And here it is, the big clash. Even if Lyn is losing that base, he's still got a backup while Happy is mined out. No second base for him. Still 400 gold to spend, and maybe he needs some consumables? But there's no time.
Happy's expanding as well, trying to on the back of the turtle.
Ooh.
He could send ghouls to the southern gold mine, force the Blade Master to react. But in we go. Here's the next fight. The Nova this time looks really good. TC going to the back, looking for the Stomp. The Gargoyles still there. Haven't all been taken out. Protected still by the AMS, which works partly against Bad Riders, by the way. Possession! He gets a Kodo Beast!
Oh my god, the Undead Kodo, what a dream! So much damage on everything. And now Happy, can you seriously do this? There's still lots of mana. A little bit of Hex, but only on the Dark Ranger.
No way.
Kodo taken out despite the anti-magic. There's still a Bat Rider, but no more air units. Happy still 10 foot down, but Wyvern are falling.
Happy really pulled this off, dude. You gotta be kidding me. This was 2 base Lyn. But he still got lots of production. Still got a lot of army. Lich in trouble now as well. Inward Potion is there to heal him. Happy is running very low on mana.
Statue's taken out, Banshee's taken out, Lich receives another coil, but critical strike for 219! Stomp, and he decapitates him himself! Happy was trying absolutely everything, basically 2 all-ins, but Lin is able to defend that and takes the W at the end, tying up the series.
That purge against the Lich, dude, if that doesn't happen, would have been perhaps a bit scary, but the mana here was the bigger problem. Happy was always running out of mana faster than the opponent. Lin here just simply too many resources to overcome. I think Happy made one big mistake, and that was actually the scouting. With the Shade, sure he saw when the Tiny was down, but I feel like that's too late. I think you gotta see when the Orc buys the Tiny Great Hall from the shop, and you gotta be always instantly ready to go into upkeep and push if you need it. Because once that Expo stands, just for a minute, it's so much gold advantage already for the Orc. I feel like Happy there makes one small mistake that Lin punishes, and that can be the big advantage for Orc late game. That Tiny Great Hall, only available to the Orcs.
You can also argue that this was Lin's first loser's pick, and he still had quite some issues closing out the game. Didn't look like a foregone conclusion, and especially this early game clearly went into Happy's favor. So I don't know, man. For this to be on paper Lin's strongest map, it didn't look too great. So I worry a little bit for the rest of the series.
So I got a long way to go. I'm going to be interested to see how both now adjust. We had Happy winning the first map, then there's a small adjustment by Lin. Lin wins the next map, and then Happy now is going to have his chance to adjust. I imagine Happy would prefer to play on a much smaller map. If the TSC doesn't get level 3, if there's not a million gold mines where Tiny Great Halls can be placed, if there's not that many insane items that can be shared between the Orc heroes, I feel like it's always better for Undead. If we're playing against Blade Master, I think Undead always prefers the smaller maps. So that's what I would expect from Happy next, as he's about to make his choice.
Alrighty. We'll see about that then. Thank you, Knusperhoden, for the 350. Remo Demo Promo Dono. WB. And Freezar for the 15-month. And Dr. Sirius Raven with the 57. Much love, you guys.
Thank you very much, folks, for the support. Little update, by the way. I mentioned earlier that it was looking very likely that Kaho was going to get that 2-0 lead. He did get that lead indeed. And now Kaho and Life are on map number 3. What looks to be a rather even game. Maybe a bit of a lead for Life right now. And imagine this, Neo. They're playing Bears and Dryads.
Oh, wow. Really? I did not expect that at all. Ooh. What a great, I mean, I'm so sad that we're missing the series, dude. I mean,
It's a shame.
Do we really have to continue with Happy vs. Lin? Can we not switch to Live Kaho?
Yeah, if chat demands it, then I guess let's see some Night Elf Mirror.
Man
What
of
do
the
you think,
people,
chat?
eh? Man of the people. Okay. Thank you, Money2 for the 68. Lukash with the 10. What is it? R dollar. What is R dollar?
Rubles?
No. I don't think that's working right now. Oh, that's Brazilian real.
Oh.
Hey guys, could you
Viva la
please
Brasil.
Vamos! Could you please organize the race versus race playlist from newest video to oldest? It's a bit annoying having to scroll through 500 videos to see more recent games. I'll take a note somewhere. Notepad. WordPad. And
Very constructive feedback. Thank you, Lukash.
Turnschuh, thank you for the 3 years. 3 years in total now. Hell yeah. And Kirk for the 41. I always like to say the name. It has a similarity to another word I very much like. I love it.
All right, you said it, not me, Neo. Good. Good stuff. We're getting ready for the third map. I'm looking over on BBC's stream, how ready we are, and what kind of food we might be advertising today. Nothing to see there at the moment.
I saw BBC chewing on some beef jerky, but now that I see the players, this always is the sign that we have a game. Regarding the scheduling, by the way, Detective Neo on the case, Mr. Remo Demo. There's always a little banner with the schedule of the BBC B Cup broadcast. And it only says Happy versus Lin today and a viewer tournament, like 8 players best of 1. So I think Starbuck vs 1-0 might not be today.
Oh, really? Wait.
Now you can't see it anymore.
Are they going to play 3 series tomorrow then? Or
yeah, maybe. You see it now on the bottom left. Like it says Lin vs Happy, which is not updated. And then I took a screenshot and put it into image translate, which is crazy how that works these days. And it says viewer tournament best of 1.
All right, interesting. I'm going to ask Starbuck as well, the good lad. Hopefully he has been informed as to what's going on.
That would be funny if not. Oh, man. So we will have our game in 2 minutes, everybody. And it is Hammerfall.
Hammerfall, a smaller map, I would say, especially for Triple Hero Org, is going to be harder to enable that TC. Also, it seems like there's just not many items to go around on Hammerfall, especially once the consumables are gone. I feel like hero matchup-wise, it's quite comfortable for Undead to play here. However, also known to be quite the good Wyvern map.
Agreed. But in their previous encounter, this was the map where Lin played the Farseer Panda.
Yeah. The let's say there's still improvement to be done with that strategy.
Yes. For example, that it's not played ever again. That would be an improvement.
Yeah, might be improving the win chances. Indeed. Little update again from the Don't Force Me Cup. Kaho actually did manage to win map 3, so Kaho is up 3-0 over there.
Poor life. Such a great tournament. But yeah, Kaho can be quite a beast in the mirror matches, as we've seen yesterday over Moon. That was actually a good mirror match. A little stalematey in some maps, but we've seen a lot of chimeras. And whoever wins a game with 4 chimeras is my friend.
Starbuck just told me that indeed his match is not today. I guess they did try to keep the schedule in mind. He's going to have his match against 1-0 tomorrow at 11 a.m.
I have to set an alarm. Oh my god, early wakey. But it's for good Warcraft, I guess. Okay.
You do everything for the people, Neo, don't you?
For the
you do everything for the people.
I will
Man
do
of the
it.
people.
I'll try, guys. I can't promise anything. I can promise you game 3 of Happy vs. Lit.
Hell yeah, let's go. Let's get it on. Who's gonna claim the lead again in this series?
Don't forget to fast forward, Neo. Don't forget to fast forward, Neo. Don't forget to fast forward, Neo. I did officially not forget to fast forward. So we should be in sync in a bit. And Happy versus Lin on Hammerfall to determine who pulls ahead. Is it Happy's win now, as this is his loser's choice, or will Lin get the back-to-back?
Skimmy says yes to get up tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. Yeah, Skimmy, I think that's good. You get to work, you keep gifting us subs. Sounds like a good deal.
Skimmy is actually playing the Cocoon into Dolphin Buttercup tournament.
Oh.
What's it called? Cocoon into Butterfly tournament.
Butterfly.
Yes. They also invited Izzy.
Izzy the legend.
Izzy is the most improved player on the ELO ranking last week. Of all the people in the world, it's Izzy.
Damn.
He tower pushed some 1850 MMR people. And it worked. Fantastic. Shout out Izzy. And Lin. Blade Master, but Rax.
Hell yeah, Blade Master Grunt opening. Alright, that especially makes creeping much more viable for the Orc in the early game. You can try to keep up creep speed with the Undead if you really want, or can also try to harass, but when harassing against ghouls with Grunt, they can also oftentimes mean dead Grunt. I guess the instant question here we have to wonder is this going to be an actual Grunt game plan with like 3 grunts and headhunters, or is it just 1 grunt into wyvern, which also we have seen quite a bit of.
Yeah. Idea is, I guess, to distract a little bit and keep Happy guessing what it is. We'll see. There shouldn't be any big obstacles here. I don't think this will throw Happy off too much. He's hanging around to see if there's a Warmill coming, but that is also not the case. No fancy mirror image strats. We mostly stick with the norm.
Happy trying to be annoying with the Acolyte with a little bit of a creep pull. Blade Master, interestingly, he grabbed 2 out of the 3 creeps. I wonder if that's exactly intentional to get a precise level 2. If he gets the turtle now, that would be just that. Excellent Acolyte scouting though by Happy. He sees everything right there.
Yep, and he's threatening a steal, which at this level shouldn't be allowed anymore after all these years where people just neglected this Acolyte. No, he's a fierce killer. Never underestimate this scouting Acolyte. Happy on the other side, going to the Merchant, which is relatively easy to creep if you have the time. And since Happy had that Acolyte in the middle, he knows that he got the time. And now techs are about to start.
Circlet picked up. Item now also going his way. Ooh, double circlet and claws. That is looking quite promising for that Lich then.
Exactly. We get a Warmill on Lin's side. He had that before. Might need it for reinforced defenses. No Headhunter transition otherwise. Got a Blade Master creeping in Happy's front yard.
Taking that item away right there. The mantle, gonna be nice for the Shadowhunter, I guess, later on. The Blade Master himself, though, really didn't get much yet. Oh, with Windwalk, he sees the ghouls moving out. He sees also the ghouls on the retreat and gets the first one.
Yeah, usually you try to get the ghouls at the Hydra when the poison is applied, but yeah, also makes a lot of sense to catch them on their way back when the poison is over, but the damage is done already. Nice little snipe. Happy on the way to a fast level 3 as well. The Makrura still up for grabs, and we got another sub. Full Mixer. Thank you for the prime.
Alright, Blade Master, if you can get some big kills here, this would go a long way. Is not satisfied with the Murloc. He wants to get the big Makrura. And wants to get the item as well. Because so far, his damage is not that amazing.
But the DK's is. He got both. Experience for level 3 and the Claw, which is the second one. Lich is already...
The Tome, though.
The Tome?
Anti-Tome, Neo.
Oh, oi. Yeah, that will make a big difference, I'm sure. Lich is already rubbing his hands in anticipation of that inventory. Bestiary Spirit Lodge.
TC.
And TC. Very reminiscent of what we've seen yesterday with Blade Master, TC, and Lodge and Totem. But now we mix in Raiders and Bats. Because the big problem with the Tauren Witch Doctor strategy was anti-air. Now, with Bats, you might get that anti-air.
Happy was scouting with a Skelly. Didn't fully see it, but he has a backup. Heads towards the main, and he sees the Spirit Lodge. And that's the biggest tell that he wanted to find.
And tier 3 on the way as well. Yeah, Lin's new build, at least a variation of that.
Happy's looking so strong here in this early game. He got lots of great items, level 3, and full mana basically on this DK.
Time to snipe some Headhunters, ideally. Is it indeed Witch Doctors? I mean, here Ward's Stasis Trap looked really, really good. Yeah, he's going Witch Doctors again. Confirmed.
A player's forces are under attack.
DK thinking about going peon hunting here, maybe. If he gets surrounded, though, in the main, that would be painful. There's no TP available anymore.
He won't have a Shadowhunter with that, of course. Happy. Probably not that confused anymore, as he had that learning effect just yesterday. Wyvern. Witch Doctor Wyvern. Might just be one for vision and for damage. He needs it for creeping. Big mana potion sniped by Lin. Really like that. At the moment, it's only a DK on the hunt for Headhunters and Grunts, but the TC block makes sure that the DK can't follow.
The Grunt should be safe. Yeah, good save there indeed. But the DK still has a bunch of coils that he could throw. This early game really went so well for him with the creeping. Looking at that TC.
Skeleton body block, well done. Can he reach the shop? Oh, no, he can't. Go on the menu. That will slow down creeping so much. And the TC is quite a nice enabler late game.
Yeah, the shop, in fact, was destroyed. It was just the 3 skellies that took it out over time slowly. That is certainly a mistake by Lin. Just a little bit of repair would have saved that one. And Lin is finding himself in a very rough position here.
Okay. Well, the magic of witch doctors have to do some heavy lifting with lots and lots of healing and lots of disable. We go Fiends into Web. Kodos are coming against that. Battle Drum upgrade as well. Plus the casters then.
A player's forces are under attack.
Kind of struggle to see that coming together.
Yeah, especially with a bad early game like this. This is not a very promising spot. The Blade Master has to get something done here finally. Get that steal, maybe.
He did. 3.2 and the item as well. Keeps the Lich at 1.7. TC is back. Was only level 1, so easy to get back as well. And he got the ring, which is sweet. On the way to tier 3, that is sweet. Witch Doctors finally. We have the Destroyers lined up, and Lin did not go for reinforced defenses, so everything here is fragile. Going for the second Kodo again now. He cancelled that before. And Happy pretty straight up. No branch in the road, no banshees, no shade. Let's push.
Frenzied timing, always dangerous. A third hero, Dark Ranger, I guess the most likely addition. Blade Master in the back, trying to chase down some statues, but without that orb, not so easy.
Right on. He could get it, but he doesn't have the gold right now. Lich, super well equipped. Dark Ranger, as suggested, is out. And now we kill some paper burrows.
Lin's army not looking too impressive. We got 2 Kodos, 1 Wyvern, 1 Headhunter, and 1 Grunt. 1 Witch Doctor was there as well, but quickly taken out. The Healer Ward doesn't stand for long. Silence on the TC, can't stomp at the moment. He has an Invoke Potion, could break it, and does, and stomps, and hits most of the undead army. Kodos come forward, the double devour against the ghouls, really nice, but didn't hit the fiends. Those are still available, they do have web, and that disables the Wyvern basically. Can't really attack anything with Happy kiting backwards, and Lin doesn't have much healing at all. Heal wards, I guess, but no heal wave.
And the cow falls for a second time. Was only a level 1 stomp. Not too much disabled there. Grunt down as well. The Frost Armor is a mighty weapon against the Sword of Lin. Wyvern, yeah. Third Kodo. Little unfortunate, of course, that the Witch Doctor popped when Happy's timing hit. But this is almost as one-sided as it gets. The Kodos will get the kills, but apart from that, they're not the best fighters, let's say, and we're on a mission now to free the poor ghouls from the belly of the beast.
Level 4 for the DK here is also quite nice. Increased move speed to help with kiting. Blade Master does get 1 more kill here at least, but Happy still far ahead. The TC is still benched. Spent a little too much time in this altar to be effective this game.
Yeah, no level 3 is an issue. No healing without a Shadow Hunter is also an issue. But if you queue a Shadow Hunter right away, then you have to split XP by 3. And then the Blade Master will probably be under-leveled, and the TC was under-leveled already. So level 1 heal wave also pretty bad. Does it really do anything? Not really. I think it's... The idea is to substitute the heal wave with heal ward, but those got sniped as well. It's looking bleak for Lindis.
Lead Master perhaps trying to find some pickoffs in the middle with the Orb of Lightning. That is indeed very doable. Happy, not gonna force his luck too much in the Orc base. He's gonna fall back, creep up a bit more. His levels are looking decent already. Just trying to continue to grow that lead.
Blade Master being nuked! But just making sure that this is his creep spot. And if the game continues, where do you want to go if you're Lin? He's trying to save himself to the left-hand side's red spot. Happy will probably go for the upper right-hand side's red spot. And then we get the Banshees in the mix as well as a counter to Blade Master. Well done. And now is it finally level 3? Looks like it.
Look how long this red camp takes to creep for land without the Blade Master there.
Yeah.
Basically no damage. Finally some damage being brought in. TC struggling against the creeps. Not a good sign.
There is absolutely no damage. No Wyvern, no Tauren. Now he gets the level 3. And the Book of the Dead. But there's an opportunity for Happy to go for Destroyer, so the Book of the Dead shouldn't do anything, really.
Happy going Banshee House again. Even when there's no Wyvern. Is there a newfound appreciation for Banshees, or what?
Curse on the Blade is pretty good, I gotta say. Even if it's just one. And if you're that far ahead, I think that does make sense. Ring of Region on the cow could be sold. Happy is lining up another attack. No Stasis Trap spam this time, by the way, unlike yesterday.
Happy with the next push into the main. Lich looking really fierce now. Level 3 with those great items that we mentioned before. Happy does have a TP as well, so at no risk of getting stuck here in a bad spot and then getting hammered from behind. Lin needs some kind of a way to get a miracle comeback, but Happy behind this push is even willing to expand, feeling himself so far ahead.
Looking good. Lin needs a couple of crits. He got that on level 2 now. TC can connect a little better, but Illusion's right there. Fiend attention on the heal wards immediately. Witch Doctor nuked, so Happy surely respects them. Kodo's marching forward, gets 1-2 devours. The other one was burrowed. Kinda nice. Banshee's being sniped by Headhunters on the right-hand side, and so far, Lin's defense is, I guess, as good as it gets.
Yeah, the stomp into double devour was really good. Still has 2 Kodos devouring those fiends, but Happy still has a decent standing army. The heroes, the skellies, and 1 statue. But yeah, this was a good engagement by Lin, but it is a bit late perhaps. A day late and a dollar short, they sometimes say. Lin is still suffering from this terrible early game.
And nice snipe by Lich and Dark Ranger towards the peons with Nova even. A lot of economy damage done here. TC has 1.5 storms remaining. And those need to land big. But on what? Again, you get focused, you burrow immediately. I think Happy was listening to our cast. Advertising burrow.
Burrow here indeed coming in clutch, saving multiple fiends. Unburrow now on the way home. Much of the army for Happy still intact. And the expansion is now up, basically, with a perfect timing.
And now, roles reverse. It is Lin who has to push. It is Happy who can defend. Interesting that he goes burrow against Witch Doctors, who could spam
Oh yeah,
Watcher
I forgot
wards
about
at
that.
any time.
It feels like the average Witch Doctor this game, though, has a life expectancy of like 15 seconds, so not much opportunity, I guess, to use those spells.
There's one deserter in the back who's standing there next to the gold mine for quite some time. He was able to hide from the authorities, but I guess they caught him now.
Back to the battlefield with Yi. It's the only Witch Doctor right now in the gang. Second one being added now. Lin has spotted the expansion. Blade Master is pretty good at solo harassing the Acolytes, but only if the undead army isn't there.
Whew. Could throw in towers, but he's working on the army right now. Lin's still able to make this somewhat competitive, but all the Devour has been done. Little bit of creeping, but dual hero for Orc, not that impressive when you're also lacking Raiders. Usually the Orc strength is Mass Control, Hex, Stomp, and Snare, Blade Master Focus. Now we only got Stomp and the Blade Master damage, I guess. Who is closing in on level 5, and maybe with crit 3 comes some hope.
Keep huffing that copium, Neo. Yes. Yes, maybe. Give me some crits with +9 damage.
Hey, it's a 3 times multiplier. That's already 27. No, it's a 4 time multiplier, so 36, you know. Not bad. But then you have to hope that you're hitting, because Banshees, it's not that easy. I'm just looking for silver linings, as the song suggests. But yeah, we know that Happy is quite far ahead, and it would be a miracle if Lin turns this around.
A player's forces are under attack.
But I've seen horses vomit, you know.
That must have been a fun day. Lin had a fun time on the previous map. Here on map 3, though, been getting kind of owned. TC, oh, with a beautiful invuln, breaking that silence. Blade Master now, how high can he crit? So far, didn't find any targets. Dakota, though, did get a Devour, so one Fiend is gone, but we have a lot of Banshees now. There's going to be Curse absolutely everywhere.
Okay, 174 crit was nice. Sniping those Banshees now. We still have a lot of mana. Can't get the kill. Happy's retreat is good. Fiend's falling behind a little bit. Weird army positioning. Everything is all over the place. Shade gives away the position, which is sweet. No creeps anymore. But yeah, Happy chasing these headhunters with the Dark Ranger Lich combo. Stasis Trap killed before it went off. Nicely done. And now, not even the heal ward, man. He is sniping these wards like he's a world champion at whack-a-mole.
There we saw a good crit, 2 good crits at around 250. Shade is gone, no detection there anymore. Lin is having a decent fight, but Happy still has much better economy. He can rebuild so easily. The DK still has some coins left over, and Lin is out of healing. With that, the Blade Master is out of the fight.
Lin is also a bit overwhelmed as it seems. He has 1,000 gold, only now starting to rebuild. He missed several rounds of production there, while Happy did not, so he gets the reinforcements constantly with 2 base income. Plus shop control now as well, being saved with the TP. And yeah, Lin going for a tiny now. Little desperate, maybe. But that should surely be the last chance to stay in this game.
Yeah, I think I like that call here. Lin was clearly far behind. If this tiny goes unscouted for the next 2 minutes, he may have a real chance to get back into this game. But Happy is kind of close by already and tightening the screws.
Or the news on Lin. Healing is very efficient, as we said. We also got a mana potion last second for some more Windwalk. But this army, man, I feel like there's a lot missing when you go for Headhunter, Witch Doctor, Kodo.
Yeah, and especially if you keep losing stuff all the time. Because that's what's been happening. Blade Master looking for a big kill. Purge into crit could perhaps do something here. But Happy has Lich protected with the Health Stone, the DK protected with the TP, and honestly everything else he can lose and simply just rebuild.
Yeah, he's a good caretaker when it's about his undead heroes at least. There is a Watcher Ward now. Happy does realize, and unburrows. There's so many misses. 3 in a row basically being counted by a crit now. Another miss. Yeah, Banshee clearly the hard counter. And maybe you could think, wouldn't a Shaman be nice to get rid of that goddamn curse?
Some rah would be amazing, but then again, Destroyers would love to lap that up and make it their strength. Happy's just outplaying, outkiting the Orc army. Lin is trying to distract still from his expansion that is running. But he's losing more units that he can reproduce, man. It is just painful and now over.
Oh, man. He got a lot of kills done at the end. Writing was on the wall. Happy again with an insane performance. Making sure that he takes the lead here in B Cup winner bracket on his first losers pick. I guess that was to be expected. Lin, kind of experimental, I would say, displaying yet another different build and proving once again that it's not the best build because Mass Wyvern exists.
Yeah, indeed. It seems like by far the most successful strategy, the strongest one against the undeads appears to be the Wyvern. Maybe on the next map it's time to go back to those. Next map pick is going to be Lin's choice. We have a little update, by the way, from the DFMC, and there it was a swift 4-0. Kaho already finishing off life, getting the revenge there for the match in the B Cup. Tries to prove again that he is the best Night Elf.
And that means our schedule today changes a little bit. 2 matches lining up then. 1-0 versus Starbucks, postponed to tomorrow, 11 a.m. But in Don't Force Me Cup, we still got the Happy versus 1-0 match. And that can't start until Happy is finished with Lin, or Lin is finished with Happy. We'll see how that goes. And then we have a sweet, sweet undead mirror to our hands afterwards.
Indeed, the two greatest undeads in the world over the last decade. Clearly, the two uncontested greats, Happy and 120. They met also in the B Cup, where it was a clear affair for Happy, but we've seen from other players that Happy is not that unbeatable, invulnerable player right now. Maybe 120 will have something special prepared.
Yeah, and maybe Happy is a little tired if it's a full-out 7-map series versus Lin. Oh, I'm gonna leave you real quick for a coffee refill.
All good. Go ahead. Got to keep those caffeine levels high to bring this match the excitement that it deserves. We know the next map pick now. It is Autumn Leaves. This was the map where Lin played this really cool Torrent style. But as we discovered now, it seems like that only really works as a surprise if Happy is aware and is willing to play very aggressive against it. Seems like the Torrents just simply take a little bit too long to realistically be an option. So, question then is, what else is Lin gonna attempt to do? Is it just gonna be the Wyvern? Of course, you can always build Wyvern. It seems to be working more or less on every map. Or might it be something else still? Farseer Headhunters, I mentioned, is something that Focus has been trying again. But Lin still absolutely refusing the FSHH from what we've seen.
Yeah. I would not refuse this wonderful slushy product on the BBC stream right now. It is something that I haven't seen before. So next to the shoes, the beef jerky, the empty plastic boxes, the mangoes, now slushies in the inventory of BBC Magic Young and Miss Noisy. These guys, they just surprise us. Every single B Cup. What a wonderful palette. What surprised me is that we have two very, very cool community initiatives this Saturday. Is Zug des Lebens, a 3-3 tournament over at the Creep Camp Discord. Casted by Flucci, I think, in the evening hours, and the Donkey Business Clan, is running a single elimination tournament also on Saturday evening, streamed on the Donkey Business Twitch, which you will then find on Warcraft3.info. So if you're looking for Warcraft entertainment on Saturday Eve, feel free. And for the 3-3, you can even sign up, but I have no clue where.
People are smart. The people can figure it out. I'm sure.
Who?
And whoever's going to sign up.
These Twitch yeah, dude, there's people like Black Rayman signing up for that, and Flutschfinger, and
What are you trying to say, Neo?
that these guys are not smart.
That is slander. That is nasty. I distance myself from this negativity that Neo is displaying. Absolutely horrible.
Then you distance yourself from the truth.
Lies. Lies. Nothing but lies. The truth lies in the game and will be discovered on the next map. Autumn Leaves, we know it shall be. And Happy with a chance here to claim match point, if he wins this one as well. So Lin wants to tie things up here. Now, this was exactly... I'm not getting this wrong, am I? I think this was exactly the state of things as well in the previous encounter, right? Happy went up 2-1. Yes, exactly. And then Lin came back with 3 in a row to win out 4-2 in the end in the DFMC. So Lin here with a chance to still make the world filled with amazement.
For sure. As the maps are also evening out, the early loser picks, of course, always a little bit one-sided. Both players are done with their first loser's pick. Now, more neutral ground the further we go into the series, and we can say Autumn Leaves it is in 69 seconds we're going into the game.
Indeed, indeed. I have a million streams open right here. Hold on, let me close a few of these before my PC dies.
Dude, on these Chinese platforms, I feel like my PC starts burning when I open them.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Optimization, not really.
I also have this when I have KK open. I have no idea. I think my temperature spikes to like, I don't know, 90 degrees on everything.
Get those Bitcoin miners rolling, boys. I also, like, for a couple of weeks now, the TikTok streams don't even work for me on Chrome anymore. I have to use a different browser. So now I have to use 2 different browsers for the Chinese streams. Excellent. And one question I had, what's up? Where's Infi? Where's Infi stream?
Isn't he also on TikTok?
Oh, is he?
I think he switched. If you go to his profile on Liquipedia, there is the Douyu stream, but there's also now the Douyin stream, the TikTok. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, he's on Douyu, Douyin, and that means only Fly is remaining on Douyu, I think.
And 120, right?
And maybe 120.
Yeah, TH is streaming a bit again as well. So he just switched websites. I wonder if he got a sick-ass contract, because normally that's how you lose a lot of your viewer base.
I think the way I know it, or heard about it, is Douyu had the sick-ass contract, but Douyu is not necessarily in the best position right now. So they're not extending these contracts. And on Douyin, there's a lot more options for, like, community support, and a lot more people are watching there. It's like, what's the comparison? Twitch versus Mixer back then? I don't know. So yeah, that's why people switch to Douyin now as soon as they can. But lots of hearsay. I don't know if that's true.
I do hear that lots of people are using this TikTok app, of which Douyin is a part.
That is very trendy. Yes, I haven't heard of Douyu Brainrot yet. But I'm pretty sure it exists.
It's coming. Finally, our 4th map is coming up as well. Lynn's pick now. Autumn Leaves.
Fast forwarding to sync up. We got Lynn bottom left hand side trailing in this series, but he's no stranger to that situation, as you explained in the break. This was the case, and Don't Force Me Cup as well. Happy on the upper right hand side. Pool opener once again. DK once again. Lynn with an uber fast tech. This smells like we got the Wyvern back.
If you want to win, you gotta play Wyvern, I guess, is what he's thinking. Blade Master hustling across the map right away. I like that. It's very easy to predict where the undead is going to go to creep at the beginning of this map. And every last hit here matters.
Okay, and also every hit on the DK matters. As long as there's no Unholy Aura regeneration either costs or is very annoying, as you have to stay on Blight. So he's forcing Happy into a more defensive position after 2 games where level 3 was acquired basically instantly by Happy, and he had very good progress. Now this is a little harder.
Yeah, I think this is alright for Lynn. He sees the DK here stuck on level 2 for a long time. Put some damage on that Death Knight. 4th Ritual Dagger already. Across the map, Happy right now. There's not much to do, so may as well scout with the Acolyte. What do we have? Well, it's of course a fast tech with a War Mill. Looking a lot like Wyvern.
Very much so. With the War Mill again. So not the mega greedy build without it. I think you gotta prepare for a destroyer push towards your burrow at all time when you're up against Happy. Once again, for everybody who tunes in late or didn't listen to what we said, Starbuck vs 120 is postponed to tomorrow due to scheduling conflicts. 11 AM. After this match, we're switching to Don't Force Me Cup, where it's Happy versus 120. But for Happy to play versus 120, he has to finish the match versus Lynn, and that is the schedule for the day.
Yes, indeed. DK here, creeping at the green. Might it be blocked in? The Blade Master is looking for a target. So far, though, he hasn't really seen anything. Or found anything. And DK gets the level 2. This is the perfect early game by Happy that we're used to seeing oftentimes. No last hits given, no ghoul kills lost. Nothing so far ready for the Blade, except for slowing down the DK.
Yeah, he has the third eye. Even when the Blade Master is invisible, no snipes possible here. It's also a lot of stuff. Lynn also a bit more conservative, I feel, with his Windwalk usage. He shows his presence, but he's not spamming that Windwalk to lose all that mana. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Perhaps now to get the last hit. Nope. Again, didn't get it. Happy threatening us around. Kind of surprised he's chasing for that. As there is mana, of course, the blade can get out easily. But now, does find himself on low mana.
But the shop should be up. The Shadow Hunter is coming. You want to switch into creeping yourself anyway. And yep, 2 beasteries it is. Wyvern are making a return.
Oh, Blade here, finding himself next to a lot of hurt ghouls. Come on, 1 ghoul now, surely he can get. There we go, gets it. That is the most he was able to get from this early game.
Right on. I feel like I'm a little ahead of you. Can you give me a sync?
Lich started now.
Okay, that's pretty in sync, I think. Ah, shit. Okay, I wanted to slow down, but it only fast forwarded. Anyway, was just a second. Back and forth, man. That's like some people have a weakness and confuse left and right. Flow TV sometimes confuses forwarding and slowing down. Nobody's perfect.
Dude, the left-right weakness I think is hilarious. I know a couple of people among my friends and distant friends who have that. And when you're sitting with them in the car and they're trying to give you directions, it's the best, bro.
Yeah,
They're
there.
saying left, you're going left. They're like, no, the other left.
Yep, I got a couple of peeps with that weakness as well. Always funny.
Shadowhunter solo creeping. This might be a difficult Blade Master game. We cannot exactly say that he's off to the races now, can we? 40 experience only, a single circlet, that's it. Whereas the DK is perfectly lining up the level 3 here at the green.
Right on. Also inventory a little empty. There's still many spots where you can boost your damage. And then you have Wyvern for damage as well. See, there's a Slippers, there's a Claw. We're on our way to the big red number.
Slippers?
Yeah, on the Shadow.
Ah, on the Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yeah. True. Alright. Happy creeping up as well in the north. He's going to find a Ring of Regen that is, well, good in the early game, not so much great beyond that. He's going Fiends again. That's the important thing. So once more, going to try to counter the Wyvern with Fiends. That's a complete change of pace, right? For the longest time he was trying with the Gargoyles, but not trusting in them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they got nerfed in the patch as they're slower. And that makes them harder to maneuver, I guess. With that change, he lost faith a little bit in them, or finds that the strategy was on a little bit of a downfall anyway, even before. And that was then the nail in the coffin. I kind of like that we move towards Ghouls and Fiends. It's a little bit more explosive. I miss my Alchemist, though.
If only Orcs would start playing some ground units as well at some point. Wouldn't that be neat? Happy selling a bunch of items, by the way, but keeps the Ring of Protection. Interesting. Gonna pick up the Dark Ranger now, ready to push across the map. Destroyer and Frenzy coming up, as we've seen so many times before. But Lynn did a good job sniping these items in the center. Mana Stone and Belt. Mana Stone, of course, amazing. Belt, I guess, is okay. But yeah, this Blade Master is not looking too shabby all of a sudden.
I agree. And the Belt is never wrong against Undead. The best solution to Hero Nuke is HP. Can maybe give that to a possible TC later if we go that route. But Happy is striking a little faster than before, I feel. Cement is up though, so there's not much to do with the base.
Oh, don't want to lose that Kodo. Yeah, then it's gonna use the Speed Scroll to get it out of trouble.
Big mana. So much mana.
And he's going for the TC again. And Lynn successfully avoids the fight. Very important here that, as the Orc, that you're patient. You don't want to fight too early. You need the Orc, you need level 3. Ideally, also, you would love to have an Invuln or Heal Scroll. You can trust in your burrows. Delay, creep up. Look for the late game, look for the high levels.
Yeah, feels like the only real game where Happy was going for his timing push, or one of the timing pushes, the early timing push was Springtime. at that bottom left-hand side. Afterwards, Lin learned the lesson and got better at dodging fights. Still, Happy lots to do on the map. Dark Ranger gets Black Arrow, one of the biggest item on the map, but there's a lot of XP left on the bottom right-hand side of the map. And that will help the Blade. That might even be helping the TC. Yeah, should line up. Ooh, that's a bit scary. Is Happy allowing Lin too much XP?
For the first time, Lin is heading with the Wyvern north and will punish the low mobility of Happy. This is really annoying when you're playing Fiends. How are you going to deal with these damn Wyvern now?
True, he didn't do that for, like, even in the last series, he only did this like once. No tower. And you gotta rush back or try to intercept now, which could potentially be a disaster if you lose for Wyvern, but Lin too smart and on alert.
You do this all the time. Happy, I think he's walled off in the back. And yeah, this is a mistake. There should be one Ziggurat behind the Acolytes, especially when you're playing Fiends. Happy's trying to at least get the red camp, but Lin is there ready with the heroes to be a nuisance.
Okay, one Fiend at home to web a little bit. Creepjack opportunity. Off we go. First coil had been thrown. We got a silence on the TC, but not for much longer. 138 critical strike. The Wyvern are coming in for the real damage. TC is somewhat surrounded, but I don't feel like Happy has the punch.
Destroyer going to go down quickly here as well, perhaps, but no, nicely pulled to the side. Fiend still on the field. Wyvern going down quickly, though. Lin is dropping in supply hard.
Oh, the Destroyer is out of the fight and more Fiends are falling. Oh, that coil was magnificent. We blasted through the first mana potion. TC silenced again. This Dark Ranger, secret MVP of this fight.
Yeah, beautiful engagement by Happy. He's going to end up losing that Destroyer top left, I guess. But if he forces Lin back and Happy gets the red camp, that's a big W for him.
Alrighty, we can still continue to fight. I keep my eyes on the Destroyer a little bit. On the other side, Kodo is falling, while the Blade Master with that purge gets another Fiend. Yep, Shadow Hunter coming there as well. Coil finishes that Kodo, and somehow the Destroyer survived. Lol.
Oh, he lost track of it. Maybe he selected the group, sent it back. That would be a lucky break for Happy indeed, who has a supply lead already. But Lin is banking now more gold at 50.
Players' forces are under attack.
And he was pretty rich, man. Again, almost 1,000 after this fight. Happy broke re-engagement. We still have that mana stone. Onto the
Storm coming in as well, but damage is low here by Lin. He's got the heroes and basically nothing else.
I agree, but it's the strongest tri-hero combo in the game if you do have the mana. But I don't think so. We get the consumable, it's big healing, very nice. Lin needs time to get back to 50 and reunite the army.
And the weak Blade Master early game now is a bit painful for Lin. He did manage to find good items for the Blade Master in the end. Very good items, in fact. But he still doesn't have level 2 crit. He's still a bit away. And this is going to end up with Happy getting both red camps. Earlier, the Cloak of Flames, of course, was sold garbage against Wyvern, but now another chance.
Is level 2 Windwalk a mistake? I feel like it rarely does too much when you're not roaming anyway, when you're creeping with Shadowhunter. You should go level 2 crit always.
Oh, Lin, he threw down the tiny Great Hall. And Happy, once again, might be a little late with the scout. He's sending Skellies over there now. He's going to find out, but he doesn't have the army in the position, perhaps right away, to punish. Lin is getting some good money out of this already, but of course also it cost him 600 gold.
Right on. And Happy is not too far away, can make a pit stop at the shop for maybe another invuln, or a heal scroll rather, if he so desires. Blade on the way. This is where Windwalk shines, of course. Is this the shop where the invul is available? No, not the heal scroll. In the meantime, TC is creeping up in the middle. Lin buying more time.
Biggest problem for Happy is low mana on the DK. He's gonna have only 2 coils. Nothing more.
Players' forces are
Lin
under attack.
waiting in the wings. Blade Master attacking the statues as one should. The big backbone with HP and mana regen for free. And the rest of the army trying to cut reinforcements. Are we ready for this?
I'm gonna catch that Fiend in the back, perhaps a Ghoul as well. There's another Fiend running in. This is gonna be 6 supply taken out right away, but also the Peons and the Burrow gone at the Expo.
That was a little obvious. Happy misrallies his units. Does he have enough to tear down this Great Hall. No spikes against the ghouls. Lin has to engage if he wants to hold this. There's no money to reestablish it, but here we go. Nova into Wyvern, all plumbed up. Kodo marching forward. TC is silenced at the moment. Question is for how long. Another Fiend falling. This is looking pretty damn good so far, but the Wyvern are under attack now.
Fiends are all gone. The webs are no longer there. The 2 Fiend snipes earlier for Lin were absolutely massive. Supply is still pretty even though. Coil Nova is being used. Silence as well, but the Wyvern count is low. Here comes another Fiend, another web. Oh, it's a close call, but if Lin can hold here and reestablish the expansion, he will have the big lead.
We still have that Mana Stone. We still got so much heal wave if he wants to use it. Destroyers not doing much anymore. Blade Master Wyvern continue to destroy statues. The only real weapon against the Wyvern are spells now. Trying to TP away, and that should work. Maybe with the crit. He was in Windwalk for the backstab, but that ain't working. Dust settles. We got a little bit of a supply lead for Lin. Also a Fiend devoured. And the Expo stays up. Happy in trouble again.
A winning game now for Lin. He just has to hold on to that second base and then all is going to be good. And still the Mana Stone on the Shadowhunter. So wonderful to have that bonus mana regen. And in emergency, you can hit that button for 200 mana to stream in. And now the TC is level 3. And now the Blade Master is level 4. And of course, there's the Expo running. Crazy how this game turned around. It was looking so good for Happy at the red camp. But I think the same mistake as on Turtle Rock. Just a little too slow to see that Tiny.
I feel like the 2 Fiends that he sent into Lin's army had a little bit to do with that as well. Imagine 2 more Fiends in this fight, 6 supply, damage output, 2 additional webs on a cooldown. That kind of broke his neck. It's of course the addition of many tiny things, but we'll see if there's still enough in the tank for Happy. He spent all his gold, he got a mana potion. Mana is bit low on everything here, I gotta say. TC, Invul, Storm, Blade Master, 180 crit.
Yeah, seems like the Fiends are just being picked apart one by one right now. It might come down to the mana once again. DK running low on mana already. Mana potion soon necessary, but that Mana Stone, man, how much value it has had this game. And soon should be used, surely.
Lich in a bit of trouble. There's the heal wave. One more time. Clear priority on the Fiends. The Lich is allowed to live a little bit. Blade Master cleanup crew in the back. That's an almost full mana statue. Trades it for a Wyvern. So Happy is still getting some kills, but is that too meaningful when the Orc heroes are getting stronger and stronger?
Mana Stone finally used. Blade Master in trouble as well. He got coiled. He got revealed. There's another coil coming. Where's the Hex? Where's the Hex?
Oh, here it is. And that's time for the Blade Master to leave. Gets another statue, and that means there is none anymore. Eats a Fiend for a Nova. Sees an opportunity on the Shadowhunter, but there's another heal wave with the TC. Big body blocks. Lich chasing. He got another Nova. Shadowhunter should be safe though, right? And he is. That was a Fiend for free then. Happy is down to 3 heroes.
He's gonna get a few peon kills here. Could be more Dark Ritual mana as well. Dark Ranger now herself very much out of mana. DK has 2 coils basically left, but it's a bazooka coil on level 3. Statue coming in from the main base, but Lin has the way bigger army. He knows he has some time to spare. Could perhaps even give up the Great Hall.
Trying to buy some
coming
time.
into defense.
Yeah, he got an Invo potion, he got a mana potion. Happy doesn't have a million ghouls with him. Aiming. Oh, that was a Feta Stomp right there. Didn't anticipate that. Mana potion on the Shadowhunter necessary soon. Of course, first hit Purge on the Destroyer. Well.
The Blade Master might just be a bit too strong right now. Stomp, Focus Fire, Lich is dead, and that's gonna do it.
Lin ties up the series once again with very strong play, with a good Expo timing, and gotta be honest, with a little gift from Happy in that early late game.
Yeah, Happy here played a good game for a long time. It can be a bit frustrating sometimes for the Undead. Happy was winning most of that game. He wasn't insanely far ahead, but he certainly had the lead. But then that tiny Great Hall. If you just let that slip for a little while, all of a sudden that can make the Orc the winner in the end. Happy has to continue to make sure to scout super diligently once the possibility is there for a tiny.
Nice neck and neck fights between the two, man. Every tiny mistake can make a difference. And Skimmy, thank you for the 721st gift sub. 10 community subs coming in, protecting lots of people from ads. Skimmy, hope you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. You're gonna win the donkey tournament. You're gonna win the dolphin into cocoon donkey baby tournament as well. Gonna be rooting for you.
All right, Lynn ties it up here on map 4. Now, this is exactly what it was looking like the last time. Happy goes up 2-1, but then Lynn kicks into overdrive and goes 4-2 in the end. Is that something that Happy is thinking about? Might he be getting nervous? Not normally something that happens to him.
That is correct. Depends a little on the map now. Maybe we get a little bit of a break. As in B-Cup, of course, we got to do some advertisements. And I like that Warcraft players are also forced into breaks more often than not. It's just game after game after game, and you don't really have time to process what happens or take a little break. That helped a couple of people in the past to reset their mind. But yeah, it's a super cool series, man. Back and forth, back and forth. It feels like the strats are mostly out there, and it's simply about execution.
Yeah, if somebody comes in with a big surprise, it might be Lynn still, but the Wyverns have just simply looked like the best, most reliable strat. Period. Oh, Nico! Nico, what? Neo! I'm seeing the next map. Are you seeing the next map, brother?
Oh, I mean, given your excitement, I can take a guess, an educated guess. Is it a map that is also a 2-on-2 map?
Yes.
Is it a map where you hear the bells ringing all the time?
Yes.
Is it one of the greatest maps there ever was? That's also one of the most underplayed maps of them all.
Yes, correct. It's Amazonia, Neo. Very good.
Shattered Exile, everybody.
Shattered Exile, dude. Hell yeah. It was included in the map pool here in B-Cup, which I wholeheartedly applaud. Normally, Chinese tournament organizers, unfortunately, are very conservative when it comes to maps, but we have Shattered Exile here. We can look this up on Wikipedia. I was wondering, how many times has it been played so far? My guess is not that many. Actually, it's not even that bad. Played 9 times in the tournament. That's 2 times more than Echo Isles, even.
Damn. Yeah, I saw a couple of these games. Nothing extraordinary like the Foggy Happy games of the past, or who was it? Lolliot and Sock maybe played some bangers there. Hopefully this is one of these with 2 labs next to an expo. It's just a brilliant, brilliant invention, this map. And we have to wait 3 minutes for the game to start. Flutschfinger was reaching out to me as one of the organizers for the Zug des Lebens tournament. It's a 3-on-3 tournament for the German community. You can find all the info here. And he said, I'm a boomer who doesn't know QR codes. This is the QR code, everybody. You can scan this, and that's the sign up. Very practical, because we're going to switch the scene in a bit. But yeah, Saturday, 3-on-3 tournament, 7 p.m. Sign up with this QR code. Have fun.
Hell yeah. Sign up, sign up, sign up. The more people, the merrier. It looks like we're experiencing perhaps a join bug right now.
Oh,
no. Or not. Never mind.
Shattered Exile. 2.5 minutes. And then there it is.
And Happy picks the map, interestingly. Of course, with a 9-map pool, there's only 1 veto, so lots of maps will make it through. We don't know what the vetoes were, but I could certainly see Happy vetoing Twisted. I feel like Twisted is insanely good for Orc against Undead. What might Lynn have vetoed?
Depends a little bit if he still thinks expansions are really good against Orc or not. I haven't seen that in a bit, but he became a big fan of fast expansion versus Orc, and that was quite hard to turn down, but I think I haven't seen that at all since the new patch.
Yeah, this might be the first time I ever see a high-level Orc versus Undead on this map. Exciting, exciting. But it is a big map. It has lots of creeps. You can play defense, evasive, don't take fights, run around, creep, use speed scrolls. And it's normally good for Orc. That's normally great for Orc. You strengthen the blade and the shadow and the TC. That's usually exactly what you want.
Okay, 70 seconds. And then we'll figure it out. Man, that's going to be one of the greatest setups, man. Happy versus Lin, two of the greatest players on Shattered Exile, one of the greatest maps. And now we hype and hype and hype. And it's probably going to be a very disappointing game coming up now.
Well, it hasn't been a disappointing series so far, and also the previous one hasn't been. And that's also worth mentioning, thank God, because it wasn't long ago at all when Lin was just getting bodied. Losing 3-0, losing 2-0, losing 3-0. But here, today, he has a good chance of beating Happy back-to-back.
Back-to-back, and... Wait, that would mean... What would that mean? Oh yeah, we could still see this game 4 times this weekend. Or this week. I wonder if I could get tired of this matchup. Serbian Jark, thank you for the 46. Love to see the support. 6 seconds. Go, 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 go. Oh, no. I clicked too early. Oh no, my Google is...
Map number 5 coming up. Always excites me a lot to see new maps, to see if there are some new discoveries to be made. Can we join now?
Yes. We were both a little bit too hyped. The delay wasn't over, even though FlowTV said the delay is over. We click, 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 but it said delay not over. There was a false advertisement in here. Oh, the bells. The bells are so wonderful. The bells of Shattered Exile. Lead us to a glorious game, please.
On Shattered Exile, it is forced cross spawn. In the bottom left, we have Lin. In the top right, we have Happy. So this means that you can spawn bottom left, but you could also spawn bottom right. But in either case, your opponent is going to be across the map. So a lot of distance between the two maps. Certainly not a map made for rushing. Not really a map made for aggression. This could be a long one. This could be a high-level game.
Alrighty. For those who are not too familiar with Shattered Exile, because we don't see it too much, you got expansions at the south and like in all 4 directions, basically. The south and north, harder to creep. The east and west, relatively easy to creep, but with the danger of having 2 laboratories right next to him. Foggy was someone who loved to blow up undead expansions with sappers from those 2 labs. It was super funny. Merchants in the middle, which can be relatively easy controlled if you go for a push. We got mercenary camps with the assassin, but the assassins are nerfed in comparison to the last patch. So they're not as strong anymore as they were before. Got a little green camp with the sea elemental with Bash in the center and a rat spot in the center there as well. And that's pretty much everything you have to know about Shattered Exile.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. DK against Blade Master, of course. This will not be changing. We have Blade Master Grunt opening once again. But 1 Grunt into Wyvern seems to be the thing right now.
Perhaps with creeping a lot, right? Also on this map, the Berserkers with normal damage can be easily taken out. Usually that's what Farseer Wolves are for. Oh.
Happy is expanding.
Expanding, huh? As I talked about, he seems to be of the opinion that it is still a valid strategy. And yeah, that is the #1 reason to go for maps like Shattered Exile or also maybe later Twisted Meadow.
Orcs normally don't scout in the early game. This is one way to punish that quite severely. Grunt now moving into the center. What's he looking for? Blade got some gloves. That's nice already. Circlet purchase is the classic. And then where are we going?
Oh, a couple of ghouls might be going to the grave, but we make a pit stop at the green one with the circlet. With that, Happy is, I guess, able to save pretty much everything. Will he have the resources? Oh my god. Will he have the resource for an expo immediately? If he sees that Blade Master, that's a bit problematic. He got the holy trifecta of BM early game items with circlet gloves and claws.
Nice creep route here for the level 2. Gets an Agi Tome as well. So this is a very strong level 2 Blade Master.
One could say he comes in like a wrecking ball.
I mean, like a wrecking ball. And we'll have the opportunity to go for an expo cancel here as well, I guess. Gonna creep up a bit more. Man, this blade is looking scary already. And we're just a couple minutes in.
Maybe not the greatest time for an expo here. It does have the Narrow Tower, and Lin is only okay, now going into Windwalk. Grunt has scouted this. Tough situation for this Haunted Gold Mine, but Happy is in position, trying to block the Haunted.
Player's forces are under attack.
Might hold.
Yes, willing to invest some time here and just sit and wait and not be efficient with creep speed. So the Blade Master is going to keep it up instead. Very often orcs, when they see the undead fast expanding, are going to go for Wyvern, trying to punish the lacking anti-air. But Lin, I guess he's not doing it because he's going Headhunters. Blade Master found slippers as well.
Yes,
dude.
of course.
Boy.
Of course. So counter expansion, Firelord all in. There's a lot of possibilities how to do this for Lin now.
You could also just go tier 3 triple hero and counter expand.
Yep.
Happy, of course, is going to mine faster, but the tech for Happy is going to be way behind.
Okay, with that he probably has to fortify a little bit as well. We do get grunts into Headhunter with the Shadowhunter second once again. Blade Master, too many items to even pick this one up. I said these north and south positions are a little bit harder to creep, but apparently all it takes is a Blade Master and a Grunt and Lin.
Yeah, he's been creeping like mad, dude. Look at the permanent items that he has. And Happy has 0. It's gonna be mass versus class, I think, this game.
Yeah. Lots of gold, man. Lots of gold. Blade Master can, of course, snipe Acolytes. There's no second Necropolis yet. This might delay text. Happy going for an early graveyard, but the tech is already running. There is a lot of space on this map, and with that, there should be a lot of time. But yeah, the hunt is on.
Reaction speed important now. Happy doesn't want to lose too many Acolytes here. Losing 1 or 2 is okay, but you don't want to lose more than that if you can help it. DK creeping in the middle a little bit. Good save so far on the Acolytes, but the Blade with more mana, he could certainly force some kills here. He is revealed. Should get 1 Acolyte, but Happy only losing 1 would be totally fine.
Well, that's number 2. He stabs out, not getting trapped here. Yeah, feels like we fortify up, huh? Lots of towers shall be necessary. While the Shadowhunter is creeping. High-level heroes. He gets a claw on top. Where to put all these damaged items?
God, dude. This Blade is going to be completely insane. We're getting early attack upgrades as well for the ghouls. Blade Master has spotted the undead army in the center. Happy's looking for a counter expansion already. Lin is going to have map control here for a long time. If he wants, he can bully Happy off the map. In fact, I'm kind of surprised he's not doing it. Could he kill the DK here with Hex?
He's trying to. With that Blade, nothing's impossible. Maybe counter surround. Shadowhunter with the speed scroll. Staying on his heels. There's no boots or anything. There's also no TP as that was sold to be able to finance the expansion. Can he reach? Once again, trying to surround the Shadowhunter. That doesn't work. Needs some crits maybe. There it is at the perfect time. And the Windwalk secures the kill. Disastrous early game for Happy.
Yeah, Blade level 3.5 already. Tier 3 is done. Tiny Great Hall can now be set up easily. Happy maybe not expecting the Blade Master to be this strong, but he saw him before already. That's just a big mistake, to be honest. Shouldn't have been that far out in the map.
If you don't respect the Shadowhunter, he'll teach you some respect. Hex, DK back though. Happy was rich, can get him back from the tavern. And now there's not enough mana to do the same spiel again. We do have an early Tiny Great Hall, so this was Lin's game plan all along. Not brute forcing an expo, which is a little hit or miss. Just get to the tier 3, play into your strength of the Orc race, and Tiny Greathole is surely one of them.
Happy didn't remake the Acolytes, dude. At the expansion, he only still has 3 mining.
Oh. Now that you
And
mention
where
it,
is all this gold going, by the way, for Happy? He doesn't even have a tech lead, supply lead, gold lead.
but you know what he has? A Dreadlord second.
Second.
Yep.
What the heck?
Yep, that's where the gold gone entered to the Tavern Revive and the tech and attack upgrades. He's just going mass ghouls.
Yeah, I think he's going to go Mass Frenzy Ghoul all in. He doesn't want to go late game. He doesn't want to fight against level 5 Blade Master, level 3 TC. Understandably. Ooh, Lin sees it early. Okay. Best thing now to make might be Walkers. Doesn't have the tech for it, though.
Not yet. Has tier 3, would need totems. Tauren could also be nice, of course. Alpha Machine 12, thank you for the 33-month resub. And Sylvestris the Fox, thank you for the 4. Ghoul's always scary. TC will be a help with Stomp to a degree. Towers would be nice. Fortified Burrows would be nice. But yeah, you don't want to fight this straight up. Orc's still a bit problematic when it comes to facing pure quantity.
Oh, the ghouls are all slowed from the Frost Armor, dude. One goes down right away. Happy, of course, doesn't want to fight now before Frenzy. Another one goes down. 2 ghouls have fallen already. They're being picked off one by one. Blade Master charging in. First hit Purge, maybe? Oh, didn't get it. Must be a bug.
Ow. Yeah, okay. He gets it now on the ghoul. But sweet deny by Happy. Whoever wins this map has match points in the winner bracket final. Happy, the current title holder of B Cup, is in a few problems, I'd say. Especially if this is the game plan for Shattered Exile and the potential Twisted. He has to come up with new solutions. Dreadlord got a big mana potion. That's always a play-making item. And Lin is following into our suggestions. Tauren Totem come in.
Walkers and Taurens both would be amazing. We have a Shredder now for Lin as well to get all that lumber in. Second Tauren Totem might not be a bad idea, but he's going to have to produce very soon because Happy is waiting to strike any moment. Adding the Lich, third, getting Frenzy, but actually staying at 50 supply here for a while.
Getting a third crypt as well.
More ghouls going down. Blade Master ready down there with the Orb of Lightning. That is 3 more ghoul kills. And Happy didn't even get the item. Has to TP away. Another ghoul in trouble. That one goes down as well. Lin is absolutely demolishing Happy here.
Yeah, this expansion play, very, very, very fragile. Enabled by Lin's items, of course, as well. He was oftentimes vocal how frustrating it is when you play the Blade Master and you don't get the items. I think today he can't complain.
Happy's trying to defend with just a handful of ghouls. They can't even kill the Shadowhunter here. Going for sleep, trying to go force around, but there's a TP. Lin played it safe that way as well. Happy, you have to go for unit kills. You can't kill the heroes here, I don't think.
Trying now with the heal wave at the ready. Dreadlord a little bit surrounded by his own units, makes it hard to path. TC is a nice little help. We got the Zeppelin to save the Headhunters, as we've seen the past couple of days as well. Lin's new best friend when it comes to saving units versus undead.
Master's still looking for more. He gets another kill. The TC is level 2. That's a big level up for the entire army. Having the aura now. He gets the ghoul kill there as well. This game just seems to be perfectly going for Lin from start to finish.
Lin also 1,300 gold. Switching into Walker, Wyvern, Headhunter now. And Spirit Link Wyvern are really hard to deal with, I gotta say. Chop down to no more potions. The big mana is gone for a long time. You can invest a little bit into sleep, but anti-air is barely existing, and the Zeppelin holds so much value.
Storm coming in, ghouls being picked off one by one. Happy also doesn't seem to have much damage. No claws, no mantle. Just looking a bit underwhelming here. Shadow coming back from the shop with the heal scroll. That was cool. Healing up the entire army. Now, before he loses too much, Lin gonna TP out. You're gonna lose the Zeppelin and 2 Berserkers, but he got so many kills. And Happy is nearing that terrifying territory now. Blade close to 5. TC sort of close to 3. These Orc heroes, terrifying.
Okay, let's see if mass ghouls stand a chance against this. We got 3 attack upgrades. We got 3 crypts and a lot of production. Also, ghouls cost no lumber, so that's currently not an issue. Finally, Happy can get that red spot bottom right-hand side. Dreadlord will become a strong asset if the game goes on for like 7 more minutes. At the moment, he doesn't stand a chance against this Orc army at all. Lin moving up to 70. Happy moving up as well. 4 production buildings. Cheap production as well. I don't think this is over yet. Lots of ghouls can do lots of damage, and Lin should definitely get spikes on his.
Yeah, cheap upgrade as well. Happy's looking for the big level ups. DK4 is nice. Lich level 2 will be really good for the Frost Armor as well. Level 3 also will be a good level up. If this game can be dragged out a lot, I would say the Dreadlord might even do better in the ultra late game, like level 4 and 5, than a Dark Ranger. But for that, this would have to be a long game still.
Especially versus human, we've seen the rise of the Dreadlord recently, and good showcases how powerful it can be. Also versus Night Elf from time to time, if we go into Mass Air, which was rare. Happy, yeah, he saw his opponent creeping there, but it's not the time nor the place.
Oh my god, Lin's levels, dude. TC got 3. Blade is about to hit that level 5.
But Lin doesn't have a TP. He has a fast army thanks to Endurance Aura. Happy hoping that he can outmaneuver him. A little indecisive though. And now Lin caught him.
TP away. Happy doesn't want to take that fight. He lost 1 statue, I think. So not much going down here at all. But Lin's levels are bananas.
5, 4, 3 indeed. We get the spikes upgrade. With that, the building should be safe as well. That must be Happy's game plan, to somehow find a way into the Orc buildings and destroy them, because it's so easy with ghouls. But Lin is making damn sure that he knows where Happy is, and he's just closing the wall. You shall not pass.
Happy, when's he gonna take that fight? He's running around with the ghouls. 288 crit already. Oh my god, this Blade Master. Destroyer's now being morphed, however. The Stomp is crazy as well. What are these ghouls even doing?
Oh my god, well, they're not hitting that Zeppelin that once again repositioned the Headhunters and the Walker. This is so good. The Blade destroys that Destroyer, ironically. There was a coil to the rescue. Zeppelin here as well. So far, there is still an army for Happy, who's producing like mad. Got another Destroyer killed here though, and of course he purges. Crit for the Destro is another kill. And the supply is still rather even. Both players bleeding units.
Happy was really lucky that this fight began without the Shadow Hunter there. If there's a Shadow involved, it's a way different story. Ghouls were trying to harass down south. There's another tiny Great Hall here. And Lin has 3 bases, triple hero on sick levels. He's got a Shredder for infinite lumber. I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Well, Happy still got a handful of ghouls. Lin with his army at the bottom and on the left-hand side. Without Spike's upgrade, I could see Happy's ghoul harass doing a lot. But now that the ghouls hurt themselves when attacking, that opportunity might have passed. The Destroyer's also countered, and that red spot is ambitious, Happy.
He needs to get some more items. It's worth the TP, which he does have, right? Yeah, got the TP. Not TPing out yet. Perhaps he thinks the Blade Master isn't here yet. Not too scary. You got the Lich level 3. That's important. 1 more creep in the back. But once more TPing out. So many TPs that Happy had to invest in.
But yeah, second base.
Blade Master with plus 25 damage. Holy moly. TC close to 4. So many items.
Also never forgetting survivability. Mana potions everywhere. Invo potion, big healing on the cow. Very, very stable game with all that income, of course. Happy investing at 50 into more upgrades. But what's the future gonna hold for this game? He's still... Okay, now he's producing. He's still very rich. How do you stop these heroes?
I'm very surprised that Lin isn't making Tauren, actually. Like, the one danger is he runs out of mana on TC and Shadow, and all of a sudden, the ghouls eat up the army in a big surround. But the Taurens would annihilate ghouls.
Coming now. Pulverize coming. Tauren coming. Second upgrade for the spikes coming. It's all coming.
Alright, Happy's gonna have one last try, probably. We have an Orc sitting on 3 bases. This is the Orc dream. Insane heroes, so well equipped. This Blade Master might get level 6 this game.
Flamestrike, I was about to say. Blade Storm, quite nice against buildings. 268 critical strikes, also quite nice. We even get towers now to fortify the bottom, or more towers even.
A player's forces
I
are
was
under
thinking,
attack.
is he going for another tiny? That would be ambitious. Not yet, at least. Thank you, Night Bear, for the 6 months. Half a year. Much love.
He's gonna get level 4 even. Shadowhunter close to level 5. He's gonna get another item here, I think, as well. Lyn almost doesn't have inventory space anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't even pick it up. It's, of course, another pair of slippers. Oh, man. It's like the onion clothes challenge here. We got Happy trying to expand in the north. If that's gonna work, questionable. But what does work is Prime subbing to our channel. Thank you, Helpful Bigfoot. Much love. And Happy's attack. Sacrificing lots of health here, but he has healed scrolls. Lyn in position immediately.
Ooh, that TC. Looks like it is impossible to miss the stomp here, unless you get slapped, perhaps. TC left behind the army. Oh, that's an X factor.
Okay, we'll see how that goes. We got big Vampiric Aura, of course, as well for the sustain. He did skill it to level 2. Destroyer position seems very nice. 264 crit. The sleep again. Shadowhunter should be there, as well as the Wyvern to wake him up again. Tauren in the front line. How impactful are they?
Pretty impactful, pretty good. Very hard to take out as well. Destroyer's trying to go towards them, but the heroes for the Orc are just too insane, bro. They're just too insane. TC didn't even land the biggest storms, but the blade and the right clicks. It's so much damage everywhere. 2-2 upgrades. The ghouls just die too fast.
Nova on the Kodo gets level 4. Cheap a little, sleep a little cheaper. But the Blade Master is still on the prowl here. 70 versus 63. That did buy time for Happy's Expo at the 12 o'clock.
Just as the main base is about to run dry. If Happy had one higher level on every hero, I would say, yeah, this is doable.
Bro,
Perhaps.
We are so close to level 6. If we see a Blade Storm and all these ghouls, I'm gonna poke through the roof.
Fighting on Blight might be providing some hope for Happy.
I think
But the
mirror
Orc army is
image
just
would
terrifying.
be sick as well, by the way. Woodwalk still has that upside of being able to reposition in these messy fights. Happy seems like he wants to dodge these fights. We got 2-3 by the way by Lyn. A third Orc armor upgrade. When do you ever see that?
Yeah, he's got the lumber to make it work, thanks to the Shredder, of course. Zeppelin also coming in again, able to save these units, picking them up. TC with a perfect stomp possibility here next to the ghouls. The ghoul positioning is not good, and he eats that stomp, and the blade is level 6.
God damn it. The Zeppelin is there to rescue the Tauren, the heal wave as well. Happy's losing this map. Lyn claims back-to-back wins. And now, Lyn has match points, everybody.
And it's looking indeed very similar to their previous series, where Happy was up 2-1, but then Lyn is striking back hard. One map away only. Cool to see Happy try a different style with the fast expansion, but you give up so much map control. You give up so many levels. And I would say in this matchup specifically, it's not that much about army size. It might be more about hero strength in the end. And Lyn's heroes here were just leaps and bounds ahead.
Is he gonna win twice in 1 week against this dude? He's looking so strong. That was also the perfect early game. Shutting down, or not shutting down, but delaying that expansion. 3 acolytes, of course, a little bit of a mistake there and losing momentum, but also this Blade Master was such a freak of nature and kind of ruined Happy's expansion on Happy's game completely. His early game, no creeping possible, very, very well played into these items as well. And then the Zeppelin play is just a thing of beauty, man. I love this.
Yeah, Lynn just played this super well. He knew exactly when he had to be aggressive and when not, realizing at the start of the game with Blade and Grunt only can't really do anything about the expansion. But he got so strong, so quick on the Blade Master. Beautiful creep route. Excellent items, of course, as well. Has to be said. But I think most crucially, in the mid game, he was able to pick off ghouls here and there. He was able to stop the Dreadlord creeping. Very importantly, he was able to knock Happy down a peg multiple times and really get ahead there towards the late game. And of course, Happy making that one big mistake. There's no business for that DK to be out so far on the map when you might just die to Hex, as happened.
Yeah, that was another thing that surely happened. Otherwise, a nice adjustment with the Dreadlord. Nice idea to follow this up with like mass ghouls. We've seen this in the past, also by 120, that mass ghouls can be incredibly potent versus Orc. But Lin got a couple of adjustments here. And man, I would have loved to see a Blade Storm into like 16 ghouls, though. I'm a little sad that didn't happen.
And we got blue balled a little bit right there. Blade, I guess, never had the mana for it, but it was still a great Blade Master show.
I'm blue balled for the past 12 years, dude. It doesn't matter too much.
Just another week.
Well, we're waiting for the game. It hasn't started yet. Gives me the time to advertise the Donkey Invitational a little bit. Starts on Saturday at 8 p.m. in case you want some high-level amateur Warcraft, I think is what we can call it, with people like Starscreamer Xorg, Xardas, who did so well in the Ren Cup, Styles Big Murphy, the French talent Echo, Ruti from Switzerland, my favorite undead of the entire world in Finrod, Whitefang, Skimmy, Razor from the Netherlands, also Animosity, Quickheat, etc., etc., and Witty. They invited Witty, everybody. Yeah, let's go, Witty. Get that thing. I'm gonna be rooting for our UK content creator friend.
Witty the legend. Okay, cool. Curious to see how that one's gonna shake out. We are trying to set up the next map, by the way, here in our Epic series. Next map is going to be Concealed Hill. And I feel like that's quite the good undead map nowadays, especially because Blade Master can have a tough time here. We've seen a lot of strong Blade Master games. Lots comes down to items. Concealed Hill can be quite tough to find those necessary items.
Okay. Can also have a jump start if you're a little lucky with the early 2 camps, and then you get the circlet anyway. But yeah, seems... How do you... Wait, this is start already? Do you know that already? How do you know that already?
They tried to host, a little bit of a host bug. Now they're doing the next try.
Miss Noisy is also back. BBC is yamming away at this beef jerky. Did they change the camera position? It feels like it. They're also on an even level, right? It's not that one caster is sitting all the way in the back anymore. Subtle
Upgrades.
Subtle changes at the BBC Warcraft broadcast headquarters. But oops, wrong button. Yeah. Might be starting soon here. Indeed, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Sunshine.
Thank you very much, Sunshine, with the resub. A Raraland alumni right there. Greetings.
Right on. You think Happy is frustrated?
Dude, Happy might be losing... Wait, what is this? This could be his 3rd series lost in 1 week. What kind of a parallel universe are we in?
Wait, what? What else did he lose? He lost to Lin before. This might be the 2nd. What am I
Losing to
missing?
40 was... Oh, that was last week, I guess.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, that was last week.
But
You know,
it was really close versus Kaho.
way before 40 became a big threat, way before the humans started to find the answers against the undeads, Happy's struggle matchup back then was always Orc. It seemed like over the years he got much better against it, and indeed most orcs he still seems to dominate. But Lin right now, in this shape, is making his life hella hard.
Gotta say that the patch might have a thing or two to do with that the matchup swung into one direction and not the other. But yeah, so far, no immediate answers anymore, with the Gargs being the unbeloved stepchild of the Fiends again. It is a rough situation for sure. But if there's someone who can show the way, it has to be Happy. I don't know. And again, we have to point back to a discussion earlier on. Does he really want to show the big secret weapon here in this tournament? He can make a run through the lower bracket here, save strats for Don't Force Me Cup with the 14k prize pool for the winner. Maybe he just has to bite the bullet. No, bite into the sour apple, take the bullet, mix it however you want, and show the real weapons at the weekend.
Yeah, there will still be time to adjust if he faces Lin again in the grand final. Wait, I want to look this up. B Cup. How many grand finals was Lin in? Was it 1 or 2? Yeah, it was only 1 so far. B Cup 11. That was the first B Cup on the new patch version. And there it was a Happy versus Lin final, where Lin got completely owned.
Yeah, it wasn't fun. I remember. The past finals in general were a very, very, very one-sided affair. Whether the opponent is Starbuck or Kaho or I get was Life in one final. I'm not even sure anymore, but it doesn't really matter. Whoever wasn't Happy's way got trampled on. Now Lin is back and might eliminate the back-to-back B Cup champion from his premier tournament. Happy stemming against the defeat on Conceal.
Alrighty, what are we gonna get here now? We've got Happy in the bottom left, Lin in the top right. We're fast forwarding to catch up with the live game state.
Yeah.
Oh, and Happy is making a change. We got the Tet Fiends again.
We're totally forwarding, Remo. You're so right. I am forwarding now. So here we go. As you say, with Tet Fiends. And Remo, do you have to say a thing or two about Tet Fiends?
Yeah, I'm not a fan, to be honest. I feel like it gives you way too little creep speed at the beginning. If the blade is aggressive against you, he can almost entirely halt your creep speed. But of course, against Wyvern play, the Fiends can work out really well. However, when orcs see the Fiends, they might just pivot away from Wyvern and go Headhunters instead. This is something that Lin has shown, something that Focus has shown. Lin will have an option to choose from, but first he has to figure out what's going on.
Kato GTV, thank you for the sub for a month. Seiso says Tet Fiends is best overall build now, I think. We'll see who's right here. Surely possible to get some damage done. We have a passive creep in Happy with only skeletons. You go for the turtles that are super easy to creep due to medium armor type. Blade Master goes to the shop as so often. Is well equipped for an extended harass. And Happy
has to make sure not to give the ogre item away to the Blade Master. This is a crucial part of scouting normally. When your acolyte sees the blade isn't on his side creeping, the most likely thing is he's over there at the ogre and he's gonna get it. Using another Windwalk for it as well. That's a big mistake by Happy. There's not many damage items on the map. Happy could have secured both for himself. He's lucky that the blade only gets a ring.
Counters the Orb of Corruption later. It's also super good for a potential TC. Fiends still taking some time, but yeah, at least it's catching up in tech to a degree. And Lin, double barracks, mass headhunter.
Yes, Happy sees it. I think I would like to see him now not go Fiends anymore, but rather go into Ghouls. Could even cancel that one Fiend, but he's gonna finish it.
No, touches as well. Disengage. Thank you for the 42. Much love to you.
Happy at least got the fast level 2, so that's important to have that aura early. Should go for more Rod. I would love to see him now move across the map and seal the Ogre camp away to try to prevent claws on the Blade Master. I mentioned before, this map can be very hard to find bonus damage on the Blade, if especially some camps are taken away from you.
That's why it's Happy's last pick of the session. Keeping track of the units. Is Happy continuing to creep? Is he poking into the base? He's gonna face some headhunters here, that's for sure. The Shadow Hunter is already coming. Happy again. No chance for a Wand of Negation. Is he running into that SH again then?
This excellent Blade Master play by Lin, by the way. He is in the right spot every time. And now he's trying to prevent Happy from creeping his Ogre camp. Wait for the Shadow to come out. And with the Blade's presence here, Happy feels like he can't contest this one. So Lin gets both Ogre camps, both items. That's honestly a big mistake. The second one perhaps Happy can't prevent, but he should have gotten the first one. Again though, he was lucky there was only a ring. If the Shadow Hunter on his side also finds only a ring, this might be a weak Blade Master game.
Running in circles with the DK, delaying level 3 for a while. Couple of last hits, but no, prevented with the coil. Making a statement here. Blade Master in no position to do anything right now, but yeah, Headhunter's ramping up. That also means he's gonna stay tier 2 for a long time. And Happy might overwhelm later with the Dark Ranger.
Question is, what second hero is gonna be chosen? Shadow Hunter, important item. Gloves of Haste. That's alright. Not a ring, thankfully.
More fiends. This all smells to me. Oh, Happy is supply blocked actually. Can't go for a second hero, as he has that Acolyte still up that he could sacrifice any time to free up that one supply for the second hero. But yeah, no Lich yet, no Dark Ranger yet. Still struggling to reach that level 3 with the DK, living off of that bonus XP. But yes, still not.
I think heavy creeping here is good for Happy. If the DK gets tons of experience and possibly the Dark Ranger or Lich second, that means there might not be much left for the Blade Master in the endgame. Is the Blade gonna get level 5? Is he ever gonna get level 4 or 5? Not necessarily.
The hunt for the red spots will be on down the road. Both can clear these camps very, very quickly. First slippers for the Blade.
Slippers. That helps. That helps quite a bit, actually.
A player's forces are under
Okay,
attack.
Lich second. Interesting.
Blade Master play is so nice. He didn't get that many kills, but he's in the right spot every time. Slowing down Happy's creeping a lot. Perfectly knowing what's going on. All the meanwhile, the Shadow Hunter is freely creeping up, getting so much XP.
Alright, 2.7. Wand of Illusion for some scouting. Tier 3 has been queued. Beast 3 has been queued. So lots of stability for Lin in the mid game, so he's not getting rushed, pushed, whatever. Shadow Hunter also made sure that this ain't happening. On the other side, of course, statues as so often. We are approaching red spots. Lin, by far the first to do it. Did Happy track the movement? Is he going for his own red in the middle? I don't know if you want to creep track at a fountain.
The experience right there at the fountain. Shadow Hunter gonna get level 3. Big item as well. Might it be something for the Blade Master? Are we gonna have a Beast Blade in the end? Field of Accuracy. Not good for the Blade, but perhaps for the Berserkers. Although I think Orcs tend to sell it. Happy hoping for a big item himself here at the red.
What he got? Hood of Cunning. Lovely for the Lich, where it's also about damage. Also lovely for potential Dark Ranger down the road. We're just waiting for the money to trickle in, as we have reached tier 3 on both sides now. We get the TC. With that, it must be a Dark Ranger at this point. And Destroyer upgrade. Happy can't make any mistakes anymore. Otherwise, he's facing a lower bracket with Starbuck and 1-0.
player's forces
I feel
are
like Lin
under
is satisfied with this game so far. He got the Shadowhunter levels. He's got his 3rd hero on the way. He's facing Fiends and he's facing Pit Lord.
I am surprised. Howl and Cleave, amazing versus Headhunters, if you can make it work. Dark Ranger would have been the choice. He didn't pick her versus Wyvern. No orb. Oh, he got the orb last second.
And got some nice items as well. Burrow finishing up here in a moment, by the way, but it's not done yet. In we go into the fight. Howl of Terror taking a while to be used. Coil last second. The Stomp is beautiful. The Kodo comes in, always perfectly aligned. This move by Lin with the Stomp plus Kodo. Got one Devour right away, but the damage of the Orc army is a bit lower perhaps than normal.
TC getting nuked, might be out of the fight for a little bit. No consumables, the statues were blocking there. Pit Lord actually didn't do much just yet, except one Howl. It's only 100 damage, but he gets the cow with another Coil Nova. We got Burrow just an inch too late, thanks to the Purge. Lich might be next on the menu if the focus switches. It did, but the Coil was ready.
There's no Skellies coming up. There's so many Berserkers still on the field. I think Lin is taking this fight, isn't he? Some Fiends could perhaps unburrow, but Lin is going to the shop. He's going to go for a heal scroll as well. And Happy has run out of mana, more or less.
Problematic situation. Lower bracket run. Happy for the first time in forever in B Cup. 2 seasons, I guess. We got another Howl, but we don't have Cleave yet. No Rod of Necromancy, as you said. This army, without a Dark Ranger, without ghouls, without skeletons, all of a sudden, Headhunters make a lot of sense.
Can take out that Kodo Beast at least, but there's one more heal wave, the last one, and now the Kodo can fall back to the fountain. TC is back in the mix as well, and Happy he doesn't have the damage necessary. I come back again to the Fiend choice. I don't like him. Don't like this Fiend opening at all.
Well, he, in his head, he had a different game imagined, I guess. This is not looking too pretty. He can burrow a little bit, but we're right next to the shop, so the dust should be there. DK is also kind of stuck. Attempted block doesn't go through, but still very, very, very problematic. Level 3 on the Blade Master. This Pit Lord is getting nothing done.
Pit Lord now also out of mana, no Howl anymore for the time being. Finally, we have a Dust. Happy stole the Dust before, by the way, to take it away from the Orc side. That was kind of neat, but now the detection is there. The Berserkers are finally all quite hurt as well. Supply is even at the moment, but then it's looking for more.
But for the knockout punch, for the grand final, War Chief is back in the saddle, making a point in Don't Force Me Cup and making another point here in B Cup. Back-to-back Lin wins would be something. Any desperate plays by Happy, otherwise he's out of the winner bracket.
Mana low everywhere. Another Fiend goes down to level 4 for the Shadowhunter already. And that's all of a sudden Lin with a big supply lead, up at 43. He is going to lose the Kodo Beast though, as Lin needs to fall back and heal up. His heroes, they're online. They're ready. TC level 2, and then he's feeling even more confident.
Yeah, the majority of this fight without the TC, by the way. I have to mention that. He's only coming back, like, slowly now. That's a bit problematic, but also the Pit Lord. He needs Cleave so bad against this. Otherwise, he's rather useless. Yeah, damage mitigation is a thing, and especially a very good level 1 spell with lower scaling down the road. But we want the big Cleave, we want the big AoE, and also very item dependent. It's an interesting choice to put the Pit Lord on this map and in this situation when he didn't have too many Rods of Necromancy to work with either.
Good item here for Happy, certainly, with a big mana potion. Lich, though, seems so underleveled. The Lich, you mentioned it in the mid-game, was supply blocked. He came out, I think, way too late. Compare that to the Shadowhunter, who's level 4 already, picking up a robe of the Magi here as well. And once again, the Orc heroes seem to be better equipped by a lot than the Undead heroes.
Is there any chance for the Pit Lord to still scale? Red Spot is gone. We have the expansion position. Lab is gone. I don't think Happy can get level 3 Pit Lord, except with extensive fights. We get a temple now.
Okay, Happy hoping for the late game. Fiend Banshee can indeed be really good, but it's going to take a long time to all be ready in unison. You could see Lin here opting for a Tiny again.
Hear me out. Necromancer to replace the Rod and the Dark Ranger.
I think I prefer the ladies.
What Remo is saying is, yes, very good idea, Neo. This is supposed to be the future. It's going to be so good and fun.
Ah,
A player's
okay.
forces are under attack.
I'd love to see that, man. It would be nice. It would be nice. We got some good inventory now. We got double Invo Potion, level 4 on the blade for level 2 Windwalk. Nice that he made that adjustment and not going for level 2 Windwalk earlier. The crits surely helped.
TC level 3 against no silence.
Yep.
4-4-3 hero levels. Lin again has everything that his heart desires.
That
Is
is...
he gonna go for Tiny again? Oh, he is.
He is. That's why he cleaned up that spot upper left. It is Banshees. Could still go for a mix. 2 initiate spells, like Priest Sorks, Necro, Banshee.
Town is under siege. Forces are under attack.
And again, Happy's gonna see the Tiny a little bit too late to instantly push. Ideally, you want to have 2 Banshees, you move out, and you try to punish that Tiny Great Hall right away. But Happy still needs a little bit of time to figure it all out.
After this series, Happy has to also play 1-0 in Don't Force Me Cup. Not an easy situation to be in. Little bit of a mental thing to come out of there in no time. Since, as far as I know, Shinkong, the game will start 0.5 seconds after this B-Cup match is done.
Happy would have to micro his heart out. Especially against this level 3 TC, dude. This is gonna be really, really tough.
Good thing, though, that's what he does day in, day out. Even against 2,500 MMR BattleNet players. Has no holding back. He's used to that. Pit Lord gotta do way more damage than before. He's boosted a little bit by that Frost Armor. Slowed down. Can he break through? He's controlled by Endstare so well. Pit Lord deleted. Good night, sweet prince.
PC in trouble as well. The Ring of Protection protecting him indeed very nicely here, and the Burrow is a bit too late. Happy's losing a lot of units right away. Stomp again. Fiends hit. Taking so much damage from these Berserkers. The Howl of Terror doesn't seem to make a difference at all. Pit Lord looking underwhelming, and he's gone, and this series looks over.
Exactly. No chance whatsoever in these fights. The Concave of Headhunters is 1,000,000 damage. 210 crit on top of this. Frost Armor is nice, but Coil Nova is obviously better. Shadow Hunter can throw another heal wave in a bit. Lich in trouble. DK in trouble. Fiend in the middle of everything. It's not where they're supposed to be. And Lin can just pick his targets and choose the way he wants to ascend into the grand final.
First grand final for Lin in a long time in the B Cup. Didn't play in many of them. In most that he did play, he had a good run. This time a fantastic run. Happy gonna throw down to the lower bracket. Not something he's too familiar with, because now this game is absolutely out of reach.
Expansion in favor of Lin. Supply heavily in favor of Lin. Heroes as well. 4-4-3 plus an Invo Potion. Yep, there we go. Lin is beating Happy for the second time in a week. No solutions displayed here. At least no solutions that are working. He tried with expansions on maps like Shattered Exile. He tried different hero combos, different openers, but nothing was enough. Only 2 wins here on the maps. That is a sign of strength for Lin, who will be playing another winner bracket final tomorrow, then versus Fortitude for the grand final in Don't Force Me.
Yeah, absolutely. Lin looking wonderful, keeping the hopes alive for all the Orc fans out there. They were ready to say, oh my god, look at that. Orc is looking so bad. But Lin shows how it's done. Lin looking to be in wonderful shape indeed. And excited to see has he just cracked the code of the matchup against Undead? Or has he also finally figured out who deal with the humans, with especially Fortitude.
Yeah, with where Archmage is possible, Pally Rifle is possible. Orcs have been eating good recently with the return of Lin, with Focus in shape, except with the S tier tournaments. Also, in our German league, Tetstad, Francis were performing well. Basically, across the board, Orcs are doing really, really good. Now, very tough situation for Happy, of course, having to solve that in a day. Also, having to stay alive in Don't Force Me Cup, which is this next obstacle, also today. But we take a look at the B Cup bracket. Quick, tomorrow at 11 a.m. Super early, middle of the night. 1-0 versus Starbuck. I didn't hit the button. There we go. 1-0 versus Starbuck. The winner against Happy, and then the winner versus Lin. It is mind-blowing to see this Lin. 2 weeks ago, he lost maps to Leon. No disrespect to Leon, but Lin shouldn't lose maps to Leon. Usually. Yeah. And now he plays like this is tremendous.
And I think I have a bit of a surprise development over here, seeing that on King Kong's stream. Apparently, Lin versus 40 is happening now.
What?
Next. Yeah. What does that mean? Does that mean after this, we're also going to have Happy versus 120? Or is that going to be tomorrow then?
Dude, I don't know anymore. Weren't the Chinese
also,
like...
I think this is bad news for Lin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, long days, extended series, having to keep your endurance up. That is not what Lin wants to have happen normally.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure. It's not necessarily the best thing that could have happened, but gotta roll with the punches, gotta be ready any day, any time, apparently. Good that the previous series didn't go to game 7 then,
I guess. Okay, so
I wonder when the players were informed of this.
So Starbuck versus 120 is happening tomorrow. What if... Wait. So is that going to happen tomorrow? And Happy versus 120 is also going to happen tomorrow? There might be a lot of overlap again tomorrow.
Let's say they didn't exactly plan this out perfectly.
Yeah. Some improvements could perhaps be made. You know, one wild idea, Neo, is don't have 2 huge tournaments at the same time. Just a crazy suggestion. Just a crazy suggestion.
I'm a fan. I can live with that thought. Yep, for sure. We saw what happened with Kao 120 yesterday. Made no sense. Yeah, that was not the greatest Kaho, was it?
Yeah, Kao at least today got his revenge, even if it was against just another Night Elf. But Kao looked slick. Kao could have the chance also for revenge against 120 in the DFMC, if Happy indeed ends up losing to 120. However, is that match today or tomorrow? We're not 100% sure at the moment.
Well, lots of questions, man. I mean, yeah, we're just waiting. I mean, we could ask Happy, of course, it would be the easiest, but he refused to answer me at least. So that's no help. Just a guessing game at this point.
On King Kong's stream, it does say 120 versus Happy.
But it's a different section.
Yeah. What does your app say? What is this? What's that?
Bit rough because it's white font on light blue background. I don't know if it can do it. Preview tomorrow night loser group best of 7. So that's tomorrow.
Okay, I'm gonna try to double confirm with Colorful. He's normally a good fella.
So Happy has to play, like 120 has to play Starbuck tomorrow, as well as Happy. And isn't B Cup supposed to end tomorrow?
I mean, that would be kind of crazy. 3 best of 7s in a row, possibly, with delay, possibly.
Yeah, but like, I guess saying according to the schedule makes no sense anymore. But it was supposed to be 2 matches today and 2 matches tomorrow, right? Like, well.
Yeah, all subject to change.
Yes, exactly. So a card is subject to change, like at WWE. I guess good for us who are tuning in today. A little unfortunate for everybody who wasn't aware of this. A bit hard to like advertise these matches when you don't know that they're happening. And man, Remo and I, we plan to do so much prep tonight after the broadcast is done, skimming through old replays, to digging deep into KK replays as well to analyze their plays. But unfortunately, we have to roll with the punches.
Perhaps you may have forgotten, Neo, that I'm not there tomorrow. I'm gone over the weekend.
Yeah, you were supposed to help me with the prep, though.
Oh yeah.
To have my back, you know, so I can get all the, so I can present your knowledge even when you're not there. That was the.
And they're gonna be back fresh on Monday, and maybe Neo is finally gonna take a day off. Who knows?
Yeah, I was planning on disappearing for a week. Then Carson said yesterday, "Yo, dude, I'm going on tour. Bye." So I guess I will not.
Classic Carson.
I will not completely disappear. But Carson is coming. Oh, I don't know if I can say that.
Oh, what's the news? What's the juice?
We might get as close to Carson as we haven't been since the first Rara, is I think something that I can't say.
Interesting.
I don't know if he's gonna talk about it, but yeah.
Perhaps he's gonna get hammered in the UK again. Okay, I gotta go to the restroom real quick though. I've been holding it, boys.
Have fun.
Be right back.
Get it all out, buddy. Yeah, there is Warcraft to cast indeed. So, Lynn says, I don't know what he says. Maybe I can translate. Tendian Kaiba. Come on, people. Kaiba. It's not English. That's Chinese. To English. Is he talking in slang? Tendian Kaiba. It doesn't even. God damn it! What's up with you, Deeple? Why aren't you? You're not doing anything. Maybe it's like 10 minutes or something. I'm trying every translator available. It says 10 p.m. That should be in 4 minutes. Okay. Wow. For once, Google Translate better than DeepL. Okay, so in 4 minutes, here we are. Yeah, so the original plan was to cast Happy vs. Lin in B Cup, as well as Starbuck vs. 120 in B Cup. Starbuck vs. 120 was postponed. Then the plan was to do Happy vs. 120 in DWCC, and then that was changed as well, and now it's Fortitude versus Lin. It is a schedule mess, but let's not take away from the fact that we get Lin versus Fortitude, the best human versus orc there is on the planet, and maybe at the moment the 2 best players that there are. In case you like what we do, everybody, check out backtowarcraft.com/support if you want to see these matches without any ads interrupting the gameplay. That is your best chance, and especially if you have a Prime sub lying around, we gladly take it. It's for free to you and take some money off of Amazon as well. So grande support. According to Lynn, we're gonna go in 10 minutes. Oh man. Is it the Pally rifle? Is it the Archmage? Is it a mix? Is it tier 2? There is so much to explore between them. The last match, Lynn won. The 2 previous ones went to Fortitude, and a lot of games actually went to Fortitude. basically all the matches prior to the patch went to Fortitude. He was on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 game win streak. This was, of course, the grand final of the Dolphin Warcraft Championship Cup 1, where after 10 years of being unable to defeat Lin, 40 finally got it. At least Lin had a little break. A couple of minutes. Usually the long days aren't for him, but it's only 10 p.m. in China. It's not like middle of the night. The first series took like 2.5 hours, which is all right. Still exhausting, but I mean, chat, he was playing Wyvern the entire time. How exhausting can that be, right? Right? We still got Warcraft action the entire weekend. We're going to start every day. I was about to say start every day at 1 p.m. But no, tomorrow we start even earlier at 11. And then we're going to have a lot of Warcraft for you guys throughout the entire day with B Cup and Don't Force Me Cup and the Back to Warcraft Weekly Cup where you can sign up for as well. And then we're going to be at consecutive streaming day number 450 in a second. So, Lin gives us the ready. Shinkong is about to hit that button once Fortitude is there. All right, guys, a little bit of a recap what happened before at the Don't Force Me Cup. It is the highest prize money in the entire Warcraft scene at the moment. It is $28,000, and the specialty is 15,000 of that go to the winner. It had all the top players. Nobody was missing. Lin won Group A over Focus, Ice Orc, and Lawliot. Fortitude made it through the Group of Death with Starbuck, Moon, and Labyrinth as first place. 40 has then destroyed Focus. There was absolutely no chance for poor Focus in the Winnerbracket quarterfinal. Life also didn't really stand a chance, even though there were some good plays there. And Lin, on the other side, simply destroyed Moon as well in the Winnerbracket quarterfinal. Then also had a very, very good series versus Happy, especially 3 maps in a row at the end of this best of 7. Lin and Fortitude, the best players of Don't Force Me Cup of this entire week. But where will this go? The game has started in 3 minutes. We'll be there. The big last win was Fortitude in Dolphin Cup in December. Since then, a lot of things have changed. We got a patch, and the last encounter between them was also Lin winning it 2-1. But that wasn't Lawliot Cup. That is a tier 2 tournament. We all know you have to subtract a couple of ELO points when it's a tier 2 competition for Fortitude. But this is the big one. Here he is, the title holder, and he's ready to defend that title. 4 maps to the grand final and 1 step closer to $15,000.
Hells yeah. Now, this would be amazing for Lin. Can he really back-to-back beat the 2 best players in the world, the 2 guys who have been deciding every big championship between each other? And especially with our knowledge of the fact that Lin normally tapers off a bit throughout the course of a day, has difficulty quite often staying super sharp. How ready, how quick is he still as the day progresses on?
Okay, we will see that. And what's he gonna face is the question. Lin can open up every single game with Farseer Headhunter, so much is clear. If he doesn't want to show us any Blade Master mirror image plays, which could be valid. We'll see about that, but it should be a Farseer Headhunter opening. Against what though? Archmage 2 farm, Archmage 3 farm, Archmage Expo, Pally Rifle, 2 base Pally Rifle, tier 3 Pally Rifle, push Pally Rifle, with Flame Strike, with Banish. There is a lot of variety in this matchup right now. Thank you, Brickball, for the 56. We are 1 minute away Do we have a prediction? I want to know what Twitch chat says.
Yeah, we can start it already. Map 1, 40 or Lin. Who is it gonna take? Going to be ready to jump in just a moment. You mentioned 2 base pally rifles. Is that a thing nowadays?
It can be a thing, yes.
Really?
It's not too much seen in the Asian part of the scene, but in Europe, some people have done it. Toxie, first and foremost, probably Lemess as well. Depends a little bit. Sock has been playing tier 3. But yeah, I'm not sure if Lin will allow this. 12 seconds. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm hyped. Who's the best player in the world today?
It seemed like Fortitude was destined to win these big tournaments lately. The tier 1 tourneys especially have been going to him almost exclusively. He is deeply involved, of course, with the Don't Force Me Cup. He has many fans out there hoping for his continued achievements, successes.
Is Pally Rifle still Lin's nemesis? There's been good progress on the orc side against this strategy. While in the beginning of the year, all they were doing was crying and complaining. Then came the patch, and all of a sudden, the Western build of tier 3 and Panda was valid and a good thing, and Focus and Lin got some good results. Dog Bird, thank you very much for the 18 month. I can confirm that this is the Pally and also the rifles.
Hells yeah, it is. I've seen lately also... Wait, is this the build with the faster barracks?
Faster barracks?
Faster ultra, I mean faster ultra.
It looks like it. And on Northern Isles makes a lot of sense. You can easily creep the green with a few militia. Sharp. Oh yeah, hiccup. Because all the excitement. And I'm not too sure if the Farseer will be there in time to steal anything. Maybe in the meantime, Lin can creep the greens. But yeah, it should be in the face of the Pally. This does indeed look like the updated fast Pally build. Cost a couple of militia, but absolutely worth it if you can get level 1.5 pretty much right off the bat. For Lin, as expected, Farseer, Headhunter, no reason to change that.
Lin previously against Happy had wonderful movement. In the early game especially, his hero positioning and movement across the map was absolutely perfect, always where he had to be. But it was a different hero. It was the Blade Master every time that he trusted in against Happy, and rightfully so. That was a successful series for him, second one back to back. Against humans still, it seems like Blade is looking pretty bad. There, the Farseer has to bring the victory.
It is not the power build altar, by the way. It's a rifle, so a creeping Pally. And with that, Farseer is right there before the first creep spot. 40, of course, an absolute mastermind in defending. Trying to get some wolves now, trying to save some HP. Trying to not spam these holy lights. With 2 rifles out, he should have the damage soon. And then with rifle number 3 comes the tech.
Trying to min-max every hit here. Every bit of experience, even from the summons, does matter. Oh, and he gave up 1 wolf here. Slight mistake. That can make the difference when it comes to the level up sometimes. It's only 20, of course, but every little thing matters. We have the early attack upgrade for the Headhunters, by the way. I think this is a build that Starbuck used to play quite a bit, right?
Yep. Can squeeze that in if you have the money. Why not? You will be playing Headhunters pretty much the entire series. You can bank a little bit later. It makes sense to do that. Tech is unfolding there. We are going for a scout tower. So it doesn't feel like 40 is invincible in this early game. But yeah, this open base design allows the wolves and headhunters to get in. So adding a little bit of stability seems worth it. Getting caught now a little bit. First holy light, second holy light.
Now, before you have the aura of the Paladin, the trading isn't as easy as it will be later on. You can still feel the bit of damage that is heading your way, especially with that attack upgrade just now finished. Headhunter count, a little bit ahead of the rifles here.
Yep, 4 to 3, fifth one coming in as well, or 5 to 4 now it is. 40, of course, wants some upgrades as fast as possible, but rather on tier 2 with the long rifles. This is very, very exciting from the mid-game on, this matchup. The early 5-6 minutes until tier 2 is there. Oftentimes very timid, just exchanging some damage points. But Lin with the first exclamation mark, getting one worker.
Yeah, good starter stepping here. Lin putting in decent damage, getting that one peasant. I don't think it's going to be too problematic with the lumber breakpoints, especially if it's just tier 2. You know, with Blood Mage and more rifles, you don't need that much lumber normally. So, are we expecting to see the torrent stuff here, or what is likely to follow?
It's very hard to predict. It is the panda, so yes. And he turns around. Yes, please, stick there. Yes, he is harassing with the Farseer while creeping with the panda. I love to see it. It took them many, many, many months and lots of arguments that this is not the way, but it is the way. Panda is creeping up to level 2. Farseer is making sure that there is no region scroll to be used, even though the shop isn't finished yet. Keeps tabs, and then it very, very, very much looks like the torrent stuff. Curious to see if he's mixing in walkers as well. Starbuck is inspiring orcs over there in Asia. While Remo is getting the door, Farseer is harassing once again. That is a lot of damage, and he will need a region scroll. Paladin, finally level 2. Focus, Lin, Soen, they were all of the opinion that you need a high-level Farseer at some point, while he's just a big orb carry. The wolves are kinda nice, Chain Lightning tickles a little bit and can get rid of region scrolls, but the carry is the panda. Question is, how can 40 punish this? And where? He still needs levels. He still needs army. He needs healing. He needs the Blonde Devil, long rifles, and attack upgrade ready. And the Blood Mage can then bring the items. Cloak of Shadows gone. No items. Double region scroll. Okay, that is interesting. While the panda is creeping up a storm. Lin feels very comfortable here. Has the troll regen, that is fine. He's not taking any damage whatsoever. He's not even going for reinforced defenses, and the burrows are far in the back. Oh man, what a difference it makes if you harass the Pally rifle player. Now the regen is here. Little bit of chip damage, maybe Farseer can retreat now. As long as he makes sure that there is level 3 panda, that should be fine, but maybe he's falling in a little trap and fighting now, but it's just a little green, and that's precisely level 3. A region scroll or a heal self would be nice now. And then we are in fighting shape. I very, very, very much like this early game by Lin. This seems to be the most promising build against the Pally rifle. We also getting the walker. It's all coming together, finally.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if he's going to be able to pull that off. This, I almost want to call it would have called it the Hitman build, but it's not, because it's walkers. I guess Hitman, what he was talking about was the torrents instead. I remember when I talked to Lin about when it was all the desperation about Pally rifles, I was like, what about Panda second, and then you creep up with him? Could that work, maybe? Farseer harassing? And Lin was like, oh, maybe I'll try it. One day later, he messages me back. He's like, ha ha ha, so bad. Ha ha, Blood Mage, Steel Panda, no mana, ha ha, so bad.
Yeah, it took some time. I had a similar exchange with Focus where at one point the only answer I got was ... Which is kind of the same, just expressed differently. Turns out we were right all along. And the Starbucks and the Lemeses who wrote a guide were also right. We got a Firelord surround on the panda. With that Wand of the Wind, keeps it close. It's a double surround! 40! All of a sudden! Oh my god, what is happening? Firelord extinguished!
No.
He gets the cloak. Do we have any reveal, maybe? Farseer is coming with the TP and a heal pod. This could turn out to be a little bit of a trap. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire, that's one rifle down. That's the second rifle soon to be down. Lin still getting out there. Not enough damage to threaten that Panda, but god damn was Lin dodging a bullet here.
Players' forces are under attack.
Yeah, that was still pretty painful. The Fire Lord, I guess he's going to be back soon, but it's also cost a lot of mana. Mana is very important in this matchup as well, and it seems to me like 40 is finding a better and better position here for himself. He is going tier 3 as well, by the way.
Let's freaking go. Inner Fire or Griffins is the question. How many headhunters do we have? 6? 6 is not an overwhelming amount. Both possible. First off, we go into the base. There is no reinforced defenses. And we storm across and we do a lot of damage.
Alright, in we go. Fastia is out of mana, but that's okay. He was low mana anyways, only level 2. He's got the Orb of Lightning, which could proc here, possibly. There's the Soul Burn. Panda, Breath of Fire, Drunken Haze in the back. Good damage. There's one heal scroll against him.
No mana potion, no invul potion on the Panda, so there should be no additional Breath of Fire, which makes life a lot easier. 440, we got that Holy Light level 2, the Blood Mage standing in the middle of it all. Panda is basically reduced to being a grunt. The Torrent can't connect because the Headhunters were blocking a little bit, very unfortunate. 40 going for the surround again, and this time no TP. He has to chew through that big potion though.
40 turning his attention again towards the Berserkers. We have many of them still on the field. Mana Siphon here didn't turn out too good. Quickly broken. There's one more Soul Burn as well that could be used, but Lin hurt on many of his units. Mispositioning one of the Berserkers here, might be losing that, but he is working with superior move speed if he activates that Berserk.
What the hell is happening, Remo? I don't understand. There is a push with Militia and a shop while he's on the way to tier 3 and transitioning into Griffins. Is this just the ultimate fake that Lin is not suspecting this tier 3 transition?
Oh, Purge! First hit Purge, the classic on the Blood Mage here, but tanky enough. So much mana on the Paladin still. So much healing on the human side.
Right on. Militia retreating. He's giving up that shop. He got a heal potion. Invo potion is his as well. Panda can't really get a foot on the ground. He has that mana potion. Then he has to go for the combo. At the moment, the Blood Mage is right next to him, though. Suck, 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 suck. Not enough mana for the combo at the moment. That's why you need these Invo potions if you are the Panda. No Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire combo. 1 mana potion for a breath is not that efficient. The Torrent's been taken out. We do have Ancestral Spirit, so that helps. Paladin might finally be forced into that big healing. 40 is losing 1 or 2 units as the Torrent is back, but he's also gaining quite some XP.
Firelord here pretty hurt, could perhaps be taken out. Paladin was running out of mana, but now finally siphoned back onto him. Lots of healing still on its side, but not that much damage anymore, I guess. The rifle numbers are low.
I don't really understand what 40 is doing here. He's giving up so many rifles. He's down to 37 food. That is nothing. Now a full transition to Griffins? Maybe? Lin was able to get the Torrent back. This Headhunter falls. He had a TP the entire time and decided he doesn't want to use it.
He just bought a Staff of Sanctuary. If Lin was looking in the inventory, he will know now about the tier 3. But yeah, that was a bit of a feeding frenzy, wasn't it? Rifle production stops for now. Second Aviary coming up for Griffins. But, I mean, there could be Berserkers. But if Lin makes the mistake of going too heavy on Torrents, that could still be very painful for him.
Yeah, that is something that Focus and Lin both did recently. Also, still no reinforced defenses, so Griffins will have an easy time to shred through all the burrows in the back.
A player's forces are under attack.
Here we go. First Griffin out.
Another Tiny Great Hall. Worked quite well earlier against Happy on quite a few of the maps. I would say the Tiny Great Hall was responsible for 2 of the map wins, in fact. And right now, 40 is absolutely in 0 position to fight. He just lost too much earlier.
Cleans up supply. He is super low on lumber now as well. Griffins How expensive are they in lumber? I actually don't know.
Don't know either off the top of my head. Like, probably 60, 70 or something.
Okay, Blood Mage gets hit with the Soul Burn as so often. Lin is charging up an attack to distract from his expansion, so that can't be harassed. Did he see the Griffin already? He must have, and he's doubling down with a second Rax with additional income. Then Mass Headhunter should be the play. Bad Riders oftentimes don't work that well as the armor is growing and growing and growing on the human side with the Devotion Aura.
A player's forces are
But yeah, 40 has a challenge ahead of him.
Yeah, uphill challenge for sure. I like the double racks. Mass Berserkers, absolutely a possibility. Some upgrades would be nice to get on them as well. Actually, he's got 1-1 already. That's quite solid. If there's a chance to win a fight, I think it's right now, with the Berserker count low.
Going for more creeping. Griffins, of course, creep very fast. Drunk Ship, thank you for the 13 month. No Storm Hammers just yet. We had to go up to 50. Lumber is still an issue. So Lin knows the attack is rolling towards that expo. It is only 3 Headhunters. I would love to see a Mountain King on Fortitude side.
That might take quite a bit more time. It feels like there's not much time left for anything to be done for Fortitude. He's going over to the red camp, which cannot be crept by Griffins, by the way, the big Magnetor. Also inviting Lin to creepjack. This game is looking amazing now for the Orc.
Yeah, Rifles can try to go for this Magnetor. There's a little bit of an issue on that Blood Mage. Needs a Holy Light. Farseer was in the mix trying to steal it, but the Magnetor is still up. Power of Griffins, tremendous. With the positioning over the forest.
One thing Lin here is lacking is Raiders. He did finally make a Bestiary later on with the resources from the expansion, but didn't make any Raiders yet. A bit low on lumber there as well. Positioning there indeed wonderful on the Griffins, but the army size difference is noticeable as well.
Kills the Tauren now to bring them back with mana only and full HP. Stormhammers missing, third hero missing, counter expansion missing, if that's even a thing. Lin, build a Bestiary for Raiders to yoink these Griffins out. If he kills walkers here, that's kinda nice. But yeah, he has no solution to take these corpses away.
Griffins min-maxing pretty well here. Should be getting another kill. Oh, no, the heal scroll. Keeping everything safe for now, alive. But 70 supply. Big ass army for Lin.
And no Flame Strike against the Headhunters. That is also a bit problematic. I don't know if you need Banish that much with the 4-second cooldown. 40 still... It feels like he's distracting for something. But that's not the case. Last hit now. Who's gonna get it? Oh, again, Pali got it. Item on the ground, Hood of Cunning. Farseer is tempted and gets it. But important to keep the levels low on the Orc hero.
He doesn't even have Stormhammers, does he?
Nope, no lumber. He's queuing it now.
Okay, Mass Griffins can be dangerous in the late game, and Fortitude successfully prevented any Griffins from going down, but at the same time didn't get too many kills. And now, in front of the expansion, it's a wide open area. This is where Lin would love to fight, where there's no trees. The Griffins now showing up indeed from behind the trees. Drunken Hate's Breath of Fire not hitting all of them, though, I think. But it's so many Berserkers.
Ooh, takes out a walker. A rifle is falling. Staff has been used, but there's only one. The Ensnare comes in. Paladin in a world of trouble. Needs a TP soon. Trying to stay in this with the potion. Torrent being wrecked, but of course resurrectable. But he has no walker anymore. Haha! Let's see if he can get back there with the walker in 90 seconds. Otherwise, that corpse is gone. 40 fighting.
Trying his darndest. In fact, the supply is even, but the income certainly is not. Also, the Orc shop here at the expo, really nice. You can always go for a mana potion if you need, even if you've been sucked dry. Speaking of which, the Blood Mage himself finds himself dry at the moment. But those Griffins, I gotta say, so far they've been working out better than I thought they would.
Yeah. Griffins are the ultimate late game for the human in many matchups. Stormhammers are upgraded now. Little shockwaves with every projectile. Bloodmage in trouble, has that heal potion. Gun it down. Soulburn hits him hard. And one Griffin falling. Still, the Taco War continues. 40 getting ready for an 80 foot army. He is losing a lot of HP. Nothing that a Regent Scroll couldn't fix. But for that, he has to go home. Heal scroll it.
We got one walker back. 250 mana, which is necessary, is available for the Ancestral Spirit res. Oh, quick, before the corpse is gone. All right, there we go.
Ooh, that was big.
One walker makes a second.
Man, how would this look with Flame Strike? Blood Mage! Sleepy Fortitude had Holy Light ready, I think. Wasn't there. And also the staff on cooldown. Blood Mage too far forward, and Lin seemingly having the opportunity now to get map number 1. He's on 2 bases, got that supply lead. The levels are looking damn fine. And 40 will mine out in 3 minutes.
That's a mistake you can't really make on 1 base versus 2 with an Orc so well equipped on tier 3 with triple hero and everything. That should be a little bit too far behind now. By the way, do you know the answer to this? When you res a walker, what's the mana that he's resed with?
I'm pretty sure I should know this, as it was a question in some quiz before, I guess. Maybe half the mana he died with? I don't know. Chat will know.
Yeah, so the last one that was resed was 150 mana. Question is it 150 normal? So that would be 25% mana pool? Or what, did he just die with 150 mana? No, it's definitely not 250. 25% of total? Okay, that would make sense.
Nerds that know this. Okay.
Lin looking rather unstoppable at the moment. He's close to 2 level ups as well. On Farseer and Firelord. Pressuring the human main base.
How is he supposed to hold this without Flame Strike? I feel like that's the big mistake on 40. What did Banish really do in this game for him? He might have saved temporarily a Griffin here and there. But apart from that, I'm not a big lover. Level 2 Flame Strike would have been insane damage. But here we go. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire. Huge concave for Lin, of course. Level 5 on the Pally.
Oh, sick amount of damage raining in here from every angle. The Panda, though, is out of mana. The Breath of Fire not available anymore. Lin's still taking this fight. Might this be an overstep? Probably not. He's got a huge army. He's going to force the TP out. The Pally was in trouble there as well. And the target fire is immense. And the first map goes to Lin.
Lin does it, man. That is, again, a sweet, sweet win for him. All he does is win, 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 no matter what or no matter who the opponent is. First, the victory earlier today versus Happy with 4-2, and he continues the War Chief on the War Path and on Victory Road at the same time. Really impressive, but I gotta say, left a little bit to be desired from the Fortitude side. He's been grinding these show matches versus Orc. I feel like lumber issues shouldn't really be happening. Flame Strike necessary, as we said, and he just let the Orc expand without punishing it too hard. Instead of attacking the Expo, maybe going for the main, for the burrows, could have been an opening. And then, of course, earlier to that, which started this entire mess, losing so many rifle without any reason.
Yeah, while going tier 3, going for that heavy push, that worked on the old patch maybe, when Pally rifles seemed completely unstoppable by anything. But things have changed a bit with the patch, and not just the numbers have changed, but also I feel like confidence and trust in Orcs, in their abilities and their units has changed, which also has an effect here. And Lin may finally have found the way to beat the evil Pally rifles.
Okay, time for adjustment. On 40's side, it is of course map dependent what we'll see, if it's still Pally rifle or not. I think Lin pretty much found the blueprint going forward. Farseer Headhunter with upgrades or not. We'll see. It is Turtle Rock, and it's live already.
We're gonna jump in right away. How much Pally Rifles are we gonna see is indeed the question. Shout out to Saul Apeman with the raid, a legend of the Pally Rifle community. Blessing us.
He is an Archmage player now as well. Most of the time. He has...
What?
Yes.
What?
He has given up. He has given up.
Dude, what happened to the PRU? He can't resign as president.
Temporarily closed until further notice. It is sad times. But maybe Mr. Fortitude can reopen the Hogwarts of Pally Rifles, where the magic was found and crafted and refined. But for that, we need a couple of different plays here. Fortitude, I hope there's room for improvement here. He is the big bout machine. This is a tier 1 tournament. I expect more from 40 in this winner bracket final.
Well, let's see what we're gonna get right there. We're fast forwarding a bit, trying to catch up with the live.
We are so fast forwarding. The later the day, I got a blind spot for this F7 fast forward button, but I'm here now.
It is indeed gonna be the Pally Rifles once again for Fortitude here in the bottom right. We got Lynn in the top left, going with a straight Farseer Headhunter build. These openings looking exactly the same as before. Indeed, Lynn had a very successful early game, I would say, on Northern Isles. If you can prevent Paladin from ever leveling up to level 2 for the first couple of minutes, that's a W.
Right on. It is the classic dance. Back-to-back Pally Rifle games. Does the map do anything to this build? I mean, it's a short lane between the two bases. A push can always come. If they leave each other alone in the early-late game, this can get to absurd levels, but I don't think 40 will or should allow this. It is his first map pick, his first loser's pick. He should feel incredibly confident. This also was visible when Starbuck was playing versus Happy on this map. High pressure, high octane! Skimmy with the 50 euros, bro.
Yo!
Are you freaking crazy? Let's go, Lynn, he says. All of a sudden, I feel like a little bit more of a Lynn fanboy as well, and this early game is forcing a Holy Light already.
Yeah, that rifle was very close to dying, by the way. It's going to take at least one more Holy Light, maybe even 2, to get this rifle back to healthy. This Paladin is going to have to use quite a bit of mana early on. He got the experience at least. Cloak of Shadows, I would say not that good, but at least he got a bit of XP. The Wolves continue to chase in the main, and Lynn is once again trying to get in as much damage as he can early on.
Alrighty. Mana drain is always important, whether that's in the early game from the Orc side against the Paladin or later with the Blonde Devil against the Panda. Reaching the Tavern shouldn't be an issue here really on this map. 40 feels poised to use Militia creeping every time you call Militia. That is a little bit lower lumber for the tech, for the long rifles, for the attack upgrades. And as we've seen on game 1, a potential tier 3 tech.
Pally gets that full experience from the first camp, as is expected. He took a bit of damage as well, as is also expected. He would love to get over to the orange, to the ogres, and take those two out, get that level 2. But of course, that's exactly what Lynn is trying to prevent. He's got 3 headhunters right here with his wolves, and a 4th one on the way. And again, the attack upgrade.
Right on. Militia this time, I was about to say not falling. No, retreat in time. That was quite a surprise on map 1 that he lost the worker there without really needing or having the need to. More headhunters, more rifle, the classic dance, second Holy Light only. This looks like a stable early for 40.
A player's forces are under attack.
A little bit of wolf. Oh.
There's going to be an Arcane Tower in the main here done soon as well. Should keep these peasants nice and safe. Clean game so far by both players, I would say. As we are soon to reach tier 2 for Lynn. Are we going to see that panda again?
Should be. I mean, Focus tried a Naga. That looked pretty bad, I gotta say. a little bit of tempo for like a minute and a half. And that was it. Totally falling off in the late game. Wouldn't advise to try that. Panda it is. But where and how to creep?
Yeah. There's a thing also about this build with the fast runners. You're trying to tech fast and also go to tier 3 pretty quickly. So you have to save money somewhere. That means no shop, no salves. So this Panda is going to be tanking the camps, but he has to be careful with which ones he takes, how far he can get, with what he can get away with. But I guess the Drunken Haze here is actually also very helpful with that.
Right on. Damage mitigation instead of AoE damage. Miss, 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 miss. Item is Ruined Bracers. Doesn't really do too much, but it's gold as the Farseer is harassing one more time. It's all fixable by one region scroll. So far, I like what we see on both sides. Lin with a fast tier 3 with a fast totem. Again, exposing the burrows a little bit for now. Is not queuing reinforced immediately, while 40 is still working on the tier 2. Blood Mage in production, rifles in production afterwards. I can only imagine long rifles, but lumber is a little low due to the early harass.
40 pushing in here very, very early as well. Far from level 3, just a handful of rifles in the level 2 Paladin. And this could be a surprisingly effective attack. He's going to cancel the shop. With Orc Heroes already hurt, there's no cement upgrade. And Lin, he doesn't want to fight yet. He wants to drag this game out.
This is what you get when you still build the burrow forward, when you still don't go for the cement. Fortitude saw this on map 1, and Lin is gambling for this on map 2, banking on the fact that 40 is leaving him alone. That is not the case, even pushing without the Blood Mage, who is on the way now with the double region scroll. Really like the adjustment by 40.
Wall region, I think, could also be very helpful right now. Get some sort of healing at
He
least.
has
It's not a very expensive upgrade.
That finished.
Ah, he's got it already. Never mind. What a baller.
Right on. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire, but only on level 1. That doesn't do too much, contraire to the Siphon Mana and the Region Scroll. At the moment, we're still fighting the turtle. Shouldn't... Ooh, Lin got it. One step closer to the level 3, but mana is already at 50%. Lin has to lick his wounds, but how when you don't have a shop?
That region scroll is so good. Look at all that healing, baby. Nice and cheap. And the next camp being taken as well. It's not quite enough for Pally 3 though, so might not be super comfortable to keep pushing right after.
This is exactly how a Farseer is meant to be played. That's 2-3 regions cancelled. One of them rifles at 50%. If you have the presence of mind. You run into the Blood Mage though. It's, I think, a little unlucky for Lin that they both spawned on the same lane. With the map presence of Pally Rifle, he should have a hard time going to the shop, or he has to venture across the entire map to the other shop. And without invulns, it's really, really tricky to keep the mana up on the Panda against Siphon.
Yeah, that burrow you mentioned, by the way. I think nowadays against human, you just never should build that forward burrow, right?
Yes,
Especially when there's a Pally Rifle likelihood.
I mean, if you go for super fast cement, then I can see it. But, yeah. Otherwise, I...
Panda going forward, Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire, good damage. We have one heal scroll to heal up that damage. The first Tauren is out as well, and the heal scroll has been burned already. Militia helping with the fight here as well. Panda still struggling with low HP.
Okay, can sacrifice a couple of peons for that. 40 behind this, taking to tier 3 once again. It's a very similar build to what 40 displayed on Northern Isles. Very unintuitive, but he's catching Lin a bit by surprise. One more time, he can't go to the shop, and that was about to say doesn't mean, or means that he can't go for an orb, but he has that orb already, plus a mana potion. There's still a good chance for Lin to fight 40 back.
Region Scroll picked up as well, along with a mana potion. 40 hasn't lost any units in quite a while. I guess same goes for Lin. Tauren going forward, but taking a lot of damage. That Tauren might go down right away. We don't have Master Training yet.
That's right. Breath of Fire connecting one more time. Mana potion gone. Tauren gone. Exchanged for a rifle. Maybe even 2. but the Holy Light is at the ready. If he can fall back now, there is a heal scroll up for grabs. Peasants falling. The Panda is doing a superb job, and the Blood Mage is just dead. Again, a Holy Light was ready, but not used, with the Pally being a bit too far down. 40 showing flaws in his play.
Pally rifles all of a sudden looking beatable today. Of course, there's going to be a follow-up later on tier 3. We are expecting to see Griffins again, but there's no Aviary yet.
That is true. He could go Inner Fire instead when he's not a fan of the Griffins. Pally didn't get items here. The heal scroll goes to Lin, and heal scroll's a super important item for both players. Assuming that he's going for Flame Strike this time. Disenchant upgrade.
It seems like 40 is again in a rough spot here. Does Lin feel far enough ahead to try to go for a tiny again? Doesn't have the gold unless he sells that TP.
That was surely a game-winning move on Northern Isles, but I feel like that fight on Northern Isles was even better than this one. Blood Mage still hasn't decided. He goes Banish now again. Very interesting. And we queue more rifles. So far, the only thing that tier 3 did to him was the Staff of Sanctuary.
Ossier getting caught here. We have a double Fire Lord now. Okay, who's gonna soul burn whom better?
This is for... Oh, I thought it's for Incinerate to get rid of the corpses of the Tauren and the Walkers. But yeah, he is going for soul burn first, which is also an interesting choice.
So he could soul burn the other Fire Lord to prevent soul burn on his side, or soul burn the Panda when he's running in to stop that Breath of Fire.
That's right. Nice little silence. We got a heal scroll against that. Panda has no mana potion, but at least a Wand of Mana Stealing, which is quite okay. Army, though, a little favored for Lin, I would say. One Walker, one Tauren, but no Master Training yet still. He's going double Tauren.
Not so easy to afford off of one base. Tauren's 300 gold these days, but they have lots of nice benefits to enjoy on this patch.
Yeah. They can be recycled, and they can't be slowed. That's why we don't see any Sorks. I mean, they can be slowed, but only for a couple of seconds.
Well, Lin's very low lumber, by the way. Couldn't afford Master Training this whole time. Too low.
This also, by the way, means that Polymorph on Tauren also lasts like a second.
Yep.
Otherwise,
not that amazing.
Yep, otherwise that would have been a solid solution to them, but Resistance Skin makes it possible.
Overlord here, giving the big item, Claws plus 12. Not bad, actually, on those ranged heroes, either Firelord or Fossier. Firelord has faster attack speed, right? Would be nice on him.
I agree. Okay, calm before the storm. 40 is checking. It's very rare that a Pally rifle player is scouting, because usually, or in the past, they didn't care what they're up against. They didn't have to scout. Lol. But now they see the Orc army coming. 40 has a TP, double heal scroll on both sides. Inventory is solid, and so are levels. We get the Aviary now that he confirmed double totem, but that is a bit too late.
And a level 4 so strong already. Oh, that Breath of Fire is doing good damage. We need a TP home stat. Here it comes now. The item was picked up. Hood of Cunning on the Blood Mage. But it's a slaughter against the peasants as so often. Also, nice scout there, seeing the timing of the Aviary as it's just finishing now. And Lin seems to be getting more and more ahead bit by bit. Still making more Taurens, but also Berserkers will be necessary.
Right on. Last game he had double Barracks. This time he has double Totem. Makes it harder for him to counter, as there's no anti-air really in that Tauren Totem. Griffins counter both units. Hard counter both units that are coming Walkers and Torrent alike. A little bit of a sprint towards the shop once again. 40 has 400 gold, rather rich. Stays in no upkeep the entire time. We got 8 workers. That should still be fine. 4 griffins, but 40 just simply marching across with the new TP into Lin's base. We got a base trade.
A player's forces are under attack.
One Torrent being caught in the back with a banish, trying to take it out, but that all takes a while. Time in which Lin is going to hit the econ again.
Not a fan of chasing that Torrent. What's it really doing? We got the first birdie up. Lin is attacking the blacksmith, preventing some upgrades. The armor upgrades especially important. Blood Mage home alone. Now he's getting reinforced. This doesn't look like a strong army at all. Lin willing to fight at home here. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire on everything. That Griffin is in a horrible spot, being attackable by every single headhunter. Now, this Torrent can't get back because of Incinerate, and that's the big strength and difference of that Firelord. Speaking of which, Firelord in a bit of a weird situation. We see a strong Chain Lightning, but the heals roll against it, and we got more of that. Oh my, another breath.
And the mana potion for the panda is still available. This could be a slaughter on both ends. The militia are actually helping out quite well over here. And mana-wise, the human is still far ahead. Perhaps 40 can turn this around in his favor. Wait, there's no TP. There's no TP. Lin is stuck in here.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Another Torrent is about to fall. The Blood Mage is giving him mana. Heal potion as well. Level 3 on the Blood Mage. 40, can you do it? Everything is burning. These rifles, man. That's 9 supply about to go down. Huge supply lead for Lin, but the Farseer falls. The potions are all on the Panda. Firelord extinguished as well. The Griffins reposition a little bit. Imagine Flame Strike on this position, but maybe Incinerate can do a similar job.
Panda dropping lower now as well, but has double potion, so he can keep fighting here, I guess. Lin lost a lot, but so did 40. 40 has only 1 peasant left. He can't really rebuild right now. This is a wonky heckin' engagement. A Torrent might be going down as well. Lin falling back. He does come out ahead, clearly in supply, but there was a lot of experience for the human heroes.
And this is one example of why I told people on stream, and it was a risk to do that. I love Pele rifle games versus Orc these days, man. It is just bonanzas. With all that hero action, with Panda, AoE everywhere, Flame Strike on top is like the cherry on the cake, etc. So much action going on, and it's wild. So who recovers better now? We need a couple of workers to get 5 out of 5 again at the very least. Lin, on the other side, has to rebuild 2 heroes on level 3. That is a combined 220 seconds or a Tavern Revive, which is super expensive.
Necessary though, otherwise it would just take too long, I guess. And 40. Feeling a bit of confidence surging within him again.
He has very little crowd control, only a little bit of banish. And that makes it so that Lin can run away from him. He got a little side exit here into the base, coming in very handy. That Beastery will also come up. Maybe Raiders again, but he needs Ensnare, and that is more time necessary. Lin still in the process of licking his wounds.
Buster about to be back. A little bit of mana is going to be on his side, but not much. He's going to have that Orb of Lightning as well. Some decent right-click items also. A little bit of a purge there on the Pally. He's, I guess, the most vulnerable target here.
He is. He can be banished, of course. If there's no Chain Lightning, you can do that. Holy Light must be ready this time. Unlike twice before in this series, when the Blood Mage fell.
We're back to even supply, though. The economy is in full effect again, at least gold-wise, on the human side. And the Griffins owning these walkers, of course.
The heroes by Lin looking so strong, man. It's 50% on the Firelord. Paladin can't heal himself.
Are under attack.
And 40 also with that weaker economy. But the Blonde Devil again, the glue that puts it all together. Walker might be killed. Needs an Incinerate attack though. Ah, tricky. Can be revived if he goes for the kill. Oh, Soul Burn. Still revive immediately.
I think I'd like to see a second orb of lightning on the panda, so you can attack these griffins.
Burrow. Still no upgrade.
Oh yeah, the burrows. Oh, paper burrows. Careful.
Very, very much exposed. What a tug of war. Exotic strategies in full effect in all their beauty.
Heal once again so strong here to keep these griffins alive. It's so hard to take them out. They have 7.5 armor. And the Fire Lord goes down for Lin. This might be falling apart right now.
Oh, we'll see about that, man. Lin needs to play, that's for sure. Griffins are being targeted. Can he save himself with another holy light for sure? Panda has all the drinks in the world. An Invo potion, a mana potion. Can he burn that paladin to a crisp? Banish! To the rescue. Breath of fire just when the banish was out. Perfect timing there. Headhunters are trying to target, but there's a paladin again. This is crazy close.
Seems to me like the griffins are owning right now. The piercing damage from the berserkers perhaps not enough. Mana seems to be low almost everywhere at the moment. And the pally super fast to maneuver. Siphon mana. Oh, that's big. So much mana being stolen and given over. 40 also with tons of gold.
Yes.
I feel like he's got this now.
I was about to make the same call here. No griffin production, no rifle production during that fight. All focus on the micro, as it was very, very, very hectic to keep this paladin alive. Now, what? Can we get some incinerates off? Can he pop them? When the headhunters are gone, what's going to stop these griffins?
Where's the ensnares? We don't have too many. Siphon and Soulburn on the enemy panda. Pally staying off the back for the heal. And that's going to do it. Lin's going to tap out. And 40 ties it up.
God damn, what a game, dude. I love Pally Rifle these days. It's so much fun. Such a crazy tug of war. We gotta say,
It's kind of cool. Yeah.
it is really cool, man.
Ever since it's beatable, all of a sudden it's kind of fun.
With tier 3, it's so cool. And since the Asians are also playing the correct strategy against it, this is Warcraft how it's meant to be played, with tech switches and tech advantages here and there, and hero power spikes, and lots of shop control necessary because everybody needs the heal scrolls, and also invo potions incredibly important for the panda to come up. And then both have the potential to scale and also to diversify. We haven't even seen the inner fire yet. Griffins are a thing. Then we go into raiders. Like, this is what Warcraft is truly about.
Yeah, I really need to see. Absolutely. I think Lin here making the mistake of staying a bit too long on Torrens. An earlier bestiary, earlier raiders, and a little bit more berserkers, I think, would have made more sense. It seems like 2 walkers and 2 Torrens is kind of the sweet spot. Do you really want more? Should you really go for more? It feels like if you make more than that, you're just asking to get hard countered by those griffins.
Kind of a tough question. I surely agree that I've seen games of like Focus who went for 6 Torrent, which is definitely overkill. Unfortunately, also, they couldn't connect too much anymore. It's somewhat in between. 1 Torrent is definitely too little. Comes a bit down to the map, like how many chokes are there, how clogged is that position, how many walkers do you need against the damage output, how much do you have to care about anti-air, how early can you afford a bestiary transition? Is a bestiary transition even the right thing, or should you go for headhunters? It's super hard to say, but I love this, man. I love that it's so unclear, and there's a bit of style involved as well. It seems to have normalized to go for walkers now as well, for Spirit Link against the headhunters, which then forces you into griffins. Like, it's a super cool matchup.
Yeah, quite fun, as certainly at the moment. It was a bit frustrating for us casters and also for many viewers out there. Certainly for many months, it did seem very unfair how much easier the Pally Rifles was to play than to play against. But things have changed and things have developed and are still developing, with players making new discoveries. Really, really cool. And of course, 40 can play more than just Pally Rifles. On some maps, I would imagine Pally Rifles would be a terrible idea. Twisted Meadows, for example. I was about to say Shadow Exile, but that's the other tournament. But other than that, I guess you can play it on most maps. Echo Isles perhaps would be a bit weird to pull off. Yeah, I wonder, how much Archmage are we going to see? Or is this still mostly the Pally Rifle University?
I am very sure that Tidehunters will be an Archmage game. It's just so simple to get to level 3 or to find other ways around to get into the base. Currently, we're waiting for 40, by the way, to join the game. One might think that Lynn is the one going for breaks, but no, 40 it is so far. Let that sink in. I like that. Little psychological warfare. I won that map. I know how to counter you if I play it well. And let Lynn rot in his misery of map 2. Chat was asking, was it not the problem to just dive into Fortitude's base? Yeah, absolutely. That should never happen. Yeah, 100%. That was a big problem.
Yeah, getting two of your heroes stuck behind enemy lines and not being able to get them out is a bit of a problem indeed. Interesting though that despite 40 was so far behind then in economy, it still didn't matter too much in the end because the hero power really came online. Once you have that level 4 Paladin, maybe even level 5, the level 3 Blood Mage, and his own Fire Lord worked out really well there also.
I agree. It's doable-ish with Dark Ranger as well, I guess. But Fire Lord just more reliable, I think. A lot cooler as well, despite being a Fire Lord. And Incinerate, man. The Kinder Surprise of all Warcraft spells, Remo. It's finally found its place.
Yeah, especially when the Pally Rifles are involved, we see it very often, very effective. We saw some experimentation also from Moon against Demon Hunter, which was less blessed with success.
For now, he's still working on it. 40 has arrived in the lobby. So games shall proceed in round about 3 minutes. Huh? They're still on the same team?
Indeed.
Mr. Buttcrumbs, it is wonderful to see you here. Of course, the first thing I see from you today is a shit emoji con. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Isle of Poo. You know, there's a children's book, Neo, that's called Everybody Poops. And that's just the truth.
That is hopefully true. It's with the little mole, eh? Isn't it the mole that gets shit on the head?
I think that's something else.
Oh yeah, that was German TV. We might disturb a couple of people who are not aware of that. Yeah, that's how we educate our children here in Germany, everybody. But Crumbs, you might enjoy this. I might DM you with this.
Yeah, back then I already thought as a kid, man, that's kind of weird. That's kind of nasty. Also, do you remember, this must have been a children's book as well, not a TV show, where they were trying to teach children not to be afraid of what's inside the toilet and what kind of monsters might be coming outside the toilet, right? Up until then, I never had that thought in my mind. And then I read this book. I was like, what? There's monsters who can come out of the toilet? And they're like, yeah, but don't worry. If they show up, you just got to pee on their heads and then they back off again. And I was like, man, I'm never going to pee inside a toilet again unsupervised.
Oh, man, I gotta say I'm a bit scarred by a story like that. I heard when I was very young that in America, of course, I think it was even New York, snakes and alligators are coming through the toilet tubes. And since that, I always double check. You never know.
Yeah, I learned that in Futurama. There's an entire lower level submerged New York with alligator people, lizard people, you might say. Maybe one day we can come to visit. Host a little Warcraft land there, maybe.
Yeah, we're looking for a place right now for the Rara that is affordable and sounds like it's not too expensive down there.
Yeah, as long as you don't mind the wonderful smell of a sewer and zero sunlight. I mean,
it's a nerd event. It doesn't really matter what venue we take. It's gonna have that smell.
No light has a certain smell. I mean, that sounds like it's made for us.
Exactly. Or a Magic the Gathering meeting.
Do you remember that Reddit post from the guy at the Magic tournament meeting, whatever, and he was photographing all the ass cracks he could find. And ended up being like 50 photos or something.
It is ridiculous, dude.
I think 40 was having some issues here reconnecting to the game. We're starting to get things rolling here. Still a long series ahead of us, of course. The score is only 1-1 in our best of 7.
Right on. Hopefully everybody can connect now. Seems like it's a little harder these days from China. But it's looking promising. And then we wait for the 3-minute delay to be over. Yep. Okay. Ataria, thank you for the 49-month. Go Kaho. You picked the wrong day for that, as we don't have Kaho on the broadcast today. But we'll surely see him tomorrow as he 4-0'd live in the lower bracket. Quite crazy.
A ham.
2 minutes, 13 seconds. As a Magic player, this is 100% accurate. We all have weird people in our communities, don't we?
How long has Magic been around, by the way? Isn't that like older than we are or something?
I think so. Magic.
How long has Magic the Gathering been around?
Using
Created in 1993. Holy shit.
I expected this to be older. 1993.
It's pretty old though, bro.
Bro,
32
we're
years.
older than that.
Yeah, especially you.
As if there's such a big difference between us.
There is.
The older we get, the smaller the difference gets.
I always remember. But yeah, how many different editions, how many clones have they spawned? Dude, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card fad, the Pokemon trading card fad, although I guess the Pokemon trading card stuff is still a thing, right?
Dude, it's crazy hype. Everybody's using that as like collectibles and
diversifying their portfolio.
Investments now.
Oh god, the investment bros.
Streamers are using it a lot for content. Where's the Warcraft trading card game, everybody? The Warcraft 3 collectibles. Where are they? 40 seconds.
Oops, I clicked wrong. Yeah, we're about to have the game ready here in a second. Pally Rifle again or not? What are we thinking?
On Tidehunters, I don't think so. I think it's Archmage. I think it's leveling. I think it's Water Elementals. I think it's going towards Burrows. And then he's trying to repair. And then we slaughter the workforce. And we'll see how that goes. But Lin, having this as his pick, seems to be pretty confident that he can defend against that.
Tons of other humans love playing the 2-farm tech right here. Playing a slow Archmage, but then powerful MK trying to hit the ground running with a second hero. But it never really was 40's style. He doesn't really like playing a weak early game. So
Remo, when is that delay
Unlikely.
over? We're both clicking like
Yeah,
crazy.
dude.
we got 200 APM in Flow TV. That's the Back to Warcraft team for you. Eagerly waiting that match, and you hear the most beautiful sound in the world, the starting Warcraft game. Lin won 41. The winner bracket final continues with a best of 5.
of course we will never forget to fast forward to catch up with real time as much as possible. And well, surprise, surprise, I guess it is time for Pally Rifles again.
Wow.
3rd time in a row. This seems to indicate that Fortitude either still has a lot of trust in the Paladin or 0 trust in the Archmage right now.
Yeah, that is a bit odd, I gotta say. In the series versus Focus, we didn't see that. Did he play that? No, we also didn't play Tidehunters versus Starbuck. That is an interesting decision. I was told very early on that Tidehunters isn't too great for Pally Rifle, but maybe 40 can convince me, or he wants to throw a curveball.
I think a big question for Pally Rifle always has to be, how easy is it to get level 2? I feel like that's why Amazonia, for example, is always great. Their level 2 is super easy to reach. Paladin, starting production now. Ideally would love to creep a small camp with Pally and Militia before the Farseer arrives, but I don't think that's really doable here. Even the green camp being all heavy armor, not that easy to creep with Militia.
Yeah, also the altar towards the right, that makes it a little inefficient if he wants to go for the little green on the left hand side. So probably one more later Pally early rifle, and then we dance, as Fortitude knows that Lyn is storming across right away. Or is he throwing another curveball and goes creeping? But that shouldn't really be allowed despite the lack of scouting. I know, he's storming right across. Last chance to go for a turtle camp. Not interested in the slightest.
Look at the burrow positioning for Lyn, by the way. I like that. This time, very cautiously placed in the back. Will be very hard to reach for the gun peoples.
The gun peoples, the rifle people. We got a little bit of militia creep, but he's getting caught by Lyn immediately, losing half HP on that rifle person. Well, it's an interesting sight to see a paladin with his short little axe chasing against the Farseer when he's needed at home against the wolf. But militia are arresting that wolf, the big bad one, and all is safe.
Knocking on the front door with the headhunters more and more streaming in from the main base. Investing in them makes sense. First attack upgrade already. As we saw in the previous maps, we're going to have lots of headhunters. Later on, will be rebranded as berserkers, which is a big coolness factor upgrade, I gotta say.
Because they get more muscles?
They get more muscles, they get bigger, they get an ability, they get to roar, rawr, and then they run fast, and they are also a little less healthy when they do that. Is that perhaps a commentary on the bodybuilding scene? You get bigger, you get more muscular, but you also get less healthy?
They're probably taking steroids with their tier 3 upgrades.
Whatever it takes to beat Pally Rifles, bro.
Well, with the tier 3 edition and the Griffin, it truly feels like this strategy is on steroids. But Lyn finding ways around it. So far, the classic stalemate again. With lots of holy lights to be spent. And 40 not really in danger of losing anything here.
Lyn is testing 40 here with the wolf in the main, but good reactions all the time. There's not so many things yet that you have to take care of. Mana pool on the Pally is looking okay. He's gonna have 2 more holy lights, 3 more in a little while. Farseer might be running out of mana first.
And then it's time to retreat soon anyway, as the tavern is calling. The panda wants to be collected. He's getting thrown out. Didn't have allowance to stay any longer. And then it's time to creep. I'm very curious about that creep route again here.
There he is. Panda shows up. Now the trick again will be with the panda to creep up to level 3 or at least get close to it even without having a shop for a very long time. Ideally, you do not want to be bothered by the human. But 40 is pushing towards the center of the map right now. Of course, Farseer scouting everything nicely. 40 probably wants to make sure that the panda isn't creeping this camp here at the shop, which indeed he is not. He's there at the green. And opportunity for the first big engagement here. Panda, what did he skill?
Drunken Haste with a mischance on targets. Farseer again harassing. I like that approach by Fortitude for now to slow down the panda, but I guess he expected Lyn to take a bigger camp with bigger impact. This was just a turtle camp and it's only 0.5 of a level. He could have spent that time probably better in creeping himself. Needs another holy light very soon, but the Blood Mage in production. Same for tier 3 for Lyn.
All the rifles a bit bruised already, but we have a shop up right away. On the previous map, we saw how just one Regen Scroll can be such a great help. In fact, there 40 picked up 2 Regen Scrolls right away, which I thought was kind of neat.
Both games, actually. That seems to be his thing. As long as the Farseer is around and harassing. But yeah, that is truly the perfect setup for Regen Scroll. We're waiting for it. Steps away. Couple of steps away. Panda is creeping on the left-hand side with an illusion harassing him, but just gathering information.
Paladin 2.5. Completely out of mana already, but of course the Blood Mage is going to change that soon. Ooh, and that Farseer, taking a few too many bullets to the grill, has to fall back now. Just in time as the shop finished, he can now heal thanks to the salves.
Okay, Panda is level 3 pretty much precisely. We got the Troll region in the works, we got the Torrent Totem up. Then all we need is a Fire Lord, Torrent, Lightning Orb. Oh, Heal Scroll battle, won by Lin.
Oh, that's big, right?
Aye. What's
Great
this
positioning here. Great play with the Farseer, which seems a bit deceptive, because Farseer has 0 experience, but he did exactly what he was supposed to do.
Exactly. Now, he's gonna sell the town portal maybe, grab up that orb. A little short on resources at the moment, because that is truly a lot, but he has enough money for that Fire Lord, and Lin is hitting an excellent timing.
They're kind of baiting that Soul Burn, of which we're gonna have quite a few. Panda would love to get in range for the Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire. Would love to see these items also pass a little bit over. Slippers, hell yeah, gives them to the Fire Lord. Fire Lord actually scales amazingly with Agi.
That's right. More attack speed, especially once Incinerate is up. Gotta build up these stacks that do more damage the more often you attack. Paladin, 50%. Rifles also hurt. The tier 3 tech again in production for Fortitude. And this time, he's not pushing, but he's the one being pushed during the tech.
Yeah, Fortitude is lacking this heal scroll so bad, dude. That's why Lin has so much confidence to push across the map into the enemy base. Great movement, really playing well around this Soul Burn, about the Siphon as well. Not using Soul Burn every time. He knows that if he's in the right position, he can just walk out of range. Here, the Siphon leash range also has made a huge difference.
And we have another adjustment, by the way. Fortitude is going Flame Strike, no Banish anymore. So not only is he lacking some healing, he also can't save units into a different dimension. Instead, he will be doing a lot more damage. Now, Lin is poking. He might prevent, or he might kill that blacksmith. That means no more rifles then. Does it prevent Griffin Aviary or Griffins? Or, you know, it doesn't matter and he just repairs.
Yeah, repairs, all good. Second Torrent Totem is coming up, by the way. Lin is again struggling with low lumber. This seems to be kind of difficult to manage with this playstyle. He still would love to get pulverized, would love to get master trading, but
yes, it's
can't afford it right now.
He's just investing into a defense upgrade, into a totem, into another burrow. I think this will even out. Not that his lumber economy is flawed necessarily. Peon position is a bit off, I guess, but also 40 isn't really online yet. Going for a lumber mill, second upgrade. He would love to have a Fire Lord most likely. And level 3 for the big Flame Strike.
A player's forces are under attack.
Second heal scroll going to the Orc as well. I could see Lin actually going for a tiny here. He's got double heal scroll. He should be hugely favored in a fight.
Already? This sounds like a trap. I feel like you need to win at least one fight to be able to afford that tiny. You still need more. Still need upgrades.
Nah, you can do it. Lin, you can do it. Trust me. Go for the tiny. Screw it.
I mean, if you want 40 to win, then that's a good advice.
Nah, trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro. It's gonna work. It's gonna work.
A player's
He's
forces
not going for it though.
attack.
Instead, it's 40 in upkeep now. We have the third hero, Fire Lord again. Spell casting now is going to be extremely important on both sides.
We got the Griffins.
very quietly, 40 has gotten far ahead in experience.
Yeah, he prepped the lap, which Lin is taken now. That should even it out. But Lin is not contesting the left-hand side, where we got so much XP. And big items as well. Heal wards would be fantastic against Panda. But 40 could have gotten a heal scroll now, I think. He's so rich. Gets a mana stone, which is sweet. But it will revolve around heal scrolls. And 40 is not even making a step towards it.
Eight supply lead with even gold between the two players. Continuing to creep up.
Both are leaving the heal scroll and invo potion alone. I feel like the Panda needs an invo potion. It's mandatory for this build.
Why didn't you do it 2 minutes earlier if you were going to do it, Len?
Call him.
The heck?
Okay, interesting. We got the first heal scroll and the invo potion both stolen. So now the next invo potion is 140 away. And as I said, for the Panda, you really want to break the tether of the Blood Mage with that invo potion and stay in that fight. First Griffins are out. Second Griffin is coming. And we got that Flame Strike, man. I feel like this expansion is a big liability for Lit.
It'll take a while for the rifle army to move up here. Might be hitting the main base first, where burrows could be going down very quickly. Red camp being taken by Lin. What is the item? Oh, very good one. Move speed with the Unholy Aura.
And natural HP regen. Great against AoE, which there is quite a bit. Lin, not perfectly set up yet, but at least he's home. .40 is very close to level 2 devotion. Builds a shop in the back. Love that.
Not many Griffins at all yet, right? The magic damage here is actually minimal. It's mainly rifles still, so against that the Torrents are really good. Of course, if the Torrents are killed with Incinerate, there's going to be no corpse and no res.
7.5 armor on these Griffins. Flame Strike is not connecting too much. Scroll of the Beast on one side. We have a counter Scroll of the Beast if he wants to. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire, Blood Mage catches the Holy Light this time. Ancestral Spirit is ready. Might need it soon. Incinerate. Oh yeah, gets rid of it. Super important. Here's the Flame Strike, and that ruins the positioning on the right-hand side a little bit. But Lin, the damage is crazy.
Yeah, with the Flame Strike coming out, also that means less mana on the human side. It's not just only Holy Light all the time. Panda charging in, no mana anymore, but a heal scroll still. Nice Flame Strike there in the back line. Pally really hurt.
Yeah, because of that Flame Strike, he ignited himself. That was a bit unfortunate. He moved out of it rather quickly. Also, Lizard blocking. The Blood Mage needs another Holy. There it is. 40 has to retreat, lick his wounds. Oh, a Kingdom for Priest or a heal scroll now.
Yeah, and on the way back, one heal scroll should easily be picked up. Does he have the gold for 2? Perhaps not. 40 still has a formidable army. And still clearly more mana than the opposition. But he is damaged. Did he buy something there from the market? Not sure.
I don't think so. Don't see it really. Still healing. Blood Mage needs a Scythe soon. Especially on that Fire Lord would be amazing. Or Panda, of course. Mana potion on the Panda. Love to see it. Still no invo potion. He kind of ignores it. And that would be the perfect moment for that invo potion. He has a soul burn against it for now.
Panda having him with increased move speed is pretty nice to get him in range for that Breath of Fire. This aura actually was amazing. Oh, deny on the Torn. He's going to res him.
Back he is.
There was a corpse this time.
Yeah, right on. For now. Pulverize dodged. Headhunter army is growing stronger and stronger. Blood Mage doesn't have much mana at all. Needs to suck him dry. That Panda, no chance. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire coming in soon, I guess. Chain Lightning with that combo. Wombo AoE combo for Lin. Where is that Flame Strike? It's the perfect option. Let's go.
Sick damage from the Flame Strike. Lin just stands and it eats it. Use the heal scroll to heal up against it. But this human army all of a sudden seems hard to deal with. Supply lead on the human side.
Soulburn immediately against the tether. The Griffins are not doing as much damage as before. We try to retreat. 2 rifles about to fall. 3 saves 2 of them. But Lin holds that Expo at 53. Everything hurt. Troll region will come in. Who's faster at the shop? And oh my god, that Farseer is already on the way.
Really cool game here. Great exchanges once again between these two. Oh, the Fire Lord is... I mean, the Blood Mage stuck in the main. The tower is blocking him. Ah! This is so much time. This is so much time.
He can
you gotta move.
He can flame strike out if he wants to. Okay. Oh, that is...
Fortitude has a big army. He didn't lose much. 70 supplies still. By the way, little funny moment. Did you catch that at the fight in the north? So the panda was soul burned, and then he crit with a soul burn minus damage. The crit was 20.
Yeah, I love that, man. Soul burn is such a crazy damage mitigation. 75%. Had some funny moments when Night Elves tried to counter a Blade Master with that soul burn. Similar effect. It's always hilarious.
Panda now has the invuln and the mana potion. You were asking for it, and now he shall be able to use it if necessary. I feel like this human army is looking more terrifying, though. Especially backed up by these strong heroes. Dude, if the Blood Mage gets level 5...
Yeah.
He's gonna be the king of the fire damage, not the panda.
That's right. So much fire damage in general, by the way. 4 out of 6 heroes have fire damage. Oh, no items available. 40 seconds till invul, 1 minute 20 till heal scroll. Lin is still mining from the 2 bases.
Then adding in a Kodo Beast. If he gets that one out with upgrade, that would be a huge amount of bonus damage, but he's not there yet.
Little bit of a catch here. Yep, Berserker for free. Messes up the army a little bit. Again, an invite for Flame Strike. Oh, Soulburn! Wouldn't Dispel be amazing, but you can't afford Priest at the moment. We go for the 3rd defense upgrade.
So much armor on the human side. Not much mana on the panda anymore, by the way. But I guess he has that mana pot. Here's the Kodo. The upgrade is coming. Berserker damage also getting crazy.
But Griffin should be able to kill that Kodo if it's moving forward, so I think we don't devour. Heal scroll on 40. That was... Oh, that is important. Lin will probably get the next one, which is ready in 13 seconds. He can easily afford it. Double mana potion now on the panda. Blood Mage.
Purge. But of course there's Holy Light.
Yeah, that was quite an efficient mana trade. He gets some Siphon out, 2 spells used. He can counter it by 1 Holy Light.
Dead even supply. 40 has only 3 minutes left, though. That's when the mains run out, and that's when his options will be very limited. He's upgrading his army as well. 2-3 on the rifles, about to be 1-3 on the griffins.
Do you know if attack upgrades scale with Stormhammers? I don't really know how Stormhammers work.
I don't know the details either, but I would think it has to do with their attack value.
I don't know. Maybe it's a... Oh, Flame Strike. Maybe it's a fixed value. Chat, maybe you do know. Soulburn on a Raider?
Wait, does that work?
No.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. Blood Mage has no mana. Army is looking good on the right-hand side, being caught. Oh man, this is so chaotic. Heal scroll burned already. Lin still has 2.
Anna's doing most of the damage here, as it seems. The Stormhammers now are kicking in and doing big damage. Heal scrolls against that. Blood Mage in trouble as well. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire. Invo Potion is there. Doesn't want to get mana drained. Can 40 break through here? Blood Mage almost went down. Needs that Holy Light now. More than ever.
What's he do? Oh, Holy Light. Oh, okay. I thought, man, he is taunting with 5 HP. How the hell was that possible? 25 seconds till the next heal scroll. I think we all saw in these fights how crucial these items are over and over and over again. 4 production buildings on Lin's side. He is pumping back to 78. And how crazy to say, the Pally rifle player needs mana.
Yeah, that's the thing about Flamestrike. It costs quite a bit of mana. You're not gonna have full mana at all times. Then back to the shop. Invulns and heal scrolls here, also very important. He's gonna pick up the next one too now on him. Should be given over from the Firelord, who's holding 2 right now.
Soul burn instantly. No chance for a siphon. And I guess the Blood Mage needs a mana potion? Did I just say that?
Oh, Speed Scroll is activated. Lin is pushing in. Panda, perfect position. Drunken Haze Breath of Fire didn't get soul burned. I think Firelord is a little bit too low mana there on the human side. Chain Lightning as well. Lots of rifles now in danger, trying to keep him alive. Next Breath of Fire. Boom! Gets one and probably a second. No, actually. Those get away.
Mana potion is still available on the Farseer, and again we retreat and we wait it out. There's no reason for Lin to push. The longevity for him is a lot bigger. 10 minutes of mining freely available. It's a minute until the heal scroll. He can grab the Invul potion, exactly. Staff as well to grab some mana potions, and clarities might open up an opportunity. One last opportunity for Fortitude to push again with 1 heal scroll if he can afford another minute. This is a little bit of a chance as the Panda isn't here though.
Huge arc on the Berserkers coming in from every angle. Siphon now going through nicely on the Farseer. He has not much mana left, but the Panda coming in. He is the main damage dealer here. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire, huge damage again. Flamestrike on the other side, but just not many Flamestrike to be used. Griffin's trying to take out the left side flank. On the right, we have lots more Berserkers, still very healthy though.
Paladin in trouble if he's nuked now. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire, Pally burning. He can't heal himself. He can only stab. Firelord about to be extinguished. The Pally! Can he save himself somehow? Invis, Invul, anything? Holy smokes, he gets that Holy Light out. 40, are you actually doing this? Heal scroll worth $1 million gold. Panda marching forward. Flamestrike level 3. He's walking right in. Paladin close to 5, but everything is bruised. He got that heal scroll.
One Chain Lightning comes in. Everything's so damaged. If only the Panda had a mana potion, but he doesn't. 40 could pick off a lot of stuff here. He's got the supply lead still.
Firelord! Oh my god! He's out of the fight, but not out of the game. This is crazy. Which hero will fall? There has to be a hero falling, and that will decide the game.
One more Holy Light comes in. Oh my god, the human heroes here are ridiculously strong. With a Orb of Lightning trying to pick off more targets. One more Griffin here about to fall. Gets it. That's level 4. Not a very impactful level, I guess, for this Farseer. Supply dead even. What is this game, dude?
Jesus! This Warcraft perfection! Unbelievable! That 1 heal scroll. He must have rapid fired that heal scroll button. I hope his key is alright. Still, Lin mining. Better chances for recovery. Blood Mage taunting. He knows a Holy Light will be there. Again, Paper Burrows instantly knocked out. Lin not supply block though. Any chance for 40 to close it out? He has to. There is long distance mining going on, but no chance to erect the town hall. A
little bit more mana for the soul burn. Here comes the siphon. The soul burn to prevent the other soul burn, and that's a lot of mana being passed over.
Soul burnception, dude. What the hell is going on? The depth, the strategic depth in this matchup are really something else. Griffin? Oh, and Snare Griffin for free!
That's a crucial unit right now, dude. It's one of only 3 Griffins.
But in the meantime, we push towards the expo. There's no Flame Strike. At the moment, he's taking care of the peons. No level ups nearby. No TP. If we fight here, he's stuck.
It's now on the Griffins. In we go. Panda has no mana unless he uses the mana potion, which he will. Drunken Haze with a fire, huge damage. Blood Mage in trouble, and Blood Priest is dead. The Holy Light a little bit too late, and that must be enough. That must do it.
The carry is dead. The Blonde Devil is dead, and Lin takes this crazy, crazy game. possibly the game of the tournament so far. Starbuck versus 40 was so far my favorite series, but I think we got a new contender here.
Dude, crazy how the excitement, enjoyment, and perception changed of Pally Rifles. It was kind of bullshit, if we're honest, for a long time. But now, these games that it's producing, super, super cool.
It's some of the best Warcraft that's ever been played, I think. Some of the coolest back and forth dynamics, power spikes, skill build changes on heroes changes as well. Then we sometimes add new units to the mix. It's so good. And now expansions as well. Gotta say, there was a good timing for that expansion. It kinda did win him the game here.
To be honest, I feel like it could have been a lot earlier. Like when I was kind of trolling and saying, get it now, baby, get it now. But he had the 50 supply, double heal scroll. I feel like with that strength, he could have held on to an expansion, but he waited longer. And 2 minutes later, it was up. Much needed to stay in this game, because 40's army became just insane at some point, backed up by those strong heroes.
Messerman, thank you for the 48 month. I hope 40 realized the value of Flamestrike. Banish just isn't worth it, I think. And Matt, if we look at the post-game screen here, how late the Flamestrike truly came online in comparison to the Panda, that Blood Mage did 13,000 damage in comparison to the 18k of the Panda. Blood Mage can be the carry also with how little Flamestrike we've seen. So surely something to build up on, and hopefully we got 4 more like this.
And that's right, lots of maps still possibly to be played in this long best of 7 series. Are Lin and 40 the top dogs right now? Is it going to be these two deciding the tournament beyond each other? Is Happy perhaps set aside, relegated to 3rd place right now? Because these two seem to be the best in the world right now.
We'll see about that. Schnitt86 said in the Twitch chat, hey Neo, maybe I can help you with my venue for Raraland. How can I help you? Would be free, of course. That would be awesome. You can send us a DM here. I'll take a look. Ideally, links, etc. Great. And then we'll see. Thank you, Messerman, for the 48 month. That is 4 years, you madman. The Remo comeback less than 3. Deathly God with the 43 month. B2W, hype, B2W, hype, B2W, hype. We're just surfing on the 40 Lin Pally Rifle TS York Hitman build wave. But yeah, it certainly is hype.
Yeah, I would say 40 also, despite, you know, facing those terrifying mass berserkers with Kodo, he might with the Griffins once again really well, always looking for those tree lines where they're hard to catch. Have we ever seen orcs, once they have an expansion, because before that you can't afford it really, but once they have an expansion, have we seen them try to go Wyvern, maybe? Is that a valuable idea, or are they still only good against Undead?
Against Archmage, you mean, or against Pally Rifle?
Against Pally Rifle. Or later on, you know, once not mainly about rifles anymore, but rather about Griffins.
So there was one series where Lin tried this on one base without an expansion. It surprisingly worked, but it was a very trolly series where Lin seemed very frustrated. I usually take every example I can get to show the world that Wyvern are crazy good. But even I turn a blind eye to this game. I think Wyvern could be sick against Griffins as well.
Yeah, potentially. I guess the problem is if there's still rifles on the field, they can gun down those Wyvern real quick if they're in the wrong spot.
Well, that's position them as you have to position Griffins as well, I guess. Even though they are, of course, a lot more tanky all around. But hey, hopefully more room for improvement. We go on to map 4. Can 40 strike back, tie this up once again, or will Lin claim match points here? We go on to Autumn Leaves.
Autumn Leaves was certainly also one of those very popular Pally Rifle maps in the past, and I can tell you already that it will be once again, 4 maps out of 4, the Pally Rifle build. As we have fast forwarded and reached the cutting edge of this series. Can Lin take the lead here, 3-1? Or is he finally going to be the one giving up a 2-1 lead, as Happy was forced to do against him the last couple of days?
Right on. Both absolute beasts in these longer series. Never giving up, never surrendering, never falling into a motivational downward spiral. This is world-class esports, everybody. Fortitude left-hand side, Lin right-hand side. I surely expected a higher mix of Archmage here, but I can't say I'm disappointed.
Opening builds are looking the same again. So, Farseer gonna head across the map, go for a little bit of harass. If 40 wanted to, he could creep the green camp, theoretically, before the Farseer shows up. But that's not really where the altar is pointing.
And of course, Lin does the same thing that everybody can expect. That's really still the moment to, like, the one point where you can criticize Pally Rifle vs. Orc. The first 5 minutes, we could just skip them.
Yeah, I guess there are some possibilities, some plays to be made, but it seems like the most hype result that we get is like 1 peasant kill, which actually shouldn't happen if the human is on top of things.
Yeah, we've seen when a good Orc player faces an unexperienced human player, the human player will never leave the base. It's over in 5 minutes. We've seen that in Starbuck versus TH. That was, on this map, quite frustrating experience for TH right after his comeback, though. He'll probably find solutions towards that. He can just take a look at 40 and copy and put maybe a spin on things. Always one wolf to the left-hand side. Love it. Forces militia calls right away, but also the tech here not delayed whatsoever. No worker falling, no big damage done.
Since you mentioned Starbuck, by the way, I wonder how much Pally Rifle potential there is tomorrow in his match against 120.
Ooh. Yeah, 120 is a horrible anti-Pally Rifle player.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it like that exactly, but...
You can be blunt, man. Like... I've said this many times on the broadcast. He is trash versus Pally Rifle.
Does he even play Cryptlord right now?
It depends. Sure, sometimes yes, sometimes no. He had some interesting Dreadlord experiments. But I guess we'll see that tomorrow in what mood he is.
All right. Lin is pressuring here with his headhunters. The first attack upgrade finished once again right now. We're going to tier 2. We know what's going to be happening. Next, it's going to be Panda, Torn Totem Walkers.
A player's forces are under attack.
It's crazy, by the way, how different this is when you see Lin maneuver this late game army of orcs, and then you compare it to Focus, who also had, like, the first game against 40 was quite nice. He still lost it though, but then afterwards he fell apart. This ain't happening here, Lin. That was a question for like 2 weeks. Can he get in shape once again? Yeah, he is the one true war chief, and the title of the best orc in the world is again very much undisputed.
It's so insane, right? When Lin's on point, we're like, oh man, he's playing so well. Oh man, he's having a dig run. Man, Orc is looking good. 2 months later, he's in bad shape, and we're like, man, Orc is looking garbage. Nobody's winning anything.
Well, didn't we kind of come up with the consensus that it's the players, not the race?
Yeah, but it's hard to not have that feeling when Lin is in a bad shape and all of a sudden no Orc is winning anything. You know, it will feel that way, especially to Orc players.
Well, for Orc players, of course, they probably watch this game and write down a list of complaints already because Lin lost the map.
Or also a popular strategy from the whining camp is to make a list of the mistakes that the human is making, and that's the only reason why the Orc
And of course, you can't forget that you can still not play witch doctors in this matchup. Could actually be quite sick, but I guess a 5th production building is a bit extreme. To be fair, the Palo Rifle University was also quite whiny after the patches, which came out of nowhere, at least the last one, so it was a bit...
Oh, that's sad. That's sad. You don't have a super busted strategy that you can always play everywhere. Oh, that's sad. Fortitude seems to try to prove today that at least against Orc, you can still always play this strat. I'm a bit puzzled by his movement right now. Level 1 Pally aggression without Blood Mage support is not exactly what we're used to seeing, and so far it is not exactly the most effective either.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if he wanted to control the tavern a bit, but for what? That didn't really work. Panda is creeping for a while. Is level 2 already again. Now he's reuniting with the Blood Mage. That's quite cool. Can't allow a last hit. That was actually close.
Now with how much of a hot hand Lin has right now, even those plays seem feasible. Look at the Paladin, dude. He's still level 1. This is not what you want to have.
Especially when these middle camps can oftentimes be so contested. No Devotion Aura is quite bad. Also no long rifles just yet. He's in no position really to contest so much. And yeah, I just love to see this fast tier harassment. It's so freaking good.
Really annoying for the human to deal with, having that healing cancelled. Sure, he's losing all his mana, but it's another one fast here. That's okay.
I'm so tempted, by the way, to rub it in Linen Focus's face. See? We told you. But nah.
40. This almost looks a bit desperate, I want to say. He's pushing across the map with double level 1 against Panda 3 and a Tauren that's about to come out.
He maybe with this timing wanted to prevent Firelord. That just didn't work by a second. First burrow is dead. He's using the militia. And there's no tier 3. Doesn't even have the resources for it. What the heck went wrong?
We're going to have Berserkers here in a moment. We're going to have Torrents. There's level 3 Panda. This should be a ridiculous stomping if it comes to a fight here.
Yeah, he can't. Yeah, okay, now he's teching. Okay. That was indeed a bit odd. Maybe he miscalculated the situation. Maybe he thought without the Firelord I can go through with this. And it was really close. If he kills the burrow before the Firelord is out, I think we have a whole different situation. 40 at least has a supply lead now.
Thank you, Buttcrumbs. Gifted sub to Walter Frosch Zigaretten.
I educated him on Walter Frosch. Now he knows about the legend.
Was haben Sie da hier gestohlen? Zigaretten.
Freaking legend. Do you know that Walter Frosch is responsible for the yellow cards in football?
Yes. He was the record holder.
Unbelievable.
Oh, Mana Stone here for the Panda. That is quite unbelievable as well. A wonderful item right there. Blood Mage having a tough time so far getting the sucking in because of that. Soulburn. That's the name of the spell. Soulburn over and over. But okay. Most impressive that we saw this human army was always on tier 3 with triple hero with the Griffins. So there is still lots of room to grow, at least for 40.
Right on. And he goes Banish again. I'm surprised by this. Maybe... I don't know why. Maybe it's a positional thing. Panda trying to steal something here, but nah, 40 wide awake.
Yeah, quite a bit of mana invested here. 150 almost. Just to be healed up by a regen scroll, but I guess he has the Mana Stone at least. So he's also regenerating passively. Panda crept to level 3, so now he is on scouting and harass duty. And the other two heroes are creeping up.
A little bit of an advantage here that there's 2 shops for the heal scrolls. Maybe that's the reason why he's switching it. He got double heal scroll, man. That can be very powerful. Then only got 1 so far. 500, 600 gold for 40 while breaking upkeep. Still no aviary though.
Gonna knock on the front door, force the human home. He's not running behind the wall, which he could. That would force a TP right away. But would probably also cost him a TP. Whereas you can always, or at least most of the time, just walk away from the pally rifles. Not much catch in that army.
Big true. That's why sometimes the Mountain King can be sweet. Especially at the Dach Inferno finals. We've seen it, not with pally rifle, but against the regular human army. How you can outplay people that way. We get the second... Oh, Beastery actually. Not the second totem, it's the first Beastery. Little adjustment by Lin seeing the tier 3, and that's a sign that he doesn't want to go too heavy into Walker Tauren.
This time around, however, it might work out well because we still have no Griffins. Of course, we don't know if that's what it's going to continue to be, but so far it is literally only rifles. Good old pally rifles.
Do that. We're contesting the red spot here. Welcome to the danger zone. 1-1 upgrades. 40 is not looking too crazy, man. Lin is buying a lot of time. Ancestral Spirit is done.
Photo Beast also halfway finished.
Lin?
And now fighting at home.
Yeah. Without Flame Strike, is there enough damage in these, what is it, 11 rifles? Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire, phenomenal, but the 2 heal scrolls against it. Ethereal Form used to save that Walker. Spirit Link spread, so the single target damage of the rifles ain't that crazy at the moment. Lin has Well of Mana Stealing, Mana Stone, and the heal scroll used.
Breath of Fire comes in, more damage against the human army. Heal scroll is available, and a second one still ready to be used as well. This fight all of a sudden looking really good for 40. Oh, the blood mage almost went down.
Yeah, after... Oh my god, second heal scroll as well. After a couple of Holy Lights being too late throughout the series, this one was clutch. Farseer is not looking too good, but can he do something about Kodos and Tauren?
One last Breath of Fire comes in. The Panda now dry, doesn't mind anymore getting siphoned. We still have lots of rifles on this field, and everything for the Orc is about to die.
Oh, Banish, careful! We need a Holy Light, and he is responsible for this. The Farseer falls, and Fortitude with a little bit of an odd play here. Confusing Lin, as it seems, who eventually wasn't ready for this. The double heal scrolls, man. It was pretty much exactly that second heal scroll that decided the game.
Yeah, crazy. This early game was so difficult. This pally never got the levels, but you can never count out the pally rifles, dude. Once he's level 3, once he's got that Holy Light and a lot of rifles with upgrades and a couple of scrolls on top, that army can still be terrifying. Fortitude, tying things up. And in this game, I feel like the walkers didn't do anything. Spirit Link, whatever. I guess that means your units are dying 10 seconds later. And the Taurens, when they were killed with Incinerate. So there was no way to res them. Maybe when you see tier 3, you shouldn't go walkers. But then again, you make walkers before the human goes tier 3. But especially in that game, I was not sold on the walker play.
I think walkers are incredibly good if you have the heal scrolls and healing in general to support it. That wasn't the case. If it's 2 heal scrolls, that might work. Lin didn't have the resources for it. Was that Beastery doing anything?
Yeah, also good question. We had 1 Kodo without tier 3 upgrade.
Yep.
It's not exactly that great of a money investment, I would say.
Yeah, at least not at that timing. It's a very luxury building and luxury units that you can get with that. You don't really need the raiders. I mean, it's nice to have a second source of disable against Siphon. It's nice to whip down Griffins, but neither of that was necessary, really. Maverick Man 1313, thank you for the 12 month. GG. Indeed. GG's across the entire freaking day.
Thank you very much for the support once again. We're getting ready here for the next map. 2 minutes, and then we're going to be good to go for map number 5. Winner will move on to match point. That's going to be Twisted Meadows.
Yeah.
And I think Twisted Meadows is the one map where I have still never seen pally rifles.
Never.
For good reason, because Pally Rifles is absolute garbage on Twisted. You're just begging to get hit and run lamed all day, or expands once, maybe even twice, maybe even 3 times. You're going to be stuck with a slow-moving army. This would be shocking if it's Pally Rifle here.
But, Mr. Remo Demo, what about a Mountain King first?
Oh, Mountain King first with an expansion, maybe? Yeah.
I like it. I know Carson is a big fan. I know Leon tried this for a bit. And Mountain King has quite some hype in China in general, especially in the human Night Elf matchup. We see it more frequently, but also versus Orc can be that weapon of mass destruction dwarf. It's not that common. I'd say Archmage is still most preferred, but yeah, Twisted coming, man. Ooh, that has potential to be a banger game.
Yeah, 40 in the past also has been playing a fair amount of Mountain King Fast Expo. If you get out of the early game somewhat clean, you didn't lose too much, and you can rely on a strong 2-base economy with MK level 4 and shop items and such, it can be a huge, insane carry in the late game. The difficult point there will be the early game. Dealing with Headhunters, dealing with Farseer, dealing with Wolves. Very difficult to do when you only have a couple of hammers in the early game.
That's right, but 40 made it work on Concealed recently, where also Chemico historically was a fan of that strat. And if you can make it work on Concealed, you probably can make it work on Twisted as well. Bigger map. It's a 50-50 situation where you're gonna expand. And then also a bit of a spawning position thing. Will we have access to the mercenary camp or not? Will you have access to Shadow Priests? Will we get a sub by Exodon TV? And the answer to that is yes, 76 months. Insane number.
Yo, thank you very much. And now our game is ready. Map number 5.
And this is determining who claims match points in the winner bracket final of the 28,000 Don't Force Me Cup, one step closer to the $15,000 grand final that are waiting for the winner here. This is a lower bracket, yeah, where you rather don't want to be in with a Kaho, with a Happy, with the 1-2-0. Crazy Warcraft will be played this weekend. But first we have to decide this series. Lin vs 40, game 5.
Farseer certainly should be the choice here by Lin. Everything else would be kind of crazy. And also Fortitude, we see from his build already, is not going to go Pally Rifles. This would be a bit too insane on this map. It's too big, you're going to get outmaneuvered too hard, you're going to get out-expanded too hard. So here we're going to go with a good old for the opening. And now, the hero. Who is it? Archmage.
Indeed. Okay, so no crazy curveball in a best of 7. Man, that would be crazy best of 7 if we don't have a single Archmage appearance when this was played for the past 22 years, basically non-stop. But yeah, this is more of a classic. You level the lab, you level the Archmage, and Water Elemental into bases. Nobody does it better than Fortitude, but that goes, I guess, for every single human strat there is. Farseer Headhunter on Lin's side. No surprise there. I wonder if he's storming across again to... He can't intercept the creeping. He can intercept retreating workers. And then 2-3 camps might be possible. A lot comes down to Fortitude's item in the early game. Oftentimes, this is like a nice little bonus if you get a claw or something. But if this is the Robe of the Magi or a Sobi Mask, good luck, Lin.
Who does Fortuna favor right now? Robe indeed, I would say, is the most insane. And...
Devotion.
Oh, Lionhorn. That's alright. That's always nice, but not crazy.
Well, might save a worker here against Farseer and Wolves, but not this one. Deny a little early. Fireball versus Wolf. Gets it. First exclamation mark, and that is one worker down. The second one, oh, bit misrallied. Militia again, but only 3 armor these days. Wasn't able to absorb that damage.
forces are under attack.
2 peasant kills, that's alright, but I would say, especially with 1 denied, that's also totally fine for Fortitude. Not too many losses here, all good up until now. Is he gonna expand or not? We're looking for that 4th farm, as so often. More peasants being made. Lumber in general, a little bit low right now. Going for defend upgrade.
It's crazy
Very
early.
on.
3 minutes 20. I mean, we've seen it earlier, but this is extreme. And
And he's stopping with peasant production, so that should mean no expo.
yeah, 3 farm creeping and deck. Footman to the left-hand side, Archmage with boots on the right-hand side, and a circlet. He's just gonna flood the base.
Wow, his deck is far, far behind. 2 minutes of a lead for the Orc, so Fortitude has to get something done with his pressure coming right now. No level 3 Archmage, so the level 2 Watch Elemental is not the big terror in the Orc main base. The shop is not quite finished yet, but will in just a moment. There's again no forward burrow, by the way. Both in the back.
And footies are used for creeping. He's not going to the base. Lin can't get a last hit here. Poacher down. Water Elemental fighting wolves, losing that fight. Little extra XP. Is that worth it? Steal 1 camp to delay your tech that much. Because Lin is done with the tech.
A player's forces
TC
are
coming.
under attack.
Militia are creeping across the map at the other green camp. He's looking for that level 3. From that, a little bit more of experience. And it should be enough. And there we go.
Oh my god, that's so sick. He's going for both production buildings at the beginning of tier 2 with 2 water elementals. Has to free up the space. Footies to the left, water elemental archmage to the right. Good night beastery. Good night spirit lodge. What a well-crafted attack this is.
A player's forces are under
Can he find the follow-up cancel? Footy's trying to take some damage here. Archmage is a little bit bruised. Good positioning though by Lin as well. He's trying to get some pick-off kills ideally if he can on the Footies. Wolf is chasing. TC now out. But that should be another cancel, shouldn't it?
Exactly, and Lin slowly struggling with lumber. He's building... Okay, there it is, cute. Water Elemental still in the base, not too many footmen lost, TC still 0 XP. Footman still applying so much pressure, very, very, very annoying. Archmage has mana for 1 more Water Elemental, this ain't over yet.
Gonna summon that in a moment. Lin so far has reduced losses on his Headhunters very well. But that might still change. AM could still look for a bit more. The Water Elemental is still active in the back of the base. A 3rd cancel on the Spirit Lodge.
He's so good
And
at
all of a
this.
sudden, the tech lead seems to have disappeared.
He's so good at this, it's ridiculous. Similar to how he plays versus Undead, where we go towards the Haunted Gold Mine this time. The target is a bit different. We go for a Beastery instead of a Lodge now. And now it's finally over with the Archmage for once out of mana, but not for too much longer actually. Tier 2, done. Sanctum, Mountain King, sword.
Archmage still trying to be annoying, trying to cancel some healing here. He could summon another Water Elemental, but at this point it might be a bit of a waste of mana. Then again, if he gets the Lodge once more, that will be wonderful.
Yeah, he's peeking around the right-hand side. Lin should be there to defend it, but only with Farseer. There is a very solid chance to cancel this again, and this means no Purge. And without Purge, you don't have an answer to these Water Elementals. Well done.
A huge delay. Huge delay. Lodge. This next one will be finishing because the AM now too hurt. Mana too low. But by now we got double Sanctum finished.
Exactly. So we get priests, we get sorks, we get breakers, and we need a high-level Mountain King. That's the #1 task now. 440. Might be time to heal up that Archmage as well. Hurt units, but nothing a Water Elemental can't tank. Lin also of the opinion some sort of dispo would be nice. So let's open up this mercenary camp for ourselves as we have the big items and mana potion. Fantastic. Shockwave build for the TC.
Oh. So Lin was very sure he was going to face casters here and no rifles, I guess. And that read is absolutely on the money. Gonna be caster breakers.
Scroll of the Beast on the other side. This is one for the shop. Can trade it for a heal scroll, basically. We shouldn't expect too much tier 3 this time. We get a bit of control on Lin's side with Ensnare and Purge in the mix now soon. Next step in that build order is an expansion. But 40 must expand.
MK enjoying some solo leveling here. He's going to get level 2.5 roughly. But he still needs a little bit more for that crucial level 3. MK probably the strongest hero on the field if we get to level 5. That's where he can really dominate, especially against ground with Clap. But the TC has a bit of a level edge right now.
Exactly. Claws plus 8 also quite nice. For the Farseer for some split damage. It's a bit of a calm before the storm. Twisted Meadows, big map. Lots to creep, lots of ways to dodge your opponent. Lots of time to pimp that army. Dispel coming through. Scroll of Healing number 1 on both sides. That big mana potion, man. That might be a game changer. Lin.
Soy Mask. Ooh.
Oh.
Some really good items here for Lin. Must make sure also to get an Invul Potion though. The TC, while he's gonna enjoy that mana potion most likely. No strength items, no armor items. So if he gets Storm Bolted in a rough position, that could be very dangerous.
Yeah, but he doesn't buy it. He doesn't have the gold for it. Expansion more important. Mountain King level 3, Archmage level 3. That was a very ambitious Stormbolt to get that mana region running.
He's got no Clap.
Yep, that is something that has become normal and I have no
Really?
idea why. We'll see if 40 can show us the way. Shockwave, Mountain King in a bit of trouble here, but we have that heal scroll. Chain Lightning also on the Dwarf. Invul Potion is ready, so are Priests.
Wouldn't Clap be so good here?
I know, dude. I've been saying the same for weeks.
TP out by Lin though. He's worried that he's going to lose too much. In fact, 2 more units are falling. But he TPs to the main base where he can heal up right away from the shop. That's nice. And if 40 knew, he might be able to cancel the expansion up there. He's not too far away, but doesn't have the confirmation scout right now.
He should assume this though. It's always the play. I would be very surprised if he's not heading north, and that's exactly what he's doing. Expo at 50%, there is no chance for this to work. Maybe plan B for Lin if he sends a peon to the left-hand side now. That is a camp he will be cleaning in a second. But yeah, you don't have to scout this at this point in the game, that there is an expansion. But the discussion about Bash and Clap is a really interesting one. I feel like if you get mana items or a super fast level 4 Archmage, people go for Clap. Otherwise, they don't.
Interesting.
It's my observation at least. Like, I don't know.
Okay, cool. Well, MK indeed doesn't have too many mana items so far in this game. Plus 3 int only. I am also not yet level 4, although might get it here at the red camp. And speaking of red camps, there are some crazy items possible here.
Especially Spell Shield. We've seen it yesterday, how effective that can be. And we get the Spell Shield just on the other side. It would have been fantastic for the TC, so he can't be targeted by Stormbolt. But then on the other side, if you trigger slow on that unit, Spell Shield is activated as well. So it doesn't really do too much. I guess you can dodge a Stormbolt or a Purge. That's the best you can do with that item. I'd probably sell it for heal scrolls.
Dude, Farseer has plus 23 damage.
Yes, he's very good right now.
Not even kidding. If he gets the Orb of Darkness, I think that would be sick.
Yes.
Never mind. Get the Spell Shield. Also sick though.
That is for the TC is omega good. Also Flute before. Also lots of damage boost. I wonder if 40 is playing around the Spell Shield with applying slow. Because then it doesn't do anything. If 40 knows what to do, then it's meaningless and you sell it. In the heat of battle though, can be an oversight.
Yeah, you have to manually cast it on the TC for that to be triggered. We'll see, we'll see.
Then there's Pillage. Or is in the process of researching Pillage. Some bases are about to be raided.
Orc army now quite speedy with a level 2 endurance. This is where the Orc gets the mobility advantage. On a big map like this, you like to pair that with an expansion. The expansion is coming up. Will 40 have the time to get the cancel here? He's moving kind of slow with his casters.
That's right. He is able to fight with the 3 heal scrolls he got. Also, Sobi Mask on the Mountain King now. Shockwave gets a kill, but not 2 kills now. Shop down. No more breakers, but he queued at least one, maybe another. The cancel is super important for Fortitude now. Lin has to cancel, but at how much damage will he find 40's base?
He cancels to get the resources back. The peon is in the burrow, so it's still taking time to get back. Here's the TP home. The peon will survive. Counter TP away, of course. We're going to count the losses here in a moment. It's quite a few peasants going down, but also many survive, importantly. So full mining is still established.
Yeah, and lumber is not that important at the moment. He got the important upgrades already. If you had a plan to go to tier 3 like Sock always does, yeah, that hurts now, of course. But he has to go for a shop before he can go breakers, and that's #1 priority. Now we need to scout a lot. Lin is not using the peon from the left-hand side in the burrow, but he's rather expanding on the right-hand side, and that might be smart.
Man, Lin's items are really good, dude. Look at that. TC level 5 now with the belt, the ring, and the spell shield. The Farseer with Sobi Mask and triple claws. That's plus 26 damage. Also because of the flute that he still has. And that shockwave now is gonna rock. If we can combine that with level 3 chain lightning, that's a lot of AoE spell damage. But the Farseer still has a long way to go, to be honest.
Yeah, and on a big map like this, you might want the invisible wolves just for scouting and base harass if 40 decides that the second base is affordable at some point. I'm probably the biggest level 3 chain lightning fan in the world. It's more than 1,000 damage per application, by the way. But I see the value of wolves for
A
sure.
player's forces are under attack.
He's at the shop right there, was thinking about what he wants to sell, and it was the Flute of Accuracy.
Oh,
Doesn't have slots anymore to hold it.
That's crazy. If the worst item you got for a mixed range melee army is the flute.
Yeah. But I think he might have made the right call. I think many players here would sell the ring.
Yes.
Keep that ring, bro.
Yes.
That ring is sick on the TC.
Is it against, I don't know, against casters?
Yeah, still though. He's gonna get focused a lot.
Well, if you and Lin think alike, who am I to argue against it? I am a big fan of that Blizzard, though. We don't have Stomp. We don't have Hex. We have limited End Snare. Only 2 Raiders. That Blizzard will do a lot of damage.
Very difficult fight to perfectly micro and manage on both sides. Lin wants to fan out wide, not clump up for the Blizzard. There's still no clap though, right?
No.
Normally clap Blizzard is the crazy thing.
Oh, that is a bad engagement so far for 40, I'd say. A couple of free units, takes out a Shaman. Shockwave hits 2 units, but gets no kill yet. Wolf also dispelled. Oh, nice counterplay on that Archmage. And Snare focus has to go for a TP, and that should then be Lin's expansion on 2 exit kills though.
40 could perhaps re-attack. He didn't lose too much. I guess a breaker was devoured. Some casters. Lin has a supply lead still. The expo is running. The shop is right there. This game now looking great for Lin.
Okay. Adrox, thank you for the 9 month. Much love. Clarity.
I gotta say, so far, I'm not very sold on this no clap stuff.
Nah, I'm not sold either. But they are not listening. These humans, man. But another Tomb of Retraining? Can you do that? Are you willing to do that? Heal scrolls. Super effective now he has no gold no more.
It seems like with the Zoe Mask, the MK cannot even use all of his mana with only Stormbolt.
I would agree, but he couldn't know that before he went into Bash, that he will get a Sobi Mask.
That is true.
3 heal scrolls versus 2. Did we see the slow application on the TC for Spell Shield, by the way? I didn't pay attention to that.
I'm not sure.
This is amazing fighting position for Lin, by the way. There's no breaker wall. The Orc units can roam freely. There's always room for Shockwaves. There's always room for Kodos. Here it is, and it hits so hard!
First heal scroll needed right away against that chain wave. There's 2 more heal scrolls, in fact. Raiders with the end snare trying to lock down the human army. We have the speed scroll, everything super speedy now on the orc side. Only for 10 seconds though. Kodos, we got one devour and a second. Great control on the Kodos once again, but the speed scroll is now over. Can 40 let the slow trap here kick in? Archmage in trouble again, by the way, going to the back. The priests have to heal.
And Blizzard, the big damage dealer. We're approaching 10k damage now. There's another heal scroll. We have invisibility as well for the saves. This shockwave a bit underappreciated, I'd say, but that was the last heal scroll for Fortitude, and we still have that big mana. Used it now. Stormbolt on the TC went through. Mountain King in trouble. Chain Wave in the back. So much damage.
MK goes down with some right clicks and the shockwave. Dude, this Farseer, just with the right clicks, man, he's doing a great job. And with the MK dead, this seems now hopeless. With the Orc, of course, also having that Expo running the whole time. Farseer gets level 5 here, even in the end. There's still a heal scroll on Lin. There we go. Uses it to perfect effect. The game is over, and Lin takes match point.
Oh, man, what a performance here. Despite the 4 cancels on his tier 2 units, finds the way despite 2 cancels on the Expo. Nice play of rushing into Fortitude's base to keep him back. He did major damage there, prevented more breakers. Skill build, of course, discussable. We mentioned that throughout the game. Would it have been better to just counter expand if you're 40 and not go for that timing push when the map is so big?
It oftentimes feels like it backfires on the humans. I'm not even exactly sure why. But normally when we see them counter expand, it seems like they kind of end up behind, economically speaking. The other option, of course, specifically on Twisted Meadows, would have been Fast Expo, but that is really not much part of the meta right now. I think 40 is happy with just leaving this one behind, shelving this map, erasing it from his memory, and going back to a smaller map where, again, we can play some Pale Rifles.
Goddamn, Hammerfall. It is in 2 minutes. Match points for Lin. The guy who was eliminated in the group stage of the Dolphin Cup could reach 2 grand finals in just 1 single week, defeating Happy and Fortitude on his way there. Mind-blowing.
Yeah, crazy. This is the best Lin we've seen in a long time, and in classic Lin fashion, it comes right after the rumors about retirement. And about the mumblings from the community.
They were so sure. It's so good to see that they were so wrong. What would this scene be without Lin?
Lin was down to 2,550 ELO points, which is not bad, by the way, by no means, but for Lin standards, kind of low. After this week, he will be shooting up quite a bit, I think.
Yeah, I think Focus can say goodbye to that #1 orc spot. Like, yeah.
Very likely.
How often does ELO ranking get updated? Question by Durkules. Every Sunday. And also, Stufka is posting about it on Twitter with the biggest winners and losers of the week. Stufka WC3, highly recommending this account.
Absolutely. Happy was, for a very long time, leading in those ELO points, but this might change this week. And it's not just 40 who might be ruining his day and raining on his parade. No, it's Lin as well. And that's exciting. We have a triumvirate again at the top of Warcraft.
And a Kaho who is making a strong case to be a very good #4 in like yesterday, the elimination at B Cup. I think it was just a let's get over with it thing. I'm a bit confused. Maybe they hosted another map. It was just a wrong map host?
I think they hosted the wrong map, yeah.
I hope so.
So not Hammerfall, but rather Springtime it shall be, which has been very, very popular for Pele Rifles in multiple matchups.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to play it there, and then Hammerfall is probably the 7th map if we go there. Haven't seen a full-out best of 7 yet, eh? We had nice back and forth in this series. Lots of 4-2. Sometimes players running out of steam here.
Kaho versus Moon ended up being 3-4, with Kaho clutching it out. Kaho against Life then, very one-sided, which really surprised me. Kaho 4-0ing live today. That's the match we didn't see. What's happening at the same time as Happy versus Lin. And this here, our last match of the day.
Unbelievable Warcraft. And this continues tomorrow, 11 a.m. and Sunday, where we also have the Back to Warcraft Weekly Cup in the evening hours, where Chemico was playing a couple of times. That is cool.
Was he actually playing under Chemico or
Yes.
the mysterious running account?
Well, he was playing as Chemico, and the mysterious running account is actually a bit mysterious who's playing, as it is kind of confirmed that it's a shared account and you never know. They had a tournament with they had a round robin tournament with, I think, Colorful versus Running 1, Running 2, Running 3.
That is so stupid. Oh my god, dude.
Got a good giggle out of us though. There's no room for giggling anymore. It is match points. The $15,000 grand final is just one map away for the War Chief. He's back, leading the Horde to victory. Or is it Fortitude again, standing true to the name and showing mental fortitude and getting back-to-back wins? He is the big bout machine. The tier 1 tournaments are his. The last time he lost a tier 1 tournament match was in December in the Dolphin Cup, where it ended up Lin versus Fortitude grand final, where he made an absurd lower bracket run. Since then, all he did was win, 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 no matter what. But that streak could end right here.
Thank you very much, Lurchi, with the resub. Says thanks for the great content. And Remo, greetings from Mainz to Mainz. Yo, greetings to Mainz. I actually moved away last year. Now I live close to Frankfurt, but Mainz is still very much in my heart.
Say it. Whenever Mainz is mentioned, you have to say the one thing.
I actually don't know what you mean.
You have to greet that very special place.
Not every time. I mean, yeah, Uncle Willy's Pub, it's amazing, but also shout out to Spiritus, the best cocktail bar I've ever been in my life.
Dude, if a bar is named Spiritus, I would certainly not go there.
You should, bro. They have legit the best cocktails in the world.
The name is misleading, though.
Yeah. They're also a little bit expensive, but you know, sometimes you can treat yourself. That's a place where everything you ever order normally is really good.
Nice.
High quality, Neo. Just like us.
Speak for yourself. We got Pally Rifle once again, everybody. The return! 40 needs back-to-back wins here. And Lin, of course, faster. This is springtime. This is one of the best Pally Rifle maps once again as the second last encounter. We got Militia Creep with the rifle. Last hit. Important for 40 to get this one.
First time Fortitude dares to creep something very early, even with the Farseer there showing up. This might cost him some Holy Lights to get things back to healthy, but Holy Lights still very cheap in mana. Slightly longer cooldown these days, but still should be able to deal with this little bit of Wolf and Farseer harass without too much difficulty.
Okay. Couple of HP lost. Now we're coming back. The dance continues. Once again, Lin, this seems to be set in stone now. 3 Headhunters into attack upgrade to make it worth it. I really like this. Tech in Lin's face as well. There's nothing really to worry about. But of course, you don't want a high level Paladin. You saw the effect on Autumn Leaves. When a Paladin is low level, the Orc has an easier time. We try to delay that for as long as possible.
The key point in these matches seem to be expansions. Setting up the expansion somewhere later in the game, probably around 50 supply. Especially if 40 goes tier 3 again. Getting that third hero, getting those Griffins, possibly it all takes a long while. But then again, on Autumn Leaves, there was no Griffin. There was just a push with level 3. Lin perhaps didn't expect it, and he was overrun. Still, the point stands. You should never underestimate the Pally Rifle strat.
Exactly. The pushes sometimes come out of nowhere. Now we have transitions as well. Still haven't seen enough fire. And yeah, so far, bit of chip damage, only 1 Holy Light. That is number 2. Relatively simple. We follow up with an Arcane Tower as well as the first attack upgrade. And then Lin Has to fall back in a second to get the panda from one of the 2 taverns on the map.
Nope, one peasant kill here, maybe.
Ooh, 40 seems a bit overwhelmed with that rifle dropping low as well. Shaky, shaky 40. Rare to say that.
Really don't want to lose rifles. Almost got one of them surrounded. This headhunter pressure is really stacking up.
Has to call militia now on 150 lumber. That's not ideal. Need the blonde devil as fast as possible, as well as long rifles. It only
Also
now
seems
the
like the shop will be necessary.
shop, yeah, there
he's
we
going
go.
for it. Good start by Lin, I would say, so far.
Again, yes. He really improved his early game. And splits the headhunters to the back. The Farseer stays. We get the panda with Drunken Haze to accelerate the creeping and to take less damage during creeping. I'm so happy this build is out there now in Asia.
They accepted it, Neo. They finally accepted it. It only took half a year, roughly.
Yep. Exactly half a year. Like, Lemes posted this build order. The Pally Rifle Professor posted the build order for the orcs on WC3.no. That was half a year ago.
Players' forces are under attack.
Paladin did get the level 2. Waiting for his trusted friend, the Blood Mage. Panda taking quite a bit of damage here from these creeps. But the shop... Oh, I was about to say it's coming up, but it's not. Oh, is Lin forgetting about the shop, maybe? That's a bit worrying.
He has a big heal potion, so I guess he's kinda safe. But this is of course not ideal. Both armies fragile at the moment, as we don't have too much Holy Light anymore. This will of course change in a bit, once the Blood Mage is out.
Yeah, this big healing actually is a huge help, for real. If a push is to come, which seems like it is.
For real, no cap. And he gets level 3, no lasted, available first Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire, and maybe 40 didn't see that, has to go into the town portal, didn't accomplish much, and loses a rifle.
Ooh, yeah, that's a big L. Not a W this time. You push across the map with level 2 only, you halted your creeping, and then just to TP away, lose a rifle, and accomplish basically nothing.
Well, he got... I didn't even get the heal potion, eh?
Nope.
Did he feel he's under so much pressure? We had this odd early mid-game on Autumn Leaves as well. So it feels like there's a reason behind it. 42 big brain for us. If only there were a Pella Rifle University to explain this to us now.
And the Panda level 3, once again, is going to go harassing. Oh, he forgot to heal himself? Or maybe he's going to do it later, after throwing in a Breath of Fire. We get the walkers again. One walker into Adept. Firelord then expected to be next.
Big healing on the other side. Now heal score number 1. That is a big camp. No chance really for Lin to do anything here. We go for the Firelord with Panda. Little bit of a creep jack. Should be too late, and it is. Level 2. He goes for Banish again. Wait, Lin went for...
Get that big level up.
Lin went for level 2 Drunken Haze.
What?
Yes.
That must be a misclick.
I think so too.
Surely.
The dude has been gaming for 5 hours straight now, by the way. Just to point that out, that he played versus Happy, a best of 7 versus Happy before. So yeah, that is bad.
That's a lot of damage missing. Yeah. No good. Positioning though here is pretty nice. Ooh, Drunk Haze with the fire hitting really well. Man, if that was level 2 breath, that would be even more damage.
Yep, so he can hold the heal skull for a little bit. Surrounding the Blood Mage, indeed. He does have Banish when he needs... Oh, no mana for the Banish, actually. Needs to siphon it off. And now Farseer in another world of trouble. Soul Burn, so he can't use Banish at the moment, but there was healing. Headhunters falling. This is a crazy situation. He falls!
Oh,
no, with the TP! Blood Mage, save with the Holy Light! Lin falling apart. Oh, man.
Oh.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And now running away.
Panda surrounded.
Super sweet by 40. Can he keep it close though? With the Holy Light he can. 40 on the way to game 7. Illusion on the Panda. He doesn't seem phased. Does he use it as a little bit of a trap here? Feels like it. The Torrent does sick damage.
Okay, there's not that much Holy Light left. We have a Soul Burn as well. Holy Light branded for the time being. Lin perhaps can still come out on top here despite this huge blunder. Lots of gold on 40, by the way. Not reproducing for a little while now. Making more rifles. Farseer being rezzed. He's gonna be back before too long.
Chop up. Almost provocative. Firelord also at 50%. There's not too much damage as you said. And also no tier 3. The Breath of Fire coming in again. If that would be level 2, the game would probably be over already. These illusions, super annoying. How did Lin turn this around, man? The Panda surround turned out to be a little bit of a trap.
Yeah, Panda with those items that we've seen in his inventory now. The ring, the gauntlet's very tanky. Of course, he had the big heal potion. Oh, but some mistakes here by Lin. Give us a chance of a map 7.
Right on. If 40 can get the reinforcements in, you said it. Was banking quite a bit. Gets the shop up now. Once again needing mana. Cancels the healing on the Firelord. Spirit Link to the rescue. And Purge coming in. That level 4 for the Panda is so necessary.
Still pretty far away, to be honest. Firelord in the back, very hurt. Losing him, I think, wouldn't be the worst, especially now that he's out of mana and doesn't have Soul Burn anyways. Could be rezzed easily.
Chop up.
Can the Pally Rifles take this game now? Take control.
He got a lot of mana, got a lot of healing. Another Headhunter falling long range shot. Regent Scroll to the rescue, but 40 needs army. He needs more rifles.
Super cost efficient army here. For the human. Oh, Lin. Oh, Lin. You could have closed things out here on this map. It certainly seems.
Sweet
Level 1
split.
Breath of Fire now is just a joke.
Sweet split against it as well. Going for the shop. No more clarity. Only one healed self. Can't even begin to dream about a tiny Great Hall this game. Blood Mage a bit further forward, but nothing that a Holy Light can't fix.
Human heroes can still get stronger. Breath of Fire doesn't come out in time. The Siphon there, getting rid of the mana. The Soul Burn way too late. Lin, a little slow on his reactions here on a number of occasions.
Blood Mage with an Invo Potion and the Holy Light at now level 3. That's the big problem when you get that Siphon 2, which is so easy to afford, unlike the level 1 version. One tower coming up far in the back to protect the shop. Walker saved into ethereal form, but the Headhunters are suffering.
He's waiting for the Ancestral Spirit to res the Tauren, but I think it's going to be too late. Everything for Lin is disappearing. We have an Arcane Tower now as well. And 40, he seems to have done it. Capitalizing on big mistakes by Lin. Kind of amateurish mistakes, to be honest. Wrong skill picked on the Panda. The Farseer lost needlessly.
39-year-old man playing until midnight for 5 hours straight. At some point, it's destined to happen. Fortitude wasn't fazed by this at all. Marching forward, getting stronger, punishing things. Lin needs a miracle here, but this was also 40's map pick. Lin's home turf, Hammerfall, would be the decider map. We are now taking care of the burrows. Lin at 51, not ideal. Did he rebuild the shop up top? He did. I like that move. But yeah, we're waiting for one Hail Mary play. If 40 survives that, it's curtains.
I feel like we've seen the curtains already, in my opinion. No Berserkers anymore. The damage here isn't too high. Level 1 Breath of Fire still only. It is underwhelming, to say the least. The Arcane Vault here is so sick. Always mana now on the human heroes. The Merchant also isn't too far away, so there 40 can get heal scrolls. He's got 800 gold. You know why? Because he hasn't been losing anything.
That's right. And here is the Banish. It's also a reason for that, even though we haven't seen it too much in that regard. Walkers are coming in. 3 Tauren, never to be underestimated. We're fighting under the Arcane Tower now.
Tauren damage is still indeed quite decent, but it's so many rifles. The rifles here certainly have more damage output than those Taurens. There's going to be one going down, perhaps a second. Nope, that one pulled back. One rifle might die. No, it won't. There's Banish. There's Holy Light.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good. Level 4 as well with the Devotion Aura 3. Pala rifle is alive and well. And Lin doesn't want to admit defeat just yet. But with the barracks falling, no more headhunters. He's trying to rebuild the burrows to be able to rebuild anything, really. And when the Pally rifle are pushing on your fortress door, you know you're not in a good place.
Way to the burrows now seems wide open. Oh, there's a Tauren returning from the Ancestral. That's nice. 3 Taurens in the front line. Good soul burn interrupts the siphon there for a moment. What are the walkers doing? Guys?
Well, they have to resurrect themselves now with only a little bit of mana, though. Tauren still marching forward to a degree, but the kiting game by 40 is spectacular. And the Fire Lord has been extinguished finally as well, won't level anymore. The Panda never made it to level 4, man. When the fight started, he was, what, 3.3? At the end, he was 3.5. 40 forcing game 7.
Yes, indeed. Fortitude here, despite a really tough early game. Lin playing so well at the start, but he finds a way to punish the mistakes by Lin, which there were not that many of, but some very glaring ones. This does worry me for map 7. It's now a long day, with a lot of games played, and we know this is where Lin can start to dip in performance sometimes, where he's not as sharp anymore, and clearly there, in some moments, he wasn't that sharp.
It's also a classic 40. When other players start to feel fatigue, he just accelerates, getting better and better and better. Like Happy before is not showing signs of weakness, despite being a family man and owning a shrimp shop, etc. He probably was up very early as well, still bringing his A game, switching things up too, realizing in what good of a position he is and go for that tier 2 push with the shop and with the tower instead of that tier 3 transition, which I think wouldn't have worked so well. He saw the opportunity, went straight through and got that W. And now everything comes down to that one last map.
Hammerfall to be our decider. Map 7 in this upper bracket final. Who's going to make it into the grand final? Guarantee the top 2. Who's going to drop into the lower bracket? Top 2 guarantee would be $4,000 minimum, with a $15,000 prize pool for first place, which is quite insane.
And of course, being the best player in the world is also a nice little title where Happy 1-0 and Kahu are contesting in the lower bracket. We will have every race represented in the final 4, as so often in Warcraft. These, if we assume that Happy is making it through, are surely the top 4 in the world, best in their respective races. And yeah, this is troublesome for Lin. He is once again the first in the lobby, not taking any breaks. 40, let him cook for a bit. But there it is, game 7.
It's 12:30 right now in China. We are beyond midnight. How is Lin feeling? Does he get a second win right now? Can he play his best again? Or is he crumbling? Have we seen the beginnings of a little crumble? And is this where 40 pulls ahead?
Oh man. And what are the strats? Is Hammerfall a Pally rifle map? Will we see an Archmage here? I don't know, it's quite big. Rush distance is quite high. Might be a good opportunity for that tier 3 play once again.
I feel like as long as you can get to the center, you can always easily get to the orc expansions. You, despite no low mobility, normally can get to where you need to be. I feel like this has always been a pretty good Pally rifle map. A while ago also, we used to see MK expansions here. This would come out of nowhere now, if 40 throws in an MK expo. But I would be expecting the Pally rifles.
All right. Before we go into game 7, in case you want to participate in a tournament, in 30 minutes there is a amateur cup by Sparta. If you are below 1450 MMR on War 3 Champions. Here is the link for challenge. Don't cheat on that, everybody. But there's some nice prizes. Peon Cup 13 by Sparta. That's also going to get the raid after our game. Shout out to all the grassroots initiatives this weekend for Warcraft 3.
Full out best of 7, man. That's exactly the way we want to see it. Whoever's in the grand final, man, I just hope we're gonna have full out best of 7 there as well. On Sunday, folks.
Of course, of course. In the Dolphin Cup, we had that pleasure. That Fortitude versus Happy series. Oh boy, how glorious it was. From Tet Fiends to Dreadlord first. We had it all. DK, Pit Lord, Dark Ranger. But I guess that might not even happen this tournament if 40 goes through. Necro DC 101, thank you for the 10 month. Glad you enjoy us day in, day out. 40 seconds. Last chance for you guys to check if your Prime sub is available. That we're kind of Prime sub collectors here at Back to Warcraft. So if you didn't give it to any other of the millions and millions of channels here on Twitch, might consider giving it to us.
We wouldn't say no. We would be very appreciative and forever feeling good about it, just as you guys will be, I'm sure. We're feeling good about this game as well. 10 seconds. Actually,
we couldn't even say no if we wanted to.
That's true.
Yeah.
We are at your discretion.
There we go. Damzor, thank you for the Prime 22 month. I very much respect people who did this 22 month in a row and never forgot.
Much appreciated, you guys. All right, we got it ready. The last map of today, Lynn versus 40. Who's gonna be moving through into the grand final right now?
Did Lynn recover from that game 6, which was surely a little bit of a slap in the face? Self-introduced. And is 40 still as sharp as he was before? Does Lynn have any new tricks? Is his execution now on that world-class level that you needed to be at for a game 7? The first participant of the grand final will be decided right here, right now.
Lynn needs to fast forward in his brain, like we're fast forwarding as well. He needs to be sharp, he needs to be on point, needs to not lose the heroes needlessly, he needs to make sure he's skilling the right skill points. Dude, that would make me so mad. Thinking like, oh my god, I skilled level 2 Drunken Haze. What am I doing? But the mark of a great competitor is also that once you make mistakes, you can shrug them off and not dwell on them. Because everyone makes mistakes, even Lynn, even 40, even Happy. But it's what you do after.
That's right. And it's also like easily to identify what went wrong. Might be a better mindset for game 7 than thinking you did everything perfectly and you still lost. This is very easy to identify. And if you go into this with the mindset of, if I click that one spell correctly, then this is my game. I just do the same thing again, and then I own, might be beneficial.
True. Very much so. I feel like Lynn hasn't tried yet to optimize so much the double Breath of Fire ignition, right?
Yeah.
That's something that not everybody knows about, but if you use Drunken Haze Breath of Fire, and then the second Breath of Fire on cooldown, as soon as you can ignite a second time if you're close enough again to those targets to do lots of extra damage. That's very hard to do if there's Siphon Mana in your way, but that's where an Invo Potion maybe could bridge that time. That so far, I think we haven't seen too much on the Panda.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about on, I think it was Tide Hunters. That Invo Potion is exactly there for that reason. Works super well with the cooldowns. And also, yeah, to break the tether then, of course. But Lynn so far, maybe a little bit of an oversight. Maybe it was shop controls that went wrong. Maybe he thought the money is better spent elsewhere.
That was really close right there with the last hit, by the way. He almost got it on the creep. And every last hit here really matters a lot. But it went to the Pally in the end. He got the first little item, the humble Ring of Superiority. Always seems like it's a trolly name, almost. You know, it's such a uneventful or unspectacular item, and it's called Ring of Superiority.
Yeah. On a Paladin, it is kind of fitting, though. What the stunning hero that is. But yeah, for +1 stats, it's not that great. But like swapping that with the Ring of the Archmagi would make sense, but it's probably too late for that now.
Tech is progressing. Seems like 40's tech is closer to the Orc tech this time, isn't it?
Ooh, did he change anything? Not really, huh? Maybe didn't have to call militia once? Both still with the same build from what I see.
Yeah, in the broader strokes, certainly. Perhaps a little bit faster of a tech, perhaps slowing down the rifle production a tad. But then again, we have 4 rifles out, so doesn't really look like it. Waiting for that next farm. And guess what? It's gonna be more rifles.
What a surprise, eh? After a full-out best of 7 of mostly rifles. Farms far in the back, where the headhunters can't attack. Also, hopefully Lynn is building the shop a little bit earlier for that panda creeping. Panda is probably not a creep. Well, maybe he is. Never thought about that. He's drunk all the time. Probably is.
Well, that sounds familiar.
About Tier 2 done. Again, a headhunter at the tavern. I really hope it doesn't feel like he has to change up something. Yeah, thankfully, no Naga play. But for 40, everything is healthy. He used 1 Holy Light. The rifles are looking fresh. And he's trying to harass the creeping. But with the slow pally rifle, once again, you gotta question if that's so effective.
I would say, though, this is a better early game than 40 has had on quite a few of the other maps. Looking here, if the panda is at the lab, that would have been greedy. That's not the case. So no way there for him to punish. Creeping that himself also would be very greedy. Not gonna do that. He's gonna go for the little Hydra camp. He's gonna get poisoned a bit here, which is kind of annoying. But I guess the blonde devil will soon show up with the scroll.
With the scrolls in the inventory again. Yep, he's in production. Same for the shop. Can easily be countered there. Get a Gloves of Haste, which is not ideal, but few of these are. I love what 40 is doing, by the way. The scouting rifle, we've seen it against Starbuck for the first time early in this tournament. Usually a pally rifle player is playing mostly blind, but 40 has his third eye is awaking thanks to that 1 rifle.
Yeah, and you know, last map, Pally pushed across the map with the rifles, and he found himself against level 3 Pally, had to TP away, lost the rifle. That was just a huge waste of time. But this time around, the panda is taking a lot longer to get that level 3. I feel like Fortitude is building up steam here.
Okay. Blood Mage out. Similar build again. Hydras.
And I used a lot of mana already, by the way. He used, in fact, all of his mana to creep. And to kill that 1 rifle. The scouting rifle he took out. But he's looking for level 3. He's going to the right. Thinks, that's not good. He's going down. It's not the most efficient time usage right here. I feel like this early game not as convincing as the last map.
40 is moving across once again. Farsia also a bit hurt. Hopefully there's a shop. Yes, in a defensive position as well. 40 has a good idea of where the panda is creeping. He has no TP and he's been caught.
Breath of Fire has to be used here to get that last hit. Rifles now, or headhunters rather, in trouble. 1 is going to go down for sure. Could be a couple more. TP away. If he saves all of these headhunters, that's a big win for him. 1 will fall.
Okay, then we can creep now and also use this Geomancer as a little mana fountain, as you can overcharge. Wait, he wasn't overcharging his mana. Does that not work anymore, or is that not displayed in the overlay?
I think it's just not displayed.
Ah, the advanced overlay once again standing very true to the name.
Advanced overlay strikes again.
Aye.
Then gonna get level 3 here finally on the panda. It took quite a while though. He's going for double Torn Totem quite early this game. Scroll the Beast. Not bad. Can pick up a Fire Lord here, and he will. Lin now running around and trying to buy time. Doesn't want to fight yet, obviously.
Heal Scroll and Invo Potion on Fortitude. Very important pickup. Can't mention this enough. Who has more healing has better chances in the fight. We get tier 3 once again. The Griffins shall be unlocked and released on the Orcs.
Yeah, 40 has been surprisingly difficult to read. I mean, it's been all Pally Rifles, sure, but the tier 3 exact direction that he's heading has been kind of hard to make out. Paladin's gonna get level 3 here finally. With that, now he is fight ready.
No scout by Lin anywhere, it seems like. Are we really going into that fight? Lin has to walk home. A little bit of healing is necessary, waiting for the first Tauren that has arrived now without the Pulverize upgrade. Instead, we got the Headhunters, the burrows far in the back, the shop also protected.
Alright, when is Lin gonna feel ready? Soulburn is available, so the Panda could run in without the danger, without the risk of getting siphoned.
Tauren Totem just gunned down.
Yeah. This totem, I think, didn't even produce anything.
Unfortunate. Mana Potion might be necessary. Gets the Orb. Oh, Militia here. Scary, scary situation. 40 again with that fake push at the 10-minute mark. With reinforcements coming in. Lin under a lot of pressure.
What's Lin waiting for? Is he just waiting for Pulverize?
I guess.
Should he just go in?
He's risking... He doesn't have a fire... Did he have a Fire Lord? Was he waiting for that?
He had the Fire Lord for a while.
Oh. Didn't see.
Once the shop is up, things get more difficult.
Aye.
Scroll the Beast popped. Now it's time to go in.
Okay.
Soulburn with the right timing. Okay, Drunk Haze with a fire. He could perhaps ignite a second time here.
Oh, needs some siphon. Oh, 40 also taking lots of hits. Double heal scroll, by the way. Still so much mana. That's the second
Nice
one. Okay, he is igniting the one the second time. We go for the Tauren. Should be an easy kill. Ancestral Spirit only starting now.
I guess that will not be a successful res. But the Orb of Lightning is pretty nice now for Purges. Trying to pick off targets here, but there's still lots more mana on the human side.
Last Holy Light was thrown, at least for a while. The Blood Mage has a lot of mana. Still has to play around the cooldown since this patch. Banish to the rescue. Ethereal form on the Walker side. Peasants being slaughtered, but Fortitude has survived to tier 3. Is not close to the Tavern, though.
Oh, he's also super low number. The peasants ran across the map. I'm not even sure if... Well, he certainly can't go Griffins and third hero. He has to choose one of the two.
Yeah, the Griffins were sometimes a bit late anyway. I think Firelord, momentum-wise, is a lot more important. Peasants are going home now. Shop down. Wasn't able to get anything, but 3 heal scrolls and an Invo Potion. I think that makes up for a lot.
Supply dead even still. We're getting some more Taurens. Master Training is done, right? Yes, it is. So, one res could be available if there's mana.
Was he able to go resurrect the one Tauren? No, he wasn't. Maybe Corpse expired already. Creep Jack. Oh, man. 40 is locking him into the upper left-hand side of the map. Last hit, easy. Pendant of Energy as well. Speed scroll. Lin engaging now. Blood Mage behind enemy lines. There's no staff yet.
Drunken Haze Breath of Fire comes in. The Fire Lord counter on the other side as well. Not so much damage really, except for the Panda. He's trying to ignite again. Panda in the back. And Breath of Fire ignites a second time. Well done by Lin. Still with a mana potion available.
Heal scroll number 1 used. He got that second. The Blood Mage again behind enemy lines. It's not that easy to get him out of there with the Spirit Walker blocking. Fire Lord for 40 has arrived as well. Noticeable. Blood Mage needs the Holy Light. Gets it. Time for the second heal scroll soon. He's holding on for it for a long time.
Walker reaction there too late. Did you see it? It got sniped. He could have gone ethereal, but he made it too late. Another moment where Lin was just a little bit too slow.
Crazy high class level for 6 hours straight now though. Can he ignite one of these Torrent again. We have Incinerate first. One more time. No chance to silence that Panda. 50 food still. No production by 40. 650 gold. Has to make a choice now. Fall back to the shop or continue and pressure.
Yeah, this is where the human loves to push. The orc wants to buy time, wants to have those clarities and heal salves running. Trying to salve up torrents takes forever. We now have one walker that spawned in the back of the base, almost with a mana, for a res.
So close. We got Siphon again. Panda marching forward. No chance to shut him up. Drunken Haze Breath of Fire combo is nice, but no potion of mana. That was the last one. And the Blood Mage looking good. Torrent moving forward. Pulverize triggered. We got a second one as well. They're coming in as a little bit of a rotation. Panda in trouble, but makes it to the shop.
Potion of mana picked up, using it right away. Getting ready for the next combo. Breath of Fire. No Drunken Haze this time. Saving the mana for the second one. Torrent's dropping extremely low. There's almost mana for the Ancestral Spirit, but not quite enough. Perhaps he should kill the one Torrent right now, and then have the corpse ready for the res.
Okay, we get another shop. 40 stays on basically this tier 1 army. Still no Griffin Aviary, even though he has the resources now. Level 3 Blood Mage. Gigantic upgrade for the Siphon. Torrent move to the left-hand side. Only one walker, right? Yep. Time to replenish some mana though, and to grab heal scrolls.
Then gonna get it right there. Gets the one heal scroll. Panda, no clarity this whole time. He's gonna have perhaps only one Breath of Fire for this next fight.
Well, he can go for potions, but he's kind of broke. He got that one heal scroll versus 2, and the Invu potion that the Panda does not have. The one rifleman tanking gets greeted with the banish. Lin coming in. 3 Torrent, bringing a lot of damage if they're able to connect.
Panda is looking for the target. Drunken Haze, Breath of Fire was okay. It wasn't sensational. Now the Panda, perhaps in a tough spot, has to run on back. Does not get gunned down. And the Torrent frontline is kind of looking scary right now with the pulverizing going on.
Still having one heal scroll here is great. Retreating, healing up. Fantastic fight by Lin so far. Can't really break through the Torrent. Is there not enough damage? Are the Griffins missing?
One Torrent though might be going down here in a moment. No mana on the walkers for the res, and the Incinerate might disable it anyways. Soul Burn coming through. There's still basically nothing dying. Finally, maybe one rifle gets the kill, but the Fire Lord, oh, Lin's Fire Lord in a rough spot. But nothing to slow him down.
Man, I would love to see a staff here for 40. That would be so helpful for losing even less. He got the resource now. There we go. Great minds think alike. And now we're marching forward.
Torrent is almost dead. He wants him. Looks like he's gonna get him. Almost.
Crazy saves. Crazy saves. Firelord marching forward while the rest of the army is busy with the main. Peon falling, production buildings under attack, shop under attack.
So much mana on the pally. Orc heroes all struggling with mana. Denying one of the torrents. The shop is gone. The burrow's now very exposed.
Okay, floodgates open now. What can you do? When things get dicey, 40 can just TP away and scale with his tier 3. But he plays it safe. Not overestimating, falling back to the shop. This is really great timings, great rotations. Always knowing what the right next step is. And Lin seems a bit hopeless here.
Siphon disrupted quickly. Drunken Haze. And the Breath of Fire. But again, not so much damage seems to be getting taken here.
Careful. We have no heal scroll anymore. That's a bit of a change compared to the fights prior. But the Panda is low, no more mana for the combo. He needs to accumulate a little bit, and that's why it's only a Breath of Fire. I feel like this is a little bit of a mistake by Lin. Again, Paladin under a lot of pressure, and slowly but steady, these rifles start to fall.
Paladin super hurt as well, but the Torrent's also beginning to fall. The Torrent at the top has not been rezzed yet. Of course, the focus is on the fight right here, where Lin is losing the supply edge. Fortitude now clearly ahead. The Torrent at least has been rezzed.
Crazy, crazy game. Crazy tug of war. 12 food lead for 40. He wants that Berserker so bad. Get it? Deny in order! Exclamation mark. And so important, Paladin made it to the shop. Heal Scroll, Invo Potion, both ready.
Big bout machine. 40 seems to be doing it again. He seems to be very far ahead now. But if the Pally dies, there's still a way to lose this game. Got to be careful about that positioning.
Panda again, completely dry. Firelord also not looking good. Farseer, not really an influence to this game. Then still trying to stay intact here with no upkeep. Getting a little bit more gold. 2 upgrades, man. The sustain is crazy. And the regen scroll is not interrupted.
Some people were asking if Pally Rifle is even still viable on the top level. We get the answer here today. Lots of Pally Rifles, or lots of rifles, I should say, alongside the Paladin. And the Firelord, the new Tier 3 edition Firelord, man, it's been looking really good.
Exactly. Lin getting more and more desperate. What can he do? What can he still add? He is supply block now, so all his investments have to go into items, I guess. Panda has no mana. He's just a big grunt. He's doing nothing here. Blood Mage in the middle of it all. He can try to nuke down some of these, but there's a staff now as well. And a potion against the Paladin focus. 40 knows the only way I can lose this is when the Paladin falls, but he doesn't. Against all odds, against 2 match points, he does what he does best, being unstoppable.
40, absolutely wonderful showing here. He was certainly struggling, but the Pally Rifle still bring him to victory. You can't help but feel bad for Lin there in this series. He lost this series on map 6. That should have been his map. That should have been his series. Must be, but unforced errors, unfortunately, ruin his day here, despite great showings, great runs, but he's still in it in the lower bracket.
And of course, there's a little room for improvement for a potential championship Sunday. What a day this was, man. 6 maps versus Happy, 7 maps versus Fortitude. This was, for Lin, a little bit too much. Fortitude makes through. Still, he eliminated Happy. But yeah, playing 2 winner bracket finals in one day is maybe a bit much, even for Lin. Scheduling not ideal, but that's what can happen when you sign up for 2 tournaments at the same time with the finals on the very same weekend. So Fortitude again, man. This is so crazy. The last time he lost a tier 1 tournament match was in Dolphin Cup 1 at the end of the year. Unreal. Since then, he's winning everything.
Absolutely insane. Fortitude right now, the guy to look out for in these big tournaments. And I guess a nice little benefit for him is he has only one thing to focus on. That's the DFMC. That's the grand final that's going to be happening day after tomorrow. So tomorrow he can take a nice day off and get prepared for the grand final. Whereas these other players, Happy and Lin, they have 2 tournaments that they have to think about.
Yeah. Kaho also found a quicker exit out of B Cup, so he can focus on his undead matchup tomorrow. I guess it is tomorrow, right? Yep. Oh man, what a day. What a day today was. What a week this is. What a weekend ahead of us. We start with B Cup tomorrow, where it's Starbuck versus 120. And then, wait, where's the B Cup grid? There it is. So that's gonna be your breakfast entertainment, I guess. Afterwards, the winner is facing Happy. You know what? If 120 wins, Happy and 120 have to play twice. They could just play it once and it counts for both tournaments.
Not sure that that's how it works, but yeah, you can make a suggestion.
And then the final is scheduled for tomorrow, as Lin has time. Or no, he has no time off tomorrow. How the schedule works, I don't know. We will bring you the best games if we'll just see what it is. And it's gonna be a weekend of tier 1 competition here at Warcraft 3. Will Fortitude win his 6th or 7th title in a row? Can Lin strike back? What can Happy do in 2 lower brackets? And what role does a Kaho and a 120 play? These questions will be answered this weekend.
Hell yeah. highest level of Warcraft competition imaginable. I'm super excited for these matches. Who's going to be our new champion? It feels like Fortitude is destined to keep this streak going. Or is Lin perhaps the guy who is changing it all?
Or is there an unexpected 1-0 win all of a sudden? Can Happy find solutions against all these opponents? It's so cool to see how exciting this is and how unpredictable this is. It's the best state the scene has been in a long time, and it wasn't in a bad state before, but the patch delivers and the players delivers, and there's so many great tournaments. So hopefully you tune in tomorrow and the day after for more competitive Warcraft. I'm going to rate you over to Sparta now, who does grassroots Warcraft. Once again, tomorrow evening is the Donkey Business Cup, and the Zug des Lebens 3-on-3 tournament is up on the Rocket Beans Discord. So check that out if you're into grassroots. Mr. Remodimo, I wish you a wonderful weekend. See you soon.